And we are live, man. Let's go, man. This is Set with Set and Comedian. I'm back with another one for y'all. Today we got a good lineup, bro. We got Trump rally with the town hall meeting at the end. We got Kamala Harris doing a town hall meeting with the Hispanics. Shout out to my Hispanics. Donald J.D. Vance doing a town hall. Bro, they even brought that man Obama out to play. So, oh yeah, it's going to be a great stream today, man. Let's get right into it, man. Let's go. Appreciate the support.
Ron DeSantis, Governor Brian Kemp of Georgia and South Carolina, Henry McMaster, predicted with much of the gain coming from food prices going up, rent and housing costs going up, and car prices going up. Interest rates, as you know, are also a big factor. They're very high. They've gone from 2% when I was in office to 10% now.
Make sure to like the video.
Money. That means it's much higher than 10%, which really kills the American dream for young people. We have a lot of young people here, a lot of college people here. The fact is that the Federal Reserve brought interest rates down a little too quickly. It was too big a cut, and everyone knows that was a political maneuver that they tried to do before the election, but they did the wrong thing. It was totally a political decision, and inflation has started to rise. 4 years ago, when I left office, we had no inflation. We had virtually, just think of it, we had virtually no inflation for the entire 4 years. So when people made money, that was really their money. It wasn't money that they have to give back to a source that they know nothing about, including government. Under Biden and Harris, because of inflation, the economy has been a total disaster. But Kamala says that she can't think of one thing that she would do differently. She said that
2 days
ago in a very unfortunate interview for her. And there are many people saying, in particular, highly respected analysts like Scott Bessent, one of the top analysts on Wall Street, that the only reason that the stock market has gone up is because Donald Trump is doing very well in the polls, and it looks like he's going to win.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying that. Who knows?
I always said one of the reasons why Amazon had that big layoff is because they think that Kamala Harris is going to win. So they're preparing for these taxes that Kamala Harris is going to impose. I guarantee you, if Donald Trump gets elected, all Amazon jobs are going to come back. They're going to be like, okay, we were just preparing for the worst case scenario. Our bad.
But a lot of people are saying that the only way to end this suffering is to vote for change this November, because what we're doing as a country is very bad. We're being scoffed at and laughed at all over the world. The other big news is the fraud committed by 60 Minutes and CBS, together with the Democrat Party, working together with them, which will go down as the single biggest scandal in broadcast history, I predict. It's a big story. I don't know if you've seen it yet. It happened. They learned about it.
And shout out Fox Chase, man, coming in with Let's Go, man. I know it's going to be a fun one, but we got a lot, bro. Because like I said, they brought Obama out to play.
Yesterday evening, the real answer of Kamala was very crazy or dumb. Nobody knows what, but it was bad. So they actually replaced it. Think of this. They've never done that for me. They actually replaced it with another answer, having nothing to do with what she said before. They took another thing that she said and they just lopped it in there. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. 60 Minutes, nobody's ever seen. And they wanted to make her look as good as possible.
They did edit the hell out of that 60 Minutes. I'm going to see if I can find it for y'all.
Make her look better. A big problem
on X or something
in our country is the fake news. We have such fake news. I mean, I've had a recent thing where, as an example, an Obama disciple named Peter Baker, he writes for the failing New York Times. He wrote a piece about me. And just one of the many things he said that was wrong, but he said that I would go around saying that I was honored here years ago as the man of the year or whatever. And I talked about how your car industry, this was long before, many years before I ran for president, maybe 18, 20 years ago. And he made the statement that never took place, that honor never took place. I was never honored here, which was quite insulting, actually. I didn't remember the specifics of it. It was 18 or 20 years ago. But he said it never took place. Very much like Kamala. She said she worked at McDonald's and she didn't. And I didn't want to
gonna
get
stay
into
on her
that.
ass about
so
that.
what I did is I asked my people, you gotta
Because
fight.
if you do look at Kamala's work history, like I said, it's like she went straight out of Howard to, well, serving the office. Pretty much, like straight from college to office, you know, got hooked up with Willie Brown, got in as judge, all this good stuff, you know. Then it was, you know, the yellow brick road ever since.
When it was like 19 years, 7, it was a long time, but I was honored. And guess what they found that I was? Right here. Nice looking young guy. No, it was a long time ago. So this was in, let's see, this was an update of the article that they originally printed. It says, Oakland County GOP to honor Donald Trump, former president, to speak at upcoming Lincoln Day fundraising dinner. And it says down here, the county party gave Trump the Man of the Year award at the dinner, too. And he was honored as Man of the Year. So here's your article right here.
Hey.
Oakland Press, Oakland County GOP to honor Trump. And I have a man in the failing fake New York Times.
Nah, Fox, they needed that secret cheat code called Obama. I'm like, oh, y'all had to go get Obeezy? Really? You had to go get your big brother? Okay.
Well, Bill,
but this is what they were talking about when they said the 60-minute edited version. Like, it was wild what they did.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
well, Bill, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
We're not going to stop pursuing what is necessary for the United States to be clear about where we stand on the need for this war to end.
How in the hell, bro? Y'all just took an interview. All right, let's take this answer and put it here because she meant to answer this question. But she actually answered it all the way over here, though. But she meant to answer it right. You're like, bro, what the hell is y'all doing? Like, bro, she can't answer a question right, bro. Just be real.
It's disgraceful paper. They ought to be ashamed. Whatever they say, believe the opposite. Who knows how long they're going to be around? It's killing our country. This kind of stuff. It's killing our country.
That's like your teacher taking your parent and be like, okay, so answer to question number 1 was A, but since you answered A on number 9, we're going to pretend like you answered it on number 1. It's like, bro, what?
Be terrible. I want to thank the president of the Detroit Economic Club, Steve Gregorian, who's a very wonderful guy, as well as Congressman John James, Ambassador David Fisher.
No problem, guys. No problem.
Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. It's great. Where's Eric? Thank you very much. How are we doing? I hear we're 4 points up. Well, how are we doing?
What's good, King?
Yeah, she says at least. Thank you. Michigan House Republican leader Matt Hall, a very good guy. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Is John there? John James? Where's John? He's doing well. We have some good people here. Chairman of Michigan Republican Party, Pete Hoekstra. Pete, thank you very much, Pete.
Oh, you're doing a shout out.
And a very special man, a great guy, Dr. Masad Boulos. Many of you know Michael, who's a very exceptional young guy, and she's an exceptional young woman. And she's going to have a baby, so that's nice.
Hey.
Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great honor. And many other distinguished guests. And we have some very, very distinguished Democrats in the room, too. And I really do appreciate you being here. This is very nice. Thank you. There'll be a day when we're going to work together. I hope we're going to be able to work together. That would be great. Good for everybody. But I'm here today to talk about a subject that has always been very dear to my heart, saving the U.S. auto industry. That's what I spoke about in Oakland many years ago. I said, they're
Biden tried to
stealing your
take
auto
out.
industry years ago. They're stealing your auto industry. You got to stop it. Well, they didn't exactly listen. But we have to make that industry bigger, better, stronger, and more dynamic than ever before. And I've been reading.
And nobody caught how Biden was low-key trying to take it out. The auto industry, you know, all the gas cars that we make that, well, Americans consume, it's pretty crazy that he just said, well, let's do an electric EV mandate. I'm like, an EV mandate, and we just been making all these vehicles for, 50 plus years. What do you think this is going to do to our job market? I mean, what type of ill thinking is this? It's like what? Like, how'd you get all the way over here without considering the job market, the industry that like all Americans participate in, damn near? So what's going on here?
Reading about Detroit for so many years that it's coming around.
Like, it sounds good until you break it down.
Everybody tries so hard, but if you make the auto industry bigger, better, stronger, you don't have to worry about Detroit. It'll be very good. It'll come by its own. That would be non-artificial. That would be the way to do it, right? You make the auto industry thrive, bring it back to where it was 50, 60 years ago. You can do that too. Mm-hmm. And that's my goal, and I'm laying out a policy that will absolutely do it. In my opinion, absolutely do it. And I've been very good at this over my life. So my goal is to see U.S. auto manufacturing even greater than it was in its prime, and for Detroit and Michigan to be at the center of the action. For generations, this city and state were the world capital of.
And remember, man, any question, comments, jokes, man, $1+ super chat. We'll go ahead and read it out. Anything you want us to look up real quick, you know, concerning, because I did hear somebody talk about, everybody will talk about this FEMA misinformation. Depending on what you're talking about, the misinformation that they're trying to blame Trump on it, or the misinformation that they're telling to the people that they're not giving it to immigrants. Well, here's the sad part. Look up FEMA SSP. So I'm gonna just go ahead and clear it out for y'all. Just look up FEMA SSP, and you'll see that, yes, the Biden administration has been giving FEMA funds to immigrants.
Automotive production. And American automakers rolled one iconic model off the line after the next, the Mustang, the Corvette, the Pontiac GTO. I had two of them, actually. I had that GTO. Oh, I thought I was the hottest guy around. It was crazy. We didn't have all of the foreign competition then. You were so proud to have a Corvette. Oh, if you had a Corvette. I never got a Corvette. I tell you, I was left behind, but I had my GTO. I was something, man. I'd put that top down.
I'm weak.
See, in those days, I didn't mind when the hair waved. I'd go fast, and that hair would be waving, that blonde hair, and I'd say, who the hell can take me? Nobody. Today, I'm a little more careful. I want to cover up that little area up there. It's a little bit soft up there. Cover it up. No, it was great. But you had the greatest product. It was just fantastic. And right here in Detroit, Americans invented the muscle car and the minivan and the family SUV so much. And along the road, you made the American automobile an inseparable part of the, and it was inseparable of the American dream. It was part of the American dream. But after decades and decades of Michigan auto workers giving our nation their very best, our leaders in Washington did their very worst for them. They were terrible. You lost nearly 4 million manufacturing jobs after globalist politicians gave us the twin disasters of NAFTA, which I terminated, and China's entry into the World Trade Organization. That was a very expensive two things. Nearly 250,000 jobs were destroyed here. Right here in Michigan alone, think of it. 250,000, 250,000 jobs, including 40% of all of the auto jobs. And then it got to be much higher than that. Detroit was decimated as if by a foreign army. This was a foreign army invading us. But it was an army of business people, very brilliant business people.
You know, it's so funny. The story of Detroit, well, It's gonna happen to a lot of us if Kamala Harris gets in office. Now, I'm not gonna say 100% happen. You never know. But yo, if you do unrealized capital gains tax on these companies, and now you just stick them with a big ass bill for the money that they earned in between on their investments, and then you hit them with the corporate tax, a 7% rise in corporate tax. It's either they gonna start cutting jobs or get the hell up out this country for a lower corporate tax rate in another country.
From a baby. That's how easy it was for him. Factories were left in ruins. Beautiful hotels and theaters crumbled. More than 80,000 homes were abandoned. You see it outside. By the time I came into office after our victory in 2016, the Michigan auto industry was on its knees begging for help, gasping. And really, it was at the last breaths of life. And I had to move quickly. You're going to not have any auto industry here. It was all gone. It was just about over. They were going to move so fast, and I let countries that were stealing our businesses know, you do that, I'm going to do things to you you're not going to believe.
Damn.
I'm going to put tariffs. They laid off a lot. They could have taken it. We were at a very vulnerable point. I let certain countries know that if you do that, I'm going to put tariffs on you, and you're going to get your asses kicked, I'm telling you. And they laid off. They really laid off. But they laid off what? We had not very much left. So just as I promised, I withdrew from the job-killing Trans-Pacific Partnership in my very first week. And the reason I did is that would have absolutely destroyed your auto industry. You would have had none left. It was a disaster. And if you remember, Hillary Clinton wanted it, and Obama wanted it. And then after she read the facts that when I did it, she came out against it because she said, he's right. She was totally in favor of it. But when she came out actually and agreed with me. And she said, I'm also against it. But I was there. It's sort of like no tax on tips. And then 2 months later, Kamala came out, no tax on tips. And it didn't play well for her. Didn't play well for Hillary either, obviously. I ended the disaster known as NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made by our country, and replaced it with the brand new USMCA. Bob Lighthizer and his team did a great job. The best trade deal they say ever made. I actually think maybe our deal with China, but I don't talk about that deal very much because of COVID. But we have a deal with China where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. That was a great deal. We have made a lot of good ones. But with the USMCA, that's Mexico and Canada, we have massive incentives to make cars in the United States of America. I renegotiated Obama's Korea trade deal, which was a disaster, to fully restore the protective tariff on foreign pickup trucks. The auto industry in this country makes most of its money from the pickup truck. Who would think, right? But we do great. If we didn't have that, you'd have no auto industry.
Man, you look at the rural cities or in the South, everybody got them a pickup truck. Black, white, Hispanic, don't matter. It's just something about that pickup truck, man. That Silverado.
Because that subsidizes other things. And the only reason it does is that the tariff on every single one of the big... If you didn't have the tariffs, if I didn't put those tariffs, you would be inundated from all over the world, and you wouldn't have it. Every single one of the Detroit Big Three could right now, and would right now, guaranteed be out of business. 50% of their U.S. sales are pickup trucks. Think of that, 50%. They make all their money with almost all their money. I want to be very accurate because you got a lot of fake news back there. I want to be extremely accurate. They came to see you in Detroit. I'll tell you, that's a good thing because they're going to hear some things today, I think, that are going to be very interesting.
Now, maybe I'm reading this wrong, but why does it sound like the free market? Like when America start, well, I guess when we start allowing corporations to sell in here, but to build somewhere else, why does that sound like that was probably the biggest mistake we ever made? Like, it'd have probably been the best thing for us just to have everything American made so we don't got to worry about these tariffs or anything like that. And it's kind of crazy that if you really think about back in the day where we were ran by tariffs, like there was no income tax. We were just charging anybody who wanted to sell in this economy. That sounded a lot better for the people than just income taxing us to death. And then it also sounded better for the people that instead of having products in here that we buy that's not made in here that other countries profit off of, and then we're gonna sit here and try to add tariffs on our products and all this, and now everybody want to complain of, oh, it's gonna get passed down to the consumer. I'm like, well, maybe we should have never started this cycle in the first place. Maybe.
We saved it and we got it going. And that was nothing compared to what I'm talking about now. Nothing. Because we had COVID come in that final period, and we had to focus on that. The share of cars sold that were domestically produced increased for the first time in many years. It actually, because it was going down, down, down. And since I left, wait till you hear those numbers. The U.S. trade deficit in automobiles dropped by $6.8 billion. Think of that. And I had to do it on the fly. We had to do it fast because you're going to have no industry whatsoever. Whatever you have now, and it's a fraction of what you used to have in the glory days. I call them the glory days. That was when we were the greatest in so many ways. U.S. Steel, look at it. They want to sell U.S. Steel to a foreign country. I'm going to not let that happen. I hope the deal doesn't close before then. I will not let that happen.
Sell U.S. Steel to a foreign. That's what I'm saying. It's like the complete globalization of our economy. And I don't know why everybody's so, yippee-ki-yay about it, because your job is going to be at the risk of it. Like, a lot of y'all is going to be missing out on these manufacturing jobs. You're going to be missing, and let's be real, these manufacturing jobs lead to these factory jobs, lead to these office jobs. It's like a lot of people are going to be getting either their hours reduced or just cut off.
We need our steel. I imposed a tremendous tariff on China and the steel. They were dumping steel all over the country, and our steel mills were going out of business. And I put a 50% tariff on, and that largely stopped it. And I think the people that like me the best are the steel people, because I saved their industry. We wouldn't have one steel plant in this country if I didn't do that. There wouldn't be one. And I had no wars, but other than I finished off ISIS very quickly. But I had no wars. But whether you have wars or don't have wars, when you have to make army tanks and when you have to make planes and everything else that you have to do is mostly steel. And we don't want to be in a position where we have a problem and we need China to help us out with steel. That could be a serious problem.
Yeah.
Do you think they'd mind selling us some steel?
And that's the problem, dog. It's like this. I remember I was talking about like mental health yesterday, and I said, look, y'all want to go to these therapists and all that, but the problem is you always look outside to fix what's inside. You can't fix what's inside unless you look inside. So it's crazy how we always try to fix our economic problems by going outside of America, when it would be way easier for us to look inside of America. Like even with the immigrants, we need it for the workforce. I mean, like, how much homeless we got on the street and vets and all that good stuff that need our help, that we can push them into these positions. But instead, we want to look outside to fix the problem when we have the solution inside. Like, you will never solve a problem looking outside of yourself or outside of the problem, or I guess the land in this situation here. Looking outside of America ain't gonna fix what's inside of America.
In the middle of a conflict, but I don't think we'll have a conflict with China. I think we'll get along with China, and I think we'll get along with Russia, and I think we'll get along with Ukraine, and I think we're going to get that one settled, and I think we're not going to have a problem with Israel, like October 7th would never have happened. Russia would have never happened. They would have never gone into Ukraine had I been president. But under Kamala, we are now in a manufacturing recession, with manufacturing contracting in 22. Think of this. It got smaller. In 22 out of the last 23 months, it got smaller. We're losing jobs every single month. We've lost nearly 50,000 manufacturing jobs this year alone. Car sales are down by 38% since I left. The share of domestically produced cars sold has dropped significantly, and the U.S. trade deficit in automobiles has exploded by nearly $50 billion to an all-time high, the worst they've ever had it right now.
Well, it makes sense when they was trying to literally throw away the entire industry. Like, you do an EV mandate, and most of these EV cars, once again, outside of America, what do you expect? Like, what do you expect? You just like nobody want to hold Biden accountable for the fact that I'm like, dog, you put in a EV mandate that you wanted enacted, I guess by 2025. Some people say it was 2035. I'm not sure where they got that number from, but hey. And you're telling me you didn't think that what? The auto industry, you don't think that they was going to suffer in any way, shape, or form since everybody's trying to now shift towards EV?
Your car industry is going out of business. It's going out of business. Nothing to do with me. I stopped that. I stopped Mexico, which is becoming the second China. I stopped Mexico from taking your car plants and moving them into Mexico and taking all of that business, making it in Mexico. So we lose all those jobs in Michigan and South Carolina and other places. We have many, Tennessee, we have many places. But I think in terms of this, because it's been so badly treated, this area, this state has been so badly treated by your politicians, your stupid politicians. What they've done to this state is incredible. And it would have been easy to stop, but half of them are paid a lot of money by a lot of a lot of people that don't care about the country. They care about how much money they're going to make, including lobbyists and others. Make a lot of money. You ever see the money the lobbyists make? They make a lot.
Yeah, they
but
sure
they give
do.
a lot of it away. I wonder who they give it to. But we're not going to allow this horror to continue. The 4-year-long nightmare for the American auto worker ends the day I take the oath of office, January 20th. It ends.
Yeah, now if he can only keep John Deere out of Mexico, because John Deere done made their threats. Well, not even made their threats; they done made their commitments, and Trump done made his threat, pretty much saying that, look, dog, do you want to know what a 200% tariff looks like? Good. You better stay your ass here in America and just wait till I become president. I got y'all. But even John Deere's like, bro, look, it'd be way cheaper to go over there, give it to the Hispanics. And then here's how they also try to rationalize it. Oh, it's going to keep less Hispanics from walking over if we make jobs down there. I'm like, once again, we're trying to look outside of ourselves or look outside of America to fix what's inside of America. It's wild.
That's how easy it was. Now it's Japan, but it's China, and it's a lot of countries. This was one of the biggest reasons I ran for president in the first place. It was probably the auto industry that was most abused. You were the most abused. There are a lot of industries that are abused. We stopped it, but now I could put the brakes on. Not only stop, I now know the game a little better. I had never been a politician before. I got to the White House. I said, I've never done this before, but I had to learn, and I had some great people.
And if you think a tariff is just a tax on the customer, you honestly need to educate yourself on what a tariff is. It's kind of funny how you think a tariff, because you've been mind controlled by the leftist media. I don't know how you don't look this up, but you can literally just look up a tariff and see that, oh, wait, it actually does produce money for America. I mean, Trump did use tariffs to fund American farmers. Biden still got Trump's tariffs in today. Biden got some of his own tariffs. So doesn't that mean Biden's also passing on a lot of expenses to the consumer? Oh, wait, hold on. Shouldn't y'all be more afraid of Biden's tariffs since, all prices are up under him? Doesn't that mean that he's not using tariffs pretty well? But for some reason, I don't know, you hear Trump say tariffs and now all of a sudden it's a bad thing. Okay, guys, you got to try to make it make sense.
People, Bob Lighthizer was great, our trade representative, but we had some people that I didn't like, I wouldn't have picked in retrospect. We had some clinkers, but you have to understand, I just got there. I was only in Washington 17 times and I never stayed over. So I wasn't a part of Washington society. It wasn't my thing. I was a New York person, developer, did great. And I knew New York, but I didn't know Washington. So I had to rely on people. Sometimes I'd rely on rhinos, and that's what I'd get. I'd get a rhino, and that wasn't so good. But we had mostly great people, but we had some ones that I would not have again. And we're going to finish the job that we really brilliantly started, because we had numbers that the ambassador gave you some of them. I don't want to bore you by going through it, but he gave you some numbers that were unprecedented. I intend for the triumph of the American auto industry to be among my greatest legacies. I want it to be a legacy. I want American companies to not only dominate the American market, but also the foreign markets as well. They buy so many of our cars. It's so horrible. But you know, they only buy them if they're made in their countries. China, I don't object. Look, President Xi was, and I would say is, a very good friend. We broke up a little bit. You know the way friendships break up? A thing called the China virus broke us up. I think that's understandable, right? Cost the world about $50 trillion and tens of millions of lives all over the world. I
And they ain't pay a damn thing.
No, I've always had a very good relationship with him. Very, very strong, smart man. He's strong and smart, meaning he wants to take your auto industry, and so does every other leader of a country. They want to take your industry, all of our industry, and we're not going to do that. We won't let them play that game, and it's not even hard, and you'll understand that in a moment. I want German car companies to become American car companies. I want them to build plants in America. Otherwise, I'd rather not have their cars here. Instead of American workers worrying about losing their jobs to foreign nations, I want foreign nations to be worried about losing their jobs to America.
And guys, try not to just, have selective hearing. Because when I was explaining Trump's tariffs, and I was explaining Trump's tariffs compared to Biden tariffs, I mean, you look at the economy under Trump, under his tariffs, we were doing good. You look at Biden's, some of the stuff that he kept under Trump because they was making money. And then Biden has his own tariffs, but look where we're at now. So that's what I was trying to say. I mean, if Trump found a way to kind of have these tariffs and curve it, curve the pass down costs on the consumer, then how come Biden hasn't had that same, financial savvy with the tariffs? To the point where, grocery prices done rise, house prices done rise, the dollar is now inflated. It's like, I wasn't relating inflation to tariffs. Like, so you got to be a simpleton, to actually think that.
That's going to happen.
Don't be a simpleton.
It's going to happen. And I hope the Democrats will go along with us, but we'll get it done one way or the other. I hope they're going to go along with us. It's so good. It's like so many things they don't, like voter ID. Why aren't they approving voter ID? Democrats don't want voter ID. You know why? Because they want to cheat. But they don't want to. I say, they don't. When I first I thought I was seeing things. I thought I was like, I didn't hear that when I first started this oath that say the Democrats will not approve voter ID. And it's only gotten worse. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, just passed a bill, he signed a bill that you're not even allowed to ask anybody whether or not they have voter ID. Not only can't you use it, you can't even ask. I think it's a crime or something. I could ask the Secretary of State. No, I think it's a crime. I think it's a crime if you ask somebody, do you have ID, voter ID? Let's lock that guy up. In other words, it's not a crime to vote illegally, but it's a crime to ask whether or not. There's only one reason for that. You know the reason? Cheating. They want to cheat. It's only one reason. It's crazy. No country in the world has a policy like that. Mail-in voting is all gone all over the world. All these things that we still fight over, they're all gone. So we have to win a big election, and we're going to straighten it out. But we got to straighten it because you have two things: you have borders and you have good elections. You got to have, and it would be nice to have a free press, which we don't have at all. We have a terrible press. But those three things we have, and we have to straighten it out. So here is the deal that I will be offering to the world, to companies outside of our world, big companies, powerful companies that have become powerful because we were stupid. We were stupid. We allowed them to come in and raid and rape our country. That's what they did. Oh, he used the word rape. That's right. I used the word rape. They raped our country. The United States will give you the lowest taxes.
I mean, it's so funny. They always say that, like, bro, Biden, bro, terrible trader. I mean, he's terrible with trade negotiations at this point. Honestly, I don't even know who does his trade negotiations, but whoever doing it, they need to sit his ass down. That they really do. Because, bro, no good deals. There's been no good deals that Biden has made. I mean, and if you want to talk about, come on now, like I said, if you compare the economy with Trump and compare the economy with Biden, we know who made good trade deals. And then here's the also thing that I've realized. It's kind of funny how people get mad at Trump for negotiating with, Putin and always, having Putin, on a call. And guess what? That kept Putin out of Ukraine. But the moment Biden comes in office and they just turn their back, they want to call Putin bad, what happens? Putin steps into Ukraine. It's kind of crazy because that's how you can tell that Biden has had a lazy leadership. Lazy leadership. He didn't do really what he was supposed to with the border, with really geopolitical problems, let's foreign politics. Like, he dropped the ball. The economy.
Energy costs. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country in the world, and it's the best. It's the best. We have the most, and we have the highest quality. We have the lowest regulatory burdens, and they were going to be made low. I cut regulations more than any president in history. In a 4-year term, I cut more than any president by 4 times, they say. 4 times. I let the country do what they have to do. A lot of those regulations have been put back on by Crooked Joe and by Kamala. And it angers me so much because it's so bad. People shaking my hand backstage, sir, we had the best 4 years we've ever had, and now they're dying. They think they're going, so many people are telling me they're going out of business now. And free access to the best and biggest market on the planet. We're going to give anybody that comes in free access to the best and biggest market anywhere on the planet that's here. But we got to keep it that way, because if we keep going like this, we're not going to have the best or biggest market for long.
Yeah. But we got to go back to the old plain style of America. We got to charge people to do business in America. It's like, bro, that's what we used to do. Like I said, nobody want to look up back in the day where we had no income tax, but everything was all tariffs. Like, if you want to do business back in the day, the best growing economy back in that time, which transformed into the best economy of this time, then you had to pay. You had to pay to get in here. Like, yes, you was going to get tariffs, and the tariffs was going to go towards the state, go towards the federal or the government, and then they was going to do what they did with it. But at least it just didn't get what? Put into our economy at a cheaper price, and it takes away from the American economy. I mean, how are we going to compete with EVs made in China when these people can make these EVs at $10,000? Us, we could probably make them at maybe like 17, 20. What do you think that's going to do to our economy, though? Because you want to buy a cheaper EV car, you're going to destroy the economy doing it? And then when you don't got a job, then you're going to wonder, oh, okay, that's why. That's why Trump wanted those tariffs. Oh, that's why we should start making things in America. Ah, okay, I see what the plan was.
Only until you'll
realize when it's too late.
In other words, you get all of these assets, but you have to make your product here in America, and you have to hire American workers. And if these companies don't take the deal, we're lowering the taxes way down, then they'll have to pay a tax or tariff when they send their car or product into the United States. And we will use the hundreds of billions of dollars in tariff dollars to benefit the American citizens and pay down our debt. In short, a period of time, it's going to be very quick. Think of it. In a short period of time, our deficit of about $1.8 trillion, I've heard it was $2 trillion. It's never been anywhere close to this, by the way. $2 trillion a year will be reduced to practically nothing. And eventually our country will be making substantially.
It's like, bro, look, let me give y'all the best definition of a tariff without being biased about it. A tariff is a tax imposed. It's a tax imposed by a country on the goods of another country, pretty much. It's a goods or services imported, all right? And this is pretty much to one, not only to pretty much influence these people or to influence us to let these people in. Like, all right, cool, you're benefiting the government so you can do business in our economy. All right, cool. We're taxing you and you're paying them. But it raises revenue and it protects competitive advantage. This is what you guys leave out. It protects competitive advantage. We can't compete with these people if they're sending over the same products that we produce at a way cheaper price. That's what the tariffs are for. It's to keep things competitive. Y'all do not understand that for some reason.
More money over and above cost, and we will start a massive debt reduction and also further tax cuts. In other words, what I'm doing is I took it from almost 40%, your taxes.
That's the best way I can pull it, from memory
reduced
at
them
least.
to 21%, so that small corporations, everybody, even inheritance tax or a death tax, if you have a small business and you want to pass it on to your son and daughter, if you love them. If you don't love them, I would say just don't even bother listening to this part. Is there anybody in the group that does not love their children? Where you want to raise your hand and say, sir, please don't waste our time with this. But on the assumption you want to leave it to your children, then you have no estate tax or death tax. They want to end that immediately.
No. Actually, tell me what tariffs mean to y'all. Because, like I said, I just read it out, and like I mean, y'all need to just at this point, because y'all acting like tariffs only work one way. like there's only cons to a tariffs. Like, there's pros and cons. It's like a financial tool. If you use it wrong, it has bad effects. If you use it right, it will have good effects. Like, why are y'all acting like there's only a bad effect to tariffs? What are y'all definitions of a tariff? Don't ask me, because I just already gave it. Shoot, I can give you mine straight off the bat. I can go ahead and Google it for y'all all day. But for some reason, y'all are not getting the definition of a tariff. So tell me what your definition of a tariff is. Go ahead and super chat it in, but say something, because y'all can't just keep asking me what a tariff is. I explain it and be like, that's not a tariff. Like, are you serious? What? Like, what? Do we not have Google? Do we not have AI? Do we not have all these all these tools that can let us know what these financial tools are? Like, come on now, guys, get real.
And it really pertained to farms, where a farm could be valuable, but they don't have cash. They have a valuable farm, and they love their farm, and they want to be farmers. It's a great way.
And shout out C. Smith, the ruler, man. How do you force countries to pay taxes on U.S. imports? Or do American companies pay the taxes on the imports? No, like I said, so what they're doing with the tariffs, when a company brings their products in, right? So let's say this, and the best example is China and their EVs. Let's say China's bringing over their EVs, and they made these cars for about $10,000 a pop, right? So they can come in here and sell them for like $15,000. Now we got $15,000 EVs. Here's the problem. Now, here's a problem though. We're selling EVs too in America. Let's say we're making this EVs too. But we have to charge at least $20,000 to $25,000 on these EVs. So now it's damn near impossible for us to compete with them. And I'm gonna be real with you, there isn't really a difference in quality. I mean, what we're selling for 20 is probably damn near the same quality what they're putting in for 15. So yes, we need to put a tax. We need to put a tax on them to bring their product in. Yes, that's what we have to do. In order to make yes, it does. Yes, it makes it a competitive level. It may not make it all the way over. It's not gonna make it over the price. It's either gonna make it a little bit even or a little bit under. That's where, the government pulls in its revenue, and that's where we keep the competitive advantage alive in America, pertaining to the EV market, of course. There you go.
Way of life. People love it. They wouldn't want to do anything.
What's good, Vlastine?
They left the farm, and then they have to pay a tremendous tax, and they borrow the money from the bank, and within 2-3 years, almost, I guess 62% of the time, they say.
And then it works the same way, if we send in there and they put a tax on us. You feel me? And then, it all depends who has the higher tariffs on who, for real. Because like I said, these tariffs, end of the day, go to the government. And, that's what I'm saying. The Treasury pulls in this stuff from the tariffs, and they usually use that to fund these tax-funded organizations that we got. So, yeah. Tax, these tax-funded things that we kind of depend on, you could thank tariffs for that as well.
They end up losing their farm to the banks. I got rid of that. There's no estate or death tax at all for the farmers and small business owners. So they want to end that. This is a big deal. But
I'm good, man. I'm
I
good,
brought it
Vladimir.
down from almost 40% to 21%, and that makes us very competitive in the world. Don't forget, the world is like states used to be. The world, people will take their businesses and their loyalty.
And then y'all saying, well, they'll just raise their prices and sell it for more, then it's going to be less competitive to us. Remember, we only put it on there to make it even or just a little bit below. If they sell it for more, it's going to put them over that threshold to the point where the EV, the cars, or our product is going to be worth less. Not worth less, but it's going to be sold for less. So that's what I'm saying. Y'all not making sense here. That's what the tariffs are for, to even things out. Now, if you talk about, oh, they're just going to raise their prices and they're going to pass on to the consumer, yeah, they're going to make their own product more expensive, not ours. That's what you got to remember. We're competing with another product. You're acting like, bro, the EVs they're sending in from China is our EVs. Like, they're not. They're taking the profit home from that, not us.
To their stockholders.
Y'all don't understand how the economy works, honestly, especially the global economy.
And in many cases, the people that run the big businesses are not American. They couldn't care less for our country. They follow the dollar, or they follow. We better keep them following the dollar, by the way. We're going to keep them following the dollar. That'll be another thing, because we're losing that fast. We are losing that fast. But we're going to bring it down, and we brought it down to 21. That made us competitive.
Easy.
Not the best at all, but competitive.
Thank you. Somebody.
Now I'm
somebody
bringing it down to 15%, but that's totally subject to you building your product, making your product in America. And I had calls. So we're getting it down to 15, and now you're just about the most competitive, other than certainly for a big country, but you just about the most competitive at 15. That's the beauty. They're going to all move back. They're going to all move back. They're all coming back, and then we're going to protect them so they don't get hurt with tariffs on people that aren't building here. And they're going to come in, and they're going to build here because they don't want to pay those stiff tariffs.
Bro, you know what's so funny? I just heard a female say it in the chat, but y'all men don't understand it. Most of y'all men don't understand it. Trump just said it, and a female just said it in the chat as well. They said, yeah, and if they want to get out of those tariffs, they're going to bring their company here, and they're going to pay that corporate tax and offer jobs to America. I'm like, yeah. That's what, yeah, we hit them with these tariffs, so we kind of entice them to come over here. If you lower the corporate tax rate, oh, that's even better. So not only they come over here, but their products are made here. Now we got, their products are made in America. I mean, do y'all not understand the assignment is to have more things American made, to have more factories in America so America gets more jobs? Like, do y'all not get what the plan is?
So we will build this policy, and it's called Build It in America plan. It's Build It in America because when foreign leaders and CEOs call me up to complain
appreciate
about
you,
our
C.
tariffs,
Smith, the ruler. Appreciate that
my answer
super
will be
chat.
very simple. Build it in America. You don't have any tariffs. Build it right here in Detroit. You don't have any tariffs. Build it in Dearborn or Lansing or Grand Rapids or Flint. You don't have any taxes. You don't have any taxes or tariffs or anything. So we're going to take that. We're going to take that. Remember, we started at 40. Everyone said, you'll never get it down to 30. I got it down to 21. And that caused the biggest renaissance in the history of our country. We had the greatest period of success in the history of our country. We did more revenue at 21% than we did at close to 40%. People were going wild. Businesses were flourishing. Small businesses were going through the roof. Big businesses, I was allowing them, they'd have hundreds of billions of dollars. Apple, as an example, they brought in hundreds of billions of dollars. We had restrictive covenants where they couldn't bring money back into our country. Two reasons. The tax was too high. It was so ridiculous. Nobody would do it. You had to pay a 50, 60% tax, so you bring money. So they said, well, we'll just leave it there, and we'll develop in Europe or Asia, wherever the money was. But think of this. We brought in trillions of dollars because I made it possible. I made the tax rate fair, reasonable, like a reasonable person would bring it in for a reasonable tax. And also I made the bureaucracy very easy. They had to hire 4 different law firms to get their money back if they wanted to bring it back. So what I'm proposing very simply then is a 15% made in America corporate tax rate, cutting it from 21% all the way down to 15%, but only for those who make their product in the USA. It's very simple and beautiful. And I was called by a couple of the top people on Wall Street. I sort of know a lot of them. They said, "Who gave you that idea? It's so simple." I said, it's a great idea. I have another one coming up for you that you're going to like just as much. You're going to love, maybe more. Oh, you got a big one coming toward the end. I want to save it for the end. This way you're going to stay around and you're going to be so happy.
We got 1,300 plus y'all in here, man. Make sure to double tap that screen, man. Like the video or the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. We appreciate the support, bro. Let's have a good stream.
Pins and needles, you're sitting, right? No, I have one coming that I think is just incredible. But this is something that is going to revolutionize our country, because it's not only auto companies, it's also others. But I think in particular, this is going to be something that is going to really lead to the renaissance in Detroit and in our country, but in Detroit. This place will be booming. This place is going to be booming. And when you couple that with what I'm going to say in a little while, it's going to really be booming. So U.S.-based car makers and manufacturers will also be rewarded.
And shout out Chris the Ruler, $10 super chat. He says, so because we depend so much on China imports, the idea is to make imports more expensive, also to cut costs with stopping automation / AI from doing these new American jobs. Yeah, pretty much actually. Well, except for the automation part, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, that's kind of on us. But let me make sure I answer your stuff correctly and break it down right. All right, so because we depend so much on China, the import side is to make it more expensive. Yes, because China can produce for so low, we have to add the tax. It's either that or they come over here and make their stuff here and they add jobs and they go ahead and then we can let them do that. Then if they figure out how to make a cheaper product in America and giving American jobs and then putting it out in the American market. Oh yeah, cool. We'll go ahead and take the cheaper EVs. But we ain't taking the cheaper EVs, well, where we can't hit you with no corporate tax. And the only thing you get hit with is a tariff. And if we don't hit you with a tariff, you can just destroy any market you want because you can just produce a cheaper product. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Like, yeah, we got to. We have no choice. And it's also to cut costs, what's stopping automation / AI from doing these jobs. Well, I mean, they already got like automation ports, like the imports and exports. That's why some of these dock workers were protesting, because they was like, yo, you need to get rid of some of this automation because it's taking our jobs. And if and everybody else is scared, like, because all they need to do is put the next automation to the next port and it's a wrap. Like, we might not even need dock workers no more. So yeah, like, the automation do cost jobs, man. And shout out Vlad, man. Detroit used to be the auto manufacturing capital of the world, but since its indentured slave workers exist in China and other parts of the world, American corps got greedy and started pushing for globalism. And yeah, that's one thing they'll tell you. Not only can they make it cheaper, but the labor's cheaper. That's why we hit them with a tariff. I mean, like, dog. Let's say this brush, right? This brush. They can make this, like, I bought this. They probably make this brush in America for, like, I don't know, $5 maybe. Let's say. In China, 70 cents. Same damn brush. How the hell do we compete with that? And what? We just let them in and I can get this same brush that I'm paying $5 American made. It's going to be like $2. They still make a great margin. They still do well in profit. And they get the profit. And they're going to oversell in these brushes because it's lower and made cheaper. Like, come on, dog. We got to. This is what it's for. Shout out Jasmine Lewis. The saddest thing is some American people are so brainwashed into believing it's just fine for our country to take care of others before its own. And I'm talking about, yeah, through immigrants and the economy. It's like they just don't understand that they're pushing for a globalist idealism. It's like, y'all don't understand that y'all low-key pushing for the destruction of the American economy. You don't even know it. But you're just going to sit there and believe whatever Kamala Harris and Joe Biden say, or whatever the left media will say.
With expanded research and development tax credits, very substantial, where they will be able to write off 100% of their cost of heavy machinery and other equipment.
Appreciate y'all.
In the first year,
and I do appreciate the support, man. Jasmine, Vladstein, and hold on, let me make sure I get y'all together, cause man.
and full expensing for manufacturing investments and all helping to build the sprawling state-of-the-art plants our country needs to be an industrial superpower.
C. the ruler, I believe. Yeah, C. Smith, the ruler.
Plants. That's what he does better than anybody in the world. And I said to him, he's a supporter, actually. I said to him, I want to see a plant. I want to see a really great auto plant. Where would we go? Let's go see one. And he said, well, we'll have to go to Mexico. I said, what? We have to go to Mexico. I said,
he said, Adam Rogers, made in America is too expensive for Americans. And that's why we either need to have, honestly, all right. That's what I'm saying. Y'all be pushing for a more globalist like economy that's going to hurt America in the end. And I get it. Yes, I'm saying. I say, oh, yeah, we make things and it's going to be more expensive. That's why we need the tariffs to raise the prices of, and I know y'all hate to hear this, but we need to raise the prices of imported goods or it takes advantage of our economy. That's what y'all don't understand about tariffs. If we don't have these tariffs, they take advantage of our economy. That's just what it is.
I want to see Mexico. I want to see here. He said, well, the big ones are really built in Mexico.
So, yes, American made is more expensive. But guess what? It protects our economy. The money goes to America. It's not shipped over there to China.
Mexico, they're building some really big ones right now. You know, your stupid union leader, Sean Fain, or whatever the hell his name is.
But I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you.
He's playing around all electric cars,
and AI is here. Where are the unions? I'm done. All right, shout out Adam Rogers. Adam Rogers, we appreciate you, man. I didn't even catch that second one. So shout out Adam Rogers. He came in with $2 super chats. He said, AI is here. Where are the unions? Well, that's the problem. I don't even know why the unions even let AI get so far. But if you look at some of these union members who are making like, I don't know, $900K plus a year, dude, they don't really give a damn as long as their pockets is getting full. So these unions need to look at their union leaders and actually check their ass and be like, yo, you're making hella money while also letting in these AI take our jobs only because you're still making your money. Like, what the fuck? And made in America, yeah, it's expensive. But if we keep buying outside of America, then, bro, what would be the point of American manufacturing? Would it be the point of America, like, warehousing, manufacturing? Like, there'd be a lot of industries that would just fall if we just bought everything outside. Even our services will soon fail. Bro, what you gonna start letting China do? Start sending in, like, cheaper therapists? Start sending in cheaper accountants, engineers, and all that? Then what? Then what we got?
Everything else. Did you see your numbers in the last few months? What's happening? You're losing your whole business. They're building the biggest plants in the entire world. This guy builds them. That's what he's good at. If you said build an apartment, he wouldn't want to do it. He couldn't do it, but he can build an auto plant. All the top of the line, all automated. You press a button and the plant opens up. Biggest in the world. And you know who's building them? China. They're building them at levels that nobody's ever seen before.
Somebody said, how would it make more groceries expensive if most of our groceries low-key come from here? Like, y'all forget that, right? We have our own farming system, right? Y'all forget that. So, no, that wouldn't affect groceries much. Try another industry. Try another industry that we actually get hella from outside. Because I'm going to be real with you, maybe bananas and all that and fruits, but, dog, most of our stuff we grow here. So we can actually curve that. We can curve groceries. We can't curve is the car market, because even with gas cars, that's the reason why we import on their gas cars, because they just sell them for lower. Like, dog, I'm pretty sure you can buy a, I don't know, Suzuki, Toyota, Honda, way cheaper than you can buy a GMC, Chevy, like any American brand name car. All right, man. Shout out Hellbat, man. Minimize it by a lot while fishing if you can catch the same amount of fish using a $8 lure opposed to using a $16 lure. Which one will you get, man? On God. Oh God, minimize it by a lot with fishing. It's like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, and it's the 16 lure that's in America and the $8 lure that's in China. Well, you're gonna destroy this American company, and then there's gonna be a loss of American jobs, and then y'all gonna wonder what the hell going on. I'm be like, well, you're buying Chinese products over American products. What do you expect? Like, dog, there are people who will work for the factory and not buy their own products that the factory makes, buy these Chinese products. Then when the factory go out of business, they're wondering what the hell happened to their job. It's like, huh, okay. And shout out Fox Chase. Let me get down to you, big dog. We've become a country of consumers, not producers, and that's the problem. That's the problem we're trying to address here. It's like we may have to make some sacrifices, or we're just going to say goodbye to our economy.
Right across the border, and they think they're going to make cars there, and they're going to put you all out of business, and they're going to sell them across the border, and they're not going to have a tax. No, they're wrong. They're going to pay a 100% or maybe even a 200% tariff because we're not going to let them come in to our country and destroy what's left of our auto industry, because it's a failing industry, just like it's a failing country right now. We're a failing country. You know, we're a nation in decline. I hope you know that. Doesn't make me feel good to say it, but we're not going to be a nation in decline for very long.
Oh God.
Perhaps the most important element
Future
of my
bright.
plan to make America extraordinarily wealthy, again, has to do with reciprocity. It's a word that's very important in my plan because, you know, we generally don't charge tariffs. I started that process. It was so great with the vans and the small trucks, et cetera, I told you about. But we really don't charge. I mean, China will charge us a 200% tariff. Brazil is a big charger. The biggest charger of all is India. India is a very big charger. We have a great relationship with India. I did, and with especially the leader, Modi. He's a great leader, great man. Really is a great man. He's brought it together. He's done a great job, but they probably charge as much. I mean, I think they probably charge more than, in many ways, China, but they do it with a smile, you know, and they do it sort of a nicer charge. They tell her, thank you so much for purchasing from India. Harley Davidson came to the White House a long time ago during my second year, and I met with them. And
let me go ahead and tell y'all something about, America, because this is what I'm saying. When y'all try to relate food in there, it doesn't really add up because about 90% of our food and beverages purchased in America are domestically produced. So only 10% of the stuff we get is from outside. That's what I'm saying. When you talk about raising grocery prices, I'm like, how are they going to raise grocery prices with tariffs when 90% of our stuff is produced here in America? Like, try a different industry. And shout out Adam Rogers, man. Maple syrup. Do you think Vermont can supply all of America without Ontario and the Quebec imports? How does those tariffs help America? Actually, maybe they can. Maybe they can. And if they're able to make their syrup, let's say they're able to make their syrup cheaper than we are, then yes, it would be a problem once again to our economy. That's how it helps America, by putting everything on an even playing field and people are buying off quality and not price. Yeah, that's really what it is. It's like, all right, because even with the EV cars, bro, we can make a higher quality EV car in China, but they just make it cheaper. We put them on the same level as ours. People are going to go with ours just because it's higher quality and is at the same price. So we do forget that a lot of people will give up quality over price when we can low-key make it competitive. Yeah, let's add these tariffs, raise their price, and then let's let the people choose for real. So yeah, if we go ahead and add those imports taxes or whatever on their maple syrup, then people are going to start choosing off, well, what's their favorite syrup off, well, what's cheaper. And there you go. Now, can Vermont? Maybe they can. I couldn't tell you. You'd have to ask Vermont, can they do it? And I'm pretty sure they'd be delighted to handle most of the supply of maple syrup if you give them the opportunity.
And they were based, I guess, in Wisconsin. And I said, how's business? Good.
And shout out to Chris Hogan, man. He said businesses do not put money in their pockets when you tax less. They invest in building businesses and hiring more people. Likewise, tariffs on foreign businesses encourage more American employment. Yeah. And it also encouraged some of these countries to bring their ass over here. Let us tax them with our corporate tax. Let them bring their jobs to our economy, and then go ahead and release your products here. Like, do y'all not see the ultimate game plan here? It's not, bro. The plan just doesn't like end with tariffs. Like, oh, tariffs ended the plan. No, there's a whole end game to this.
What are the bad?
It's like chess. Like, I'm gonna make a certain move so to get you to make a flawed move and benefit me more.
Countries? Well, India is very tough, and they gave me some others. Why tariffs? I say, why? What are?
And man, thank you, Jasmine. Thank you. She said, shout out Jasmine Lewis. She's like, sad you have to keep repeating yourself. Great facts. Appreciate it. I do appreciate it.
They
And they shout out, like, y'all.
150%, some massive amount. I said, so do you sell many motorcycles? And because you think people want to buy a Harley, right? Anyway, no, we sell very few in India, but they want us to go there. They said, if you go there and build your plant there, we're not going to charge you anything. I mean, you can do whatever.
Oh, and shout out to the supporters, man. I appreciate y'all. Let's keep the stream going, guys. It's going to be a good one. Trust me, we got way more.
You want.
And don't worry, we ain't going to play this whole thing, but I did want to get some key parts. And then we're going to get into Kamala's once again embarrassing herself every time she steps out and talk in front of people.
That and lo and behold, I see they went and they built the plant, and now they do their business with India. They probably
make sure to like the video.
India too, plenty. They built a very big plant. Many countries they do that, and then all of a sudden you hear that they're leaving Milwaukee or they're leaving wherever they may be located. It's very sad to see it, and it's so simple. I mean, this isn't like Elon with his rocket ships that land within 12 inches on the moon where they wanted to land. Or he gets the engines back. That was the first I realized. I said, who the hell did that? I saw engines about 3-4 years ago. These things were coming, cylinders, no wings, no nothing. And they're coming down very slowly, landing on a raft in the middle of the ocean someplace with a circle. Boom. Reminded me of the Biden circles that he used to have, right? He'd have 8 circles and he couldn't fill them up. But then I heard he beat us with the popular vote. I don't know. Couldn't fill up the 8 circles. I always loved those circles. They were so beautiful. They were so beautiful to look at. In fact, the person that did them, that was the best thing about the level of that circle was great. But they couldn't get people, so they used to have the press stand in those circles because they couldn't get the people. Then I heard we lost. Oh, we lost. No, we're never going to let that happen again. But we've been abused by other countries. We've been abused by our own politicians, really more than other countries. I can't blame them. We've been abused by people that represent us in this country. Some of them still.
Hey, and shout out Hellbat. He's pretty much coming in with a quick question. Germany's currency completely crashed when things went to the dollar. Or am I thinking of something different? I'd have to look that one up for you because, well, Germany's dollars crashed a couple times, especially during World War One, a little bit after World War Two. Man, I ain't gonna lie, Germany never seems to catch the good end of any war. Man, but at least in World War III, they're left out of this one, at least.
Stupid. Some of them naive, and some of them crooked, frankly.
Let me see here, though.
But interestingly, it's often those allies that we consider to be friends that have been the greatest abusers. We have some great abusers. I'll give you an example. The European Union sounds so nice. The European Union of countries. Oh, it's so nice. They're brutal. We have a $200 billion deficit with them, now higher than that, 250 something. And like I asked at the time, Angela, how many Chevrolets do we have in the the middle of Berlin? Oh, I do not know. Perhaps none.
My bad. Shout out Chris Hogan. And he said, I'd rather give less to the government to waste and build my business, employing more people with good paying jobs. I'm telling you, it's like, that's why I don't like Kamala's tax plans. Like, yeah, I want to take 4.1 trillion from the people and just use it for the government when that 4.1 trillion can be used for reinvesting, creating more jobs, and letting the people decide what they want to do with their money. Not just us take it. Oh, and Hellbat, to answer your question, I believe it was in World War II times, but yeah, between the time of 1922 to 1923, yeah, the German mark did dramatically fall in price. I'm talking about at the time, it was almost like, man, like what, $4.2 trillion for $1, 4.2 trillion marks for $1. And that was in 1923.
You're right, Angela. You're right. How about Frankfurt? How many do we have? How many Fords do we have in Frankfurt? Oh, I don't think any.
Okay, my bad. But it was mostly caused by the French blockade of Germany, and pretty much them having to repay the Allies.
And yet they send their cars to us like a bunch of dummies we are. BMW, Mercedes, Volkswagen, by the millions and millions and millions, and we're not doing that. We're not doing that crap anymore, okay? Now they're going to have to play by our rules. They're going to have to play by our rules. But China, of course, was the biggest abuser. I mean, they were a professional abuser.
Appreciate y'all, guys.
They did things to us, and they go down as a developing nation. We are a developing nation. Well, we're a developing nation, too. Just take a look at Detroit. Detroit's a developing area, a hell of a lot more than most places in China. So we're not going to let this happen any longer, and I don't think it'll be possible for bad politicians to stop it. I don't think so, because we've suffered too long and too hard. And I fixed much of it during my 4 years, but felt that during the COVID period, it would not be the right time to be doing this with countries. I renegotiated with Japan, I renegotiated with South Korea, I renegotiated with many. But, with the COVID, everybody was just literally devastated by that scourge. It was devastated. It was not the right time. So I had to slow it up a little bit. I was hitting them really hard. Shinzo Abe was great. He was assassinated. What a great man he was. But I went to Shinzo. I said, Shinzo, I got to know him very well. He was really a friend of mine. He was a great man, actually, loved by the Japanese people. He got sick. He had to take a leave of absence for a period of time, but he was going back, and he would have gone back and easily gone back. Man. And he was just getting ready to do it. He was much better. I think he was probably cured of what he had, and he was going back. But I said to him, Shinzo, we have to talk.
And that new Japanese leadership, man, look, if you know anything about Japan, because I do read up on my geopolitics, boy, not only is their birth rate declining, but their economy is declining with it. And yeah, that's a problem.
About trade. I'm sorry to bring it up. I'm sorry.
I mean,
this is the most one-sided deal I've ever seen. You send millions of cars to us, and we can't send you a car. They didn't accept any of our cars. You send all of your farm products to us, and you don't want to accept our farm products. I'm sorry, Shinzo, we're going to have to negotiate something. He looked at me and goes, I know. I said, what do you know? He said, well, I know that you were going to be coming back to me, and I know that it hasn't been fair. I said, well, how did it happen? He said, well, we'd ask for things, and the Americans would agree to it. Your representatives, your presidents, Republicans too, by the way. I'm not talking just Democrats. He said we were friends. He would say this.
And shout out Adam Rogers, man. He said, hey, good conversation, good stream, night, y'all, man. Hey, bro, have a good night, bro. We appreciate you for pulling up, Aaron, man. And I do love the pushback and some questions. I do like that. I like it, man. Appreciate you. Come back anytime.
Probably wouldn't say it if he were around, because it's not very nice, but he told the truth. I said, how did you get these deals? He said, we would ask and they would approve. And we were amazed ourselves, but I knew you'd be coming to see me. And I said, I have to see you, Shinzo. And we made a new deal with Japan, but we were stuck with an old one, so I couldn't negotiate as good as I normally would. But we made it palatable, and we were going to really make it palatable when this one came up. But he was great. But he looked at me, I'll never forget it quite. He said, he called me Donald. Donald, I knew that you would be coming back because I knew that you understood it. But he also said that other people didn't. It was, actually, it was quite sad, actually. And it's that way. I would look at these deals and say, who negotiated these deals? They were so bad. It's amazing that we even exist. But we have 36 trillion in debt. We do have 36 trillion. We can't forget that. So it's not like, oh, gee, that's been, we've been a little bit unlucky or something. No, we've been just, for years and years and years, we've been accumulating. We'd have these deficits that are monstrous. We had 5, 6, 7, 800 billion deficit with China, just alone with China.
Yeah, and so crazy. I kind of want everybody to understand, like, why has nobody ever broken down Trump's economic plan? And if somebody has breaking down Trump's economic plan to where they can prove that it will add, I don't know, like 5 trillion to the deficit, but Kamala Harris will only add like, I don't know what, 3.1 trillion to the deficit. Somebody please tell me how that works. Somebody please tell me, because like it's crazy how people just say, oh, it's a study. There's been a study done. I'm like, what, from out of Harvard? You mean that what, the leftist Harvard, George Soros Harvard? I mean, come on, dog. Come on. Like, if you go look at what other economists are saying, they're saying that, nah, we're not seeing those results. But everybody want to go to this one study about this one economist who said, yep, 5 trillion added to the debt. And then when you read the article, bro, don't even explain it. He just says that it's going to add 5 trillion to the debt. It's like wild. But I do wish Trump would explain, or I would guess would elaborate more on that. Like, you know what? Elaborate on why they say you're going to add 5 trillion to the debt.
And today it was announced we have the highest deficit we've ever had, almost $2 trillion. Think of that. We have and we have the highest deficit we've ever had with China. And that won't last long. It's not going to last long. We'll be able to do something about it because China wants to do business with us, but they think we're stupid. They think we're stupid people. And then they see our president, and then they see a person that is representing the Democrat Party and got no votes and was the first one out. She was the first one out. Think of it. She was the first one out. She never made it to Iowa. 22 people running, and she was the first one to quit. And now she's running, and it's all right. But nobody's ever had to run against 2 people before. First, I had to run against him. Then we had the debate, and his numbers weren't good, and it looked like he was going to lose. So they said, "You're going to lose, and we want you out." And eventually he agreed to go out. He didn't want to. He's a very angry man, by the way. And he hates her. And then it was a question. They have a person in the state who some people talked about. They had a lot of people, but they had about 12 people. And they put her in. 12 people plus her. She was number 13. She was rated number 13, too. There had 12 people that they wanted more, but they didn't want to be politically incorrect. And they chose her, and we're running against her. But if she gets in, it'll be a disaster for this country. Basically, if a country or any country is charging us tariffs, very important, reciprocal. If they're charging us tariffs for a certain product
And there is something I want to get into real quick because, look, I need to disavow this lie, bro, because it's kind of crazy. And the only reason I'm hard pressed about the lie because I seen the lie form before my eyes. I mean, they're saying that, oh, Trump lied on FEMA. Did he? Did he lie on FEMA? So what's the lie on FEMA? That they didn't give money to illegal immigrants? Was that the lie y'all talking about, right? Like FEMA never gave money to immigrants, right? Right? Is that the lie? Or FEMA got money? Well, let's disavow that real quick. Because let's get rid of this lie real quick. Because I'm going to tell you something. If you look this up right now, the Democrat part, the Dems, the Libs, they're already making the story that, oh, Trump lies. FEMA's not giving any money to immigrants. But if you look up FEMA SSP, it's written right there in your face. They will, bro. And then here what's even crazier. What's even crazier is they'll tell you straight to your face, like, oh, yeah, well, Biden didn't do that, but Trump did, when this whole SSP, you know, to help to pretty much take money from FEMA and give it to immigrants was all signed in under Biden. Yep, December 2022, just a year in.
For hurricane season to come. Play the clip.
FEMA is tremendously prepared. This is what we do.
This was 90 days ago.
This is what they do. And the key here, Rebecca, is also to make sure that the communities who are potentially impacted are prepared as well. And it's not just hurricanes and wildfires, also extreme heat, which certainly some parts of the United States are already experiencing.
Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas sounding the alarm on FEMA funding right after the devastation of Hurricane Helene. Listen.
We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have.
And this man said this last week, Wednesday. Now, the statement where he was talking, he made that like 90 days ago, 3 months ago. He made that. This last week.
We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season.
This all comes as the Biden-Harris administration.
Wait, you can let it play. Keep playing it.
Now, Biden-Harris administration FEMA spending to migrants last year over 300 mil. This year they done doubled up and made it damn 650 mil for migrants. Right?
Spent over $1 billion from a FEMA program on services for migrants.
So check this out. They post this, right? And this scares the crap out of them to the point where if we go to FEMA's website, FEMA is so worried about what's going on right now with the amount of hate that again. Just go to the homepage. And then if you go look at that, go to the next page. You know how it swipes right? Just go to the next one. Yep. Those 3 buttons on the bottom. Go to the next one. And then go to the next one and watch what the next one is. Okay? Rumor response. Click on that.
Rumor.
What do you mean rumor response?
So pretty much on FEMA website, they'll literally sit there and, well, gaslight you, lie to your face in, bold print. In bold print, they'll sit there and lie to your face, be like, we're not doing that. We're not giving American emergency funds made for pretty much that American taxpayer pay into for Americans who are ever in an emergency. Yeah, we're not giving that to immigrants. Come on. What do we look like? Traitors?
And thoughts and prayers, anybody affected by Hurricane Milton, man.
Trying to say we never gave that money to to migrants. By the way, I have the notes here to read it to you on what they spend the money on. I have it from their website. I have to find it, but I have it here. You know what it says verbatim on their website? That this money, Brandon, if you guys can send it to me, I know I have it somewhere here. There it is. I found it. Ready? So they have this program called the SSP. FEMA has a program called the SSP. Rob, just go online and type in SSP FEMA. SSP FEMA stands for Shelter and Services Program. This is for FEMA.
Yep, right under FEMA. FEMA right here, Shelter and Service Program, SSP. Look it up, guys. No, I'm talking about you Kamala supporters. The Kamala supporters, look this up. Go when they say, oh, why did Trump lie? No. Ask them, why did they lie to you? Why are they lying to you about this? And what else did they lie to you about? Because FEMA obviously admitted to giving to funds to immigrants. It's under FEMA. There is no other department. There is no other goddamn bank account. It's all FEMA. So it's crazy how y'all even try to make excuses for them lying straight to your face.
I'm going to read it to you from their site. They give grants to local governments and nonprofits to take care of undocumented immigrants. Congress boosted the budget from $360 million last year to $650 million this year. Watch this. In the 2023 annual report says it provides shelter, such as hotel.
So the SSP, the Shelter and Service Program, is administered by the FEMA in partnership with U.S. Customs and Border Protection. SSP provides financial support to non-federal entities to provide humanitarian services to non-citizen migrants following their release from the Department of Homeland Security. Yes. administration by FEMA in partner with U.S. Customs and Borders. So FEMA funds them while they go ahead and get out of U.S. Customs and Borders and release into America. Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on. So when they say, oh, Trump, why did Trump lie about FEMA? No, why did they lie to you about FEMA? Ask yourself that question first before y'all try to come over here talking about why did Trump lie. Like, bro, go look it up your damn self. I mean, it's almost irritating that y'all believe the lie because it's almost like, dog, it's right in front of your face. Go to FEMA. Go to FEMA. They got it right there for you.
Helene, we had...
Like, I just don't get it. I just don't get the laziness. I don't get it. But we're going to go ahead and move on to this Kamala Harris town hall.
Make sure to like the video.
Yeah.
Tap that screen. You can also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, man. Show some support to the stream.
Thank you, Keith, for plugging in there. Thank you. Because it's kind of crazy, bro. When y'all lack, bro, y'all just lack the research. Y'all lack initiative. FEMA, SSSP, go look it up.
They don't want to.
For the first
They
time,
don't, because they don't want to sit there and admit that they're voting for somebody that's literally betraying the American people right in their face. Shout out to Fox Chase, man. I'm curious on how you guys feel about Trump wanting 100% immunity for cops.
Well, you got to think about the context in which he says that. So I like to use the George Floyd example. You have to think of Derek Chauvin was the cop that applied the knee to the back or upper traps of George Floyd, correct? But there was officers who were working in tandem with him who their job was to strictly create and set and maintain a perimeter. They were also charged with the murder of George Floyd. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So the police applied immunity, which actually, if you look into the rules, it is sent to a board for judgment. It applies to that case in the sense that those officers who were simply doing their job by setting the perimeter shouldn't be charged with the death of George Floyd. Point blank simple.
And then to have it deeper, like more deeply explained, it's going to be set to a council. So yeah, all these things that happen with cops, yeah, like if somebody dies, it's going to be sent to a council to where they're going to review the body cam footage. They're going to be like, okay, are you guilty or not guilty? Were you just doing your job as a police officer, or were you just on some reckless shit? That's what it's going to come down. It's not like they're just going to get immune. They can hop out the car and just start shooting people. Like, y'all insane if y'all thinking that. But we are going to let, now, if there is a situation where a cop does end up shooting somebody, it will be left to a committee that will know about, and they're going to decide, hey, yo, was it this cop just doing his job? Was he protecting the people, or was he just being on some lunatic shit and just was, had trigger fingers?
Because traditionally how it's handled, I'll be honest, is it's kind of left up to the court of public opinion, not the judicial system, I should say, but the court of public opinion. Because a lot of these cops are often tried by their peers, us, before they even reach a courtroom. We're already saying guilty. We're already saying lock him up, F him up once he gets in there before he even sees day one of trial. So with the police applied immunity, like Seth said, it will be sent to a council or committee, as I said, and it'll be up to them to decipher or not whether applied immunity should be granted or not.
Yep. And then that point is kind of funny. We'll see if we like it or not, because let's be real, it'll be left to the court of public opinion at a certain point, though, because these committees will be swayed like, all right, look, the people seen the video, we're seeing the video, we just can't go against what the people say. So let's be real, cops aren't going to have that immunity that y'all think they're going to have. Like, you think they're just going to be able to hop out and just start shooting people? Really? With body cam on?
Healthcare, but not citizenship. That just goes to show that as an illegal immigrant or as an undocumented migrant, which Kamala has repeatedly said is not a crime. Undocumented migration is not a crime. Undocumented migration is not a crime. Undocumented migration is not a crime. And RIP to this young lady's mother. Condolences and grievances definitely sent out. But that just confirms the fact of Kamala's policy, which is to ensure people who are here undocumented. She said, under my plan, yeah, I can't say she would have had citizenship or residency, but she would have had that health care. Whoa. Now, don't let that go over your head.
I don't want to seem heartless here, but, well, you can't do wrong expecting right to be the end result. You came over here illegally. And because you came over here illegally, you couldn't get medical attention or medical care, so you got the wrong result. I mean, I don't want to sound like an asshole, but well, doesn't that think about it like this? Her parents came over here, regardless. Didn't care about the American law, didn't care about what it do to the American people. But you want us to feel bad that she died as an immigrant?
I mean,
I sound too fucked up, bro.
I see your take completely. The only thing I could add to that is, I think the idea is that she would have been grandfathered in just because of the tenure spent here in this country. Because she's 40, she said her parents had been here before she was even born. So imagine her parents are 60 or so. Okay. So they've been here 40, 50, 60 years. So I think that was the idea behind her. So being critical of the lack of healthcare available, but
to illegal immigrants,
still, yeah, to somebody who's undocumented. I
feel like that should even be more
for
of
somebody who lacks proper documentation. But that is kind of weird how you be over here that long without proper documentation.
And I'm just like, okay, so you came over here illegally. So you did wrong expecting a right result.
Yeah, I need to hear a little bit more context and backstory in that. 'Cause I'm just like, yeah, most people who have been over here that long, those are the people who are.
Shouldn't that be a story for why you shouldn't come over here? Because if you come over here and something happens to you, we won't take care of you because you're not a citizen. Like,
but you've been over here 40, 50, 60 years. You've had kids over here. Those are the people who normally are granted residency status, or the people who are kind of catapulted into citizenship.
Because usually when you do the proper documentation, you do all that, but you get citizenship within like 10 years or so. Mm-hmm. So you can tell she didn't do it the right way. But David Carr, man, appreciate you said no matter the problem, at least flip a coin on it. I'm weak.
Okay.
And I think we missed one from Jasmine. Wait, you can't go to another country outside the U.S. and enter as an illegal, but you can come in America, sadly.
Americanized. But you can in Americanized. Sadly,
I think that's what she was
Americanized California.
I think she was agreeing with me pretty much. It's like, okay, we can't go over there illegally and expect us to take care of them. But they can come over here illegally, and we're supposed. And you're mad that we didn't give her health care? Like,
I always point back to that story that we covered on the Border Patrol agent that sat down with Fresh and Fit.
Yeah,
MS-13 gang members jumping the fence, jumping the border, fracturing their legs or hurting themselves severely, having MS-13 tattoos, gang tattoos riddled across their body, but laid up in American healthcare hospitals getting free healthcare, and then after that, still released into the country.
Man,
who wants universal healthcare and plans on rescinding or taking back your private healthcare rights. Yes, you don't care if you got private healthcare or access to it. So if you got the funds to pay for a little bit better healthcare, get yourself a nice little private healthcare plan, or that's just what the best option is for you and your family. She don't give a damn.
You know, they
universal healthcare.
But they try to say that Trump's a dictator, but the wild thing is they're the only ones who've been putting mandates on people. It's always been Democrats. From Obama with Obamacare mandating people individually. I mean, the mandates with vaccines, lockdowns. Man, come on now.
The EV mandate they try to integrate.
Yeah. It's like, bro, that's the most un-American thing you can do is say mandate, because that damn near mandate equals autocracy. Not free.
It's true autocracy.
Like, I'm gonna make you do it.
And they trying to say Trump is a dictator. He's an autocrat. And I'm just like, hold on. But y'all policy says otherwise.
Oh God, like, bro, y'all done been on some dictator shit whole time.
Realized it would be a solution and told them not to put it on the floor for a vote because he would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem.
How did he?
And again, Enrique, we were talking.
Somebody stand up in that crowd and be like, how does that make sense? Like, why is he running as president if he can just knock out any bill he wants? Like, that's what I'm saying. They say it and they run with that emotional point, but it's like, where's the logic here? Why doesn't anybody ever stand up there and be like, well, what's with him running for president? I wouldn't run for president if I can knock out any bill I want or make any bill go through. It's crazy. And shout out David Carr, man. We can take the patent. Kamala clip equal dictator.
Oh, did she say that?
Yeah.
We can take the patent. What'd she say that about? I'm gonna have to look that.
Care mandate. It was optional. No, Trump made it optional. That's what y'all don't know. No, Obamacare was not optional. It was a mandate on Obamacare, the individual mandate on Obamacare. And Trump took that off and freed it up so people can go out and search for lower premiums.
Shout out David Carr, $5. He said, and she was besties with Diddy. Oh man, she was Montel Williams arm candy,
bro,
before she made it into politics.
But actually, you know what's crazy? She was one of them people that was going against Michael Jackson. But who was sticking up for my man Michael though? Who was sticking up for my man Michael?
Facts.
Actually, you know what? Just cause David Carr, bro, you paid in, bro. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna show you that video of Kamala Harris pretty much proven she ain't never been for nobody.
Yeah, but
in the
Montel
black
Williams
community.
arm candy before anything else, man, was on the red carpet with this man like one of his floozies, and he had to introduce her.
One of his floozies.
Nah, facts. He's like, who's this?
Like this
Kamala.
can
You'll be
depend
hearing a lot
on
more
its
about her. I'm just like, he was
could
the
mean
celebrity
life
name at the
in
time.
prison. And cases like this can depend on the testimony of the child accuser.
In general, the child will be able to recall and recollect with some detail the incident, and that is persuasive to a jury, even if it is the only testimony that is available.
Jackson gave a wave when he was released after booking. He's scheduled for arraignment in January.
Michael's been a long-time resident of Trump Tower, and last night the Donald strongly reiterated his defense of Jackson with Larry King by going after the accuser's mother.
She's had plenty of experience at going after people, and she goes after them viciously and violently, and I saw a story and I read another story about some of the things she's done, and I don't believe it.
But you know what it's like when an indictment comes down.
It's tough.
It's presumption.
It's tough. It's tough to win, but I have a feeling he's going to win, Larry. The interesting thing is I've known Michael from many different standpoints, and Michael would spend a lot of time with my kids. I have beautiful kids, and at the time, like at Mar-a-Lago, and even in Trump Tower, the kids were very young. Michael would come, play with the kids. He just loved children. He was not a child molester, and I am certain of that. He loved children. He'd play with my son Eric and my son Donald, and he'd just play with them forever.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, that man had aura.
Bro. And, you know, that whole final saga
tell he's a
of
happy guy.
Same man
Neverland
to make
and
females
the police,
faint at his
what they
concerts,
did
just like
was, I
need
think,
medical
a very,
attention.
a very, very bad part of my.
Yeah, you want to talk about aura? You want to talk about Riz? Yeah, Michael Jackson had
Actually,
that in spades.
Here's a crazy thing, my bro. Donald Trump was standing up for Michael Jackson when his own community wasn't even standing up for him.
You want to know my biggest takeaway from that set? And it's kind of unrelated, but I think it is pertinent. It shows because when Trump was talking about how they were coming after Michael, he's familiar with the litigious strategy of the elite. He's familiar with it. Yeah, even since the 90s, he's low-key knows, like, if they coming for you, bro, it's going to be through the judicial system.
Yeah, it's going to be something
day,
crazy.
To this day, they going to try and paint a narrative. They going to try and sell your name, libel you in court, libel you in public.
And Michael Jackson acquitted on all charges.
Crazy, but what do we still think? What do people still say about him? What's the narrative to this day?
Bro,
even in death.
Bro, that's
sick.
People was making all types of like pedo jokes about Michael until he died.
Bro, to this day, people still know him as that, bro.
Oh,
to
wow.
this day, people refuse to release the facts or realize the facts of, you know, the case and how it came to be, but the narrative still follows that man even in death. It's crazy,
man.
Implications for disabled people at Social Security.
Good evening.
She hasn't really had to say too much, substantiate too many policies or arguments because she was low-key able to just pass the primaries without having to debate her peers, debate her adversaries.
She didn't have to stand on the stage like everybody else. They're like, I'm gonna be real with you.
We propped her up here, bro. What do we expect when we did this?
Now, and here's what the Republicans, Trump didn't pull up to the debate either. I'm like, bro, Trump didn't have to.
Bro, he was that man and everybody knew it.
Everybody knew it at that point, bro. They was debating to who's gonna compete against him.
Facts.
And they knew it.
Shout out Lilo's Discovery, $5. Democrats have moved from one vulnerable demographic to another, and there's profit and confusion. Create the problems and then offer the solutions. Ooh, and I love that you said that. Pull up that video I sent you the other day on X about the black pastor.
Gotcha.
Because you are right. Democrats have moved on from one vulnerable demographic to another.
Immigrants,
bro. Started with us, right, Seth?
Yeah.
Started with black folks, had us for better part of 50 plus years. And then my man right here, shout out
so that you won't
Pastor, whatever his name is.
The Democratic Party, I'm going to say it tonight.
Listen to what he says, y'all. It's profound.
Is the Antichrist Party. It is anti-family. And I'm going to say this, you're not going to believe it, but it is anti-black folk. You are only needed for votes. You are only loved when it's time to get your votes. There's no real care about you. And see, we still stuck, and we got that thing ingrained in us that this is the party for the black man. It is not. The party has changed. Black people.
Man, I heard somebody say vote blue no matter who. I was sick.
Man.
Really, to be honest with you, have
Sick to my
never
stomach.
been the priority. They have only been used. Go back and look at the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We've all given Democrats credit for that, but Johnson was the one that wanted to pass it, but he couldn't get enough Democrat votes to pass it. It was the Republicans that pushed and passed the 1964 Civil Rights Act.
And then they spin it as if the Republicans are the racist ones. And
shout out guest dude $5. He says couldn't have a primary. Tulsi would have won. Couldn't have two anti-war candidates running against each other when they want endless war. Oof. Oof.
Damn.
Oof. Man, shout out guest dude. Always in here spazzing with the truth, man. God damn.
I mean, I didn't see that one.
Night and look it up. Look at Wiki, W-I-K-I. Put it in there. 1960. He couldn't even get enough Democrats to vote for it. So he had to go to Republican senators in order to help him out. They are anti-life. The party pushes stuff that's anti-life. It pushes anti-morality because most of their policies are immoral. That pushes sexual perversion. It is the party of death. Why do you say that, Pastor? If you go back, you'll see slavery started with the Democratic Party. And we saw many slaves that died. We also saw under Jim Crow. Jim Crow was established by Democrats.
Yeah, real quick, shout out Christopher Tharp, man, $2, and it's his first super chat on the live, man. We appreciate that honor here at St. Key. He said, "Love it and agree 100. I'll pay for this." Hey,
appreciate you, big dog, man.
Shout out, man. Let us support, man.
I love all our supporters, man. Let's go.
Let's go.
Democratic Party. And we saw many slaves that died. We also saw under Jim Crow. Jim Crow was established by Democrats. And we saw under Jim Crow how many were hung and lynched. And then we are seeing today how many babies, African-American people are giving up their future because they won't have, in another 15, 20 years, they won't have enough people because they have cut their birth rates off and have aborted their children. This is exactly what the party wants. So it is a party.
So every time I hear when black women engage in this, like, I don't know, like, satanic ritual of abortion, I look at them funny. I'm just like, it's crazy how y'all be so disgruntled with white women this, white women that, we're better than them this, but y'all following right behind them. You're literally like the lapdog of white women. Y'all just follow them, whatever they do, wherever they go. If it's liberalism or abortion or off a goddamn cliff, it's damn near kills me to watch. I ain't gonna lie to you.
People, because they have cut their birth rates off and have aborted their children. This is exactly what the party wants. So it is a party of death when it comes down to it. It is a party that is against black families. Look at the history of the family. From slavery, which were Democrat plantation owners. In slavery, they separated our families. They would not even acknowledge the marriages of black families. They would even take a black man over here who called himself being married to a woman, but if he was a big, strong guy, they took him and made him mate with another woman. That's one of the reasons our marriages and our families have not been strong, because the spirit of that has passed down generationally. We have not always had strong family structures like we should have. And we did good up in the early 1900s, 1920, 30. Our families were pretty good and pretty strong during that time.
Honestly.
But what happened was they bought the war on poverty. This was Democrat. Bought the war on poverty. You know what they did? They gave money to fix a problem. So they had programs, they gave welfare, but they took one key out that they understood was the key to the family. They took the man out of the home.
I got you. And shout out guest dude, and Tulsi would have won in a landslide even my non-voting ass would have shown up for her, man. I feel it. I feel it. I'd have voted for her at that point.
Not facts.
And why do white supremacists, and wait, who do white supremacists vote for? Democrats? Well, that's it. Shoot, that's a good question. Honestly, it's probably, I'll be real with you. Look,
I feel like he's trying to be funny with that, but
well, if I'm gonna take his answer. I'm gonna take it.
Take it literally.
Take me literally. Well, I've listened to these white supremacists talk, these KKK members talk, and they kind of have the same American first attitude as we all do. They're like, look, we may not like y'all. We may believe in segregation. We may want to send y'all on a boat back to Africa, but y'all here. We kind of need your vote right now, and because we don't want to.
That guy for it.
Yeah, because like, bro, let's be real. They may not like us, but let's be real. We all benefit off America doing well.
Well, you taking it literally. I'll take it figuratively, like I feel like he means, because I feel like if he's implying that white supremacists vote Republican and we vote Republican, well, aren't we white supremacist sympathizers? And I don't think so.
Nah.
I don't think that can be said, my friend.
Oh God, even though look, I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you're a white supremacist, because guess what? People in my family are black supremacists. There's Asian supremacy all through Asia. Nobody hop on their ass. So look, if you want to be a supremacist, go to fuck head. Just don't enact it out on people. Then that's where you draw a problem. I guess you got to prove your supremacy.
And it's the part of your common sense, I would say. And I don't really consider myself like when it comes to politics, I don't really consider myself a through and through Republican. I would just say when it comes to the issues, I lean more conservative on them than liberal on a lot of things. And I'd even say to that, I have some liberal leaning views as well. So I'm not somebody who just goes around purporting that I'm so Republican, I'm GOP, I got my MAGA hat. But when it comes to the issues, when it comes to politics, when it comes to this election, I ain't gonna lie.
Like, bro, next election, depending on who the candidate is, I could be going Democrat.
If come out blue, I ain't gonna lie.
Like, bro.
You know what I mean? Like, if Vivek, you know what I'm saying, he come out libertarian, or, you know what I'm saying?
I can have it.
You know what I'm saying, bro? So it's like, I don't really get to tunnel vision when it comes to politics or aligning with the side. I think that's very dangerous to do, actually.
I care about the policies. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Shout out Nathanis, 6'4", $2. He says, you guys totally get it. Democrats divide us, bro. And it's just their plan, divide and conquer. It's actually funny to this point that this gentleman has made is the dissemination of the black family actually has been purported on us by the very party we voted for almost the last 100 years.
Yeah.
Talk about loving our captors. Isn't that what Umar says?
Yep, bro, low key, it really is. Like, the Democrat Party ain't done nothing for us, but we just keep on putting out for them for some reason. Well, I ain't doing it no more.
Ladies, we'll give you the money, but you can't have a man in your house. That means the children now will rob.
Shout out Dark Side Link, man. $20, man. We didn't see that. First super chat on the live as well, dog.
Hey, we appreciate that honor. You honor us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ain't had too much to say either. Just wanted to show some support. God damn.
All right, let's go.
Of them having a father. And so that kept, once again, another policy that has hurt our families. And then even today, Black Lives Matter, which was also supported by the Democratic Party, they had in their particular policies that they were against the nuclear family that had the father at the head. They did not believe in patriarchy. And so we look down through the years and we've seen the party destroy our families. And people don't see it because they don't understand truth. This is why policy is so important, because it should be about America first. That's like all of you in your homes, your home, your children, and what you're responsible for has got to be first before you go and try to help everybody else. So we need to take, in order to be a blessing to other citizens from other nations, we got to take care of America first.
Facts. And even deeper than that, we also got to make sure the black community is strong too, like aborting babies, having low birth rates, high poverty. Like, tell me what.
Dictator on day one, bro.
All right, man. We ain't even gonna let y'all come out supporters run off.
We ain't
with
gonna
that
let her
narrative.
get past it.
We ain't even gonna let y'all run off with that narrative. Now, y'all already know.
See,
he said he's gonna be a dictator.
Like, nah. Shout out
Donald Trump only
Martian
told his
Gamer.
supporters
He
to
loves
march
this
down to the
video.
Capitol and nothing else. The moderators try and paint the events of January 6th as though Donald Trump only told his supporters to march down to the Capitol and nothing else, and then after shit hit the fan hours later, jumped on Twitter and told them to be peaceful and go home. And this is not entirely accurate. What Trump actually said to that crowd before the events ensued was that, I know you will
And we're going to play this video so we can expose all the lies. So y'all know when Kamala says these things, it's a lie.
Be marching over to the Capitol to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And then he followed up hours later on Twitter telling his supporters to go home and that we are the party of law and order.
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period.
Oh, yeah, we got you, David. We got you. Because he asking us to please look up the Kamala Harris patents clip. We got you, man. We're going ahead and search for that now.
Got you, bro.
And also, Donald Trump was right when he said Nancy Pelosi admitted fault for not accepting Donald Trump's offer to send in the National Guard.
Responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. Should we call the Capitol Police? I mean, the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient
resources. That is not a question of how they have. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
Lie number 17, Harris says that Donald Trump incited a violent mob. Again, just covered it, not true. Lie number 18, Harris claims that officers died in the line of duty on January 6th. This is false. Lie number 19, Harris alludes that Trump was charged with an insurrection. Again, this is simply not true. Lie number 20, Harris perpetuates the Charlottesville hoax, even though it's been debunked time and time and time again.
Just a second on that, David Carr. We're gonna pull it up right after
Yeah,
this video.
yeah, we got you, dog.
And shout out Chance sending in $20. He says, word salad specialist, that's Kamala's profession. Word salads, nothing burgers, man.
Bro.
And I hope y'all like the analogy. I say, man, it's funny that they call it a word salad because, I mean, what is a salad? 99% water is something to eat, but nothing really substantive. Nothing really, nothing that's really enriching.
Now, I always say she has this magical word salad that is like this. Like, you ask her a question and she'll just take you everywhere. And the crazy thing is, like, by the time she's done, you know she didn't answer your question, but you forgot your question.
It's all fluff. Nothing that really fills you up. You're going to eat that salad and it's going to feel like you ate something, but in the end, you ain't really getting no sustenance from it.
Man.
Again, including by yours truly. In actuality, he denounced it an hour and 49 minutes after the events and then 2 times after. Here's what he really said.
And you had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally.
Lie number 21, she claims that Donald Trump told the Proud Boys to, quote, stand back and stand by. So this is partially true, but there is a little bit more nuance to it than meets the eye. Donald Trump was asked by Chris Wallace during a debate in 2020 with Biden if he would denounce white supremacy and militia groups and tell them to stand down. Trump misspoke and said stand back and stand by, leading to confusion and people to think that he is affiliated with the Proud Boys, of which he is not.
Are you willing? Shout out Mr. Doe Chill. I'm glad to see young black men using their head and not just being led. Ooh.
Man, I like it.
Bars. I'm a conservative. The candidate are less important than policy. Keep up the good work. Yes, sir.
I'm telling you.
Vote policy, not candidates, man. Fuck the identity. Fuck what they tell you. Like, oh, vote for me for this or that reason. Like, no. What's your plan for America, big dog?
Yeah.
How you about to spend these next 4 years enriching our society?
Like, I'm not here for the feel goods, okay, man? Just
Keep
tell me the
all
brutal
that.
truth
Keep all that.
and what's going on and how you plan to fix it.
And I love it, man. I love it when you say it. Actually, like, oh well, because people be in our chat like, oh, well, Trump don't care for black people. You know, he don't like you. He's like, give a damn if he cares for black people. I want him to care for Americans.
Yeah,
black
like,
people are somewhere in that policy. We're encompassed in there. I ain't trying to have him put single us out and focus in on us. Like, nah, if he makes America first, then we come in with
bro.
that.
And the more a politician plays the race card, the less I trust them.
Man, nah, facts.
militia groups
That's a good point.
to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland.
Sure,
Are you
I'm willing
prepared to
do
specifically
that, but
do it? Well,
I
go
would
ahead,
say
sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
Weak.
Do you want to call him?
What do you want to call him?
Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
That was hilarious.
Would you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. But
Even though they are not a white supremacy group to begin with, their leader, Enrique Terrio, is
Enrique.
actually of Afro-Cuban descent.
Enrique Terrio, leader of the Proud Boys. Well, man, damn. Oh, wow, that's hilarious.
Lie number 22. The non-biased moderators claim that Donald Trump's remarks about winning the 2020 election are completely false, and that also more than 60 cases were seen by many judges and all dismissed. The truth is that no judges actually looked at these cases, and there's actually quite a lot of substantial and tangible proof to show that there was voter fraud and tampering of evidence. Again, this is a huge can of worms, and I plan to make a dedicated video to this topic alone at some point, so stay tuned. Lie number 23, Harris peddles the bloodbath hoax. Trump never said if he didn't win there would be a bloodbath. What he said was there would be an economic bloodbath in the auto industry.
we're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath.
It's so funny he said that, because what did happen? It was a bloodbath in the auto industry with this EV mandate. See, he wasn't wrong.
For the whole, that's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it.
Lie number 24, Harris claims that Donald Trump would be a dictator on day one. Again, this is just absolutely false.
He wasn't
It stems
wrong.
from a town hall that he did with Hannity a few months back when he claimed that he would be a dictator on day one because he would shut down the border and drill baby drill. This was said jokingly, and it was very obvious in jest to anybody with a room temperature IQ.
Says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border, and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator.
That sounds to me like you're going back to the policies when you were.
This is just a political ploy. Trump is a dictator. He wants to be a dictator. You're not going to be a dictator, are you? Tell me. I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. We're going to do two things. The border, we're going to make it so tight you can't get in unless you come in legally. And the other is energy. We're going to drill, baby, drill. After that, I'm not going to be a dictator. So I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. They cut it. They go, I'm going to be a dictator. But they cut the rest of the sentence. No. I am not going to be a dictator. I'm going to manage like we did.
25, Harris claims that Trump told Putin, quote,
All right, we got $2
you can do whatever
in
you
here.
want.
Marcellus B says, name 2 Trump policies that helped America. His economic policy and his stance at the border.
Ooh,
his tariffs, no foreign wars, energy policy, drill baby drill. You got something you want to add to that?
Actually, no, that's pretty much it. Well, you know, he did do pretty well with unemployment.
Like that platinum plan too?
Ooh, the platinum plan. Yeah, that was pretty good. I think there was some other things, though. There was something else that we're missing, though. Because he did sign a couple other things, I think, involved how we traded as well with the tariffs. I'm trying to remember what the act was called, though. It was what? Jobs Act. Oh, his Jobs Act was actually pretty well. Yeah. His Jobs Act did pretty well, too.
I like this salt reduction tax that he plans to implement as well. And as, like I said, the cap on credit card rates.
Yep. Oh, man.
Bro, we could go. Come on.
I mean.
how far do you want us to go?
How really? Oh, wait, hold on. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
Shout out my 40+ hours.
Yeah, it's like, man, there's a lot, actually. I mean, you said name 2, but there's just so many.
Man.
There's so many.
And you can go into Ukraine, end quote. This is simply not true. There is no evidence to support this wild-ass cockamamie claim, none whatsoever. Line number 26, Harris claims that Trump and Kim Jong-un exchanged, quote, love letters. This one is just kind of elementary and a little silly. So the actual truth with this is, yes, Donald Trump made a joke about this years back in 2018 during a rally, claiming that him and Kim Jong-un used to be at each other's throats, and then they started exchanging letters, and then they fell in love.
Appreciate you, Marcellus.
He was really being tough, and so was he. And we would go back and forth, and then we fell in love. Okay? No, really. He wrote me beautiful letters, and they're great letters. We fell in love. But you know what? Now they'll say, Donald Trump said they fell in love. How horrible.
Damn, the opportunity
How
zones?
horrible is that?
Forgot about those.
So unprecedented.
There's so many.
It was a joke. It was said in jest, but Harris was trying to insinuate that it's because both of them are dictators and they bonded over being dictators again. That's simply not true. In fact, there was a point in time where it was getting very tense between the United States and North Korea, but then Trump broke peace and became the very first U.S. president to ever set foot on North Korean soil.
Shout out Dark Side Link coming in with 10. He says, as an oil field work, hey, and this is third super chat in the live, and he spent all 3 of those super chats with us. Shout out you, bro.
My man.
As an oil field worker, we stop drilling. A lot of people lose jobs, and we start spending more money on oil from overseas.
Wow.
Appreciate that perspective.
Actually, and that is true because Biden, he shut down operation for the Keystone pipeline, but he put into operation the Nord Stream pipeline. And the same Nord Stream pipeline that Biden is fighting with Ukraine over. The same Nord Stream pipeline that Biden works in, Biden's son was working under Energy Corporation with. And it's the same pipeline that Putin owns 51% of, which is one of the reasons why he's in Ukraine right now.
Which I think is a good thing. I don't know about you guys, but I tend to lean towards peace. Lie number 27, Harris claims that Putin and other dictators are rooting for Donald Trump to get back in office, but the funniest thing is that Putin actually came out and recently endorsed Harris. Line number 28, Harris claims that there are no active duty troops in any combat zone anywhere around the world for the first time in a century. This is false. I'm going to be looking at my notes here. There are currently active duty U.S. troops deployed to Iraq and Syria who have been under frequent attack by Iran-backed militia forces over the past year. There are also thousands of active duty U.S. sailors deployed to the Middle East who are facing drone strikes. And just earlier this year, 3 U.S. soldiers were killed on the border of Syria by Iran-backed forces. Line number 29, she claims that Donald Trump called for the death of the Central Park 5. So again, I've already debunked this. Go look for my video called Epic Debunking that I mentioned earlier. I go much...
And a lot of black people are in their feelings about this one. He could death on 5 black men, and I'm just like, well, shoot. Okay, let's see about that.
Everybody and their mama thought they was guilty. Literally, their own parents turned them in.
I go much more in depth there, but again, I will just briefly say there is absolutely no proof that Donald Trump called for their execution. Did Donald Trump think they were guilty? Yes. Does he still think that they're guilty even though they were legally exonerated? Yes. Does that mean that he actively called for their execution? No, it does not. Read the article in its entirety. Don't listen to other people tell you what it says. Read what it says. Lie number 30. She claims that her and Joe Biden capped the cost of insulin at $35. Again, I've already debunked this and covered it before, but I'll cover it briefly once more. Donald Trump was the one to cap the cost of insulin at $35.
It's just $35 a month per type of insulin, and some plans may offer it free. So for everybody that was getting ripped off and paying tremendous prices, senior citizens, is a tremendous saving.
It is President Biden and I that took on Big Pharma and finally capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. But Donald Trump and his running mate intend to get rid
And this was in May 2020. Bro was still president.
of our $35 cap on insulin.
Lie number 31. Harris claims that she is fine with private insurance, but her comments in the past would suggest that that is a flat-out lie.
Follow up on that, and correct me if I'm wrong. To reiterate, you support the Medicare for All bill, I think initially co-sponsored by Senator Bernie Sanders. You're also a co-sponsor on it. I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance. So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Well, listen, the idea is that everyone gets access to medical care. Let's eliminate all of that. Let's move on.
And finally, at lie number 32, she claims that her and Joe Biden created 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. This is simply not true. The BLS shows that 592,000 of those manufacturing jobs were recovered from COVID. Donald Trump alone created 414,000 of those manufacturing jobs, and the Biden-Harris administration only created 173,000 new manufacturing jobs. When you factor in all of her bullshit lies, Kamala Harris had absolutely nothing to go on in her debate performance.
Yeah, because, well, when you compare both of their performances, well, as president or in the higher office, Trump is just better. And, bro, you can even, say, oh, she was just vice president. Well, she was under the Biden administration and it did terrible. Will y'all even admit that?
No. What about patent parking?
Surprised this wasn't a short.
How would you get generics to the market? quicker.
Yeah, so that would be part of the issue in terms of the consequence would be that we could actually, for those that are exceeding the rules, we could actually take their patent. And so that's part of how we are approaching it. But the other, and I've actually worked on this when I was Attorney General, because on the patent piece there's an associated piece, which is the pharmaceutical companies that are attempting to suppress generics. And doing that by attempting, and that's what's happening under this administration. So part of what's happening under the current administration is they're actually feeding the pharmaceutical companies on so many ways, including open to allowing them to extend patents beyond the original duration of the patent. And we have to take into account that what that means is that they're suppressing competition. And when they suppress competition, that means they can keep the prices jacked up because they're the only game in town.
Now, I understand some people need certain medications to live, but pharmaceutical industry aside, let's take that policy and apply it to a more broader spectrum of business owners, conglomerates, and companies. So you're telling me I have a product, I'm now being dictated on what price I can charge for that product, and if I don't lower it to meet the standard, then the government can come in and take my patent?
Yo.
Like what?
Yo, I mean,
nah.
Cause then let's be real though.
My nigga corporate be saying you ain't gonna give it to me like that,
bro. I'm gonna be real with you. Now I see why these pharmaceutical companies moved to Ireland. Not only because of the lower corporate tax, but you ain't gonna tell me how much I can charge.
What type of authoritarian shit is that?
Authoritarian, boy.
That shit is wild, bro.
It's hell. Authoritarian is hell. But all right, though. All right, Trump's a dictator. All right, this authoritarian woman right here, though, is nothing. All right, great. I knew she was going to go to this, Key. And don't worry, Key. I always got something for when they talk. It's like, you know what? That January 6th, that's real interesting you bring that up.
And make sure to follow us on X, man. Shout out to the few that are already over there watching us.
Into the world
Appreciate
over
y'all.
the past 3 years. Tap into American society and to the world over the past 3 years. But for our media and political class, most of it goes unmentioned because they're talking about something else. They're talking about
So let's get into this January 6th.
January 6th, the most solemn day in American history, a moment worse than Pearl Harbor, worse than 9/11, worse than the American Civil War. That's what they're telling us. It's hard to respond to this because even now, 3 years later, most Americans have no real sense of what happened on January 6th, and any attempts to tell them have been suppressed by the big tech companies or shouted down by NBC News and CNN and other news
Shout out Souls of Lokes, $2. He said, who made that 32
about
live video? What was that guy's name?
Shit.
We'll pull it up right after
Yeah,
this.
I got you, dog.
Why do most of us have no
said it
real
last
idea what happened?
Yeah.
There's probably no event in American
Good
history
research.
that was filmed by more people from more angles than January 6th. And yet, until very recently, no one had put together a timeline. What happened? People walked, some of them from the White House to the Capitol. Some of them went inside the building. And we've been talking about the aftermath. But how did all of that happen? It's on tape. Why haven't we seen it? Well, if you've watched Joe Biden recently, you know why you haven't seen it. Because January 6th is a perfect way for the Democratic Party, and by the way, the Republican Party, for the party that controls this country, the Uniparty, to get what it wants, to suppress the population, to keep Donald Trump from running for president again, and to put its enemies in jail. Just the other day, Joe Biden, often derided as senile, didn't seem senile at all as he gave a speech about January 6th. He seemed like a fascist. Watch this. Watch Joe Biden celebrate the fact that his political opponents were sent to prison, and listen as the crowd applauds him, bragging about how these Trump voters are rotting in prison.
Wild.
Since that day, more than 1,200 people have been charged for their assault on the Capitol. Nearly 900 of them have been convicted or pled guilty. Collectively to date,
Some of them didn't even do nothing.
they have been
lot
sentenced to
of
more than 840 years in prison. What's Trump done? Instead of calling them criminals, he's called these insurrectionists patriots.
He's a vicious and cruel and hollow man and rarely gets the credit for any of that. But it was on display in that speech. It's on display all around us. And the only reason they get away with it is because, again, most of us have no real idea what actually happened on January 6th. But it is knowable because it was filmed from thousands of angles. And
True.
that tape still exists.
Everybody have their phone.
To some extent, it's still being suppressed by the Republican Speaker of the House, by the way, who could release it but hasn't. Memo to the Speaker, go ahead and release that video. But there's still enough in the public domain that a group of filmmakers decided to put it all together. Now, there's very little editorial commentary in their new documentary. It's called January 6th, A True Timeline, and it should be the most famous film in the United States, but it's not. We're hoping that changes soon. The movie lays out the day's events moment by moment. It shows you what actually happened at the Capitol from video that they did not shoot, but collected once again from the public domain, in some cases from liberal journalists who were on the scene. And they discovered a lot. For example, at 2:24, while crowds outside the Capitol were still growing, the president, then President Trump,
I always
tweeted
said
this.
January 6th is really just comparable to the Summer of Love, where everybody who was BLM and Tifa was out there burning American flags, setting targets on fire, looting, rioting, fighting with police. Like, if that's not an insurrection,
USA demands
if that's
the
labeled
truth.
as a riot, if that's labeled as peaceful protest,
I mean, come on,
I don't
man.
understand how we could escalate J6 any further than that. They should be on the same playing field.
Yeah.
That's a very famous tweet. The January 6th
great point.
Special Commission, the fake committee of liars who, quote, investigated January 6th, made reference to that tweet repeatedly. They claimed it was the reason that protesters breached the Capitol. But that's a lie, like so much of what they said. Video from that day collected in this documentary tells a very different story. At the moment that Trump tweeted that, Metro Police, law enforcement on the scene, appeared to have accidentally tear-gassed themselves and run away from the scene. That's what the video shows. And that left a path to the Capitol wide open. But assess for yourself. Here's the video.
Our investigation found that immediately after the president's 2:24 p.m. tweet, the crowds both outside the Capitol and inside the Capitol surged.
What the January 6th committee failed to mention was that it was officers misusing munitions and CS gas at that same time that led to a surge.
Hey, Rich.
And shout out, yes, dude, man. January 6th was just like how they tore apart Occupy Wall Street. They sent in agents to get the riot going and let the riot contagion. What's that one? Take over the riot.
Not contagion.
Yeah.
Riot contagion. Oh, riot contagion. Yeah.
Yeah, riot contagion take over.
Yeah, it's exactly as I said. There was a plethora, a good amount of feds in that crowd, and they were sent there simply as agitators, really just kind of agitate and heighten the situation, right? There was people over there who really were just there for a peaceful protest. Like, it's funny because we have reacted to a black content creator who was at one of these rallies. They go to a Trump rally and then they march over to the Capitol, peacefully protest. Everybody goes home. January 6th was just one of the many times they had done so. This time there was just a narrative going on that we didn't know, but they were going to make January 6th January 6th.
And they knew about it in advance.
Mm-hmm.
D.C. MPD Officer Cowrie, at the urging of Officer Thau, misfires a CS gas canister that eventually forces police to fall back and lose their position.
Oh, what the? I'm fucking.
As officers on the West Plaza, unequipped with gas masks, struggle breathing, the plume of CS gas can be seen from the overhead camera on the lower right corner of your screen. It blows over the entire area of the West Plaza that the police had secured for nearly an hour.
So that's what actually happened. They actually tear gassed each other. I mean, ouch, but the incompetence, but goddamn.
The entire area of the West Plaza
I feel bad,
that the police had secured for nearly an hour. Within 3 minutes of the officer's CS gas misfire, the police line on the West Plaza entirely collapses.
Yeah.
Yo.
They killed
So
their
we
own
now know that
stronghold.
there were more than 200 plainclothes federal informants in the crowd. Some of them were already inside the Capitol before it was, quote, breached, before law enforcement opened the doors for the protesters in some cases. They were already inside, so you can draw your own conclusions from that. But we also know that a lot of law enforcement on the ground, those were local D.C. cops, Metropolitan PD, you saw on that tape, and some of the Capitol Police had nothing to do with any kind of setup. In fact, they were the victims of it. As you could see in that clip, law enforcement on the scene were completely overwhelmed. And the body cam video shot throughout the day shows that. You see cops repeatedly telling each other that leadership has failed them, and that's true, and that they've been, quote, set up. Watch this.
The cops were set
At
up. They weren't a part of a setup.
A frustrated police officer can be heard venting about being, in his words, set up.
They set up. That's what they did.
It would be a nigga.
They set up 64. Oh, absolutely.
It would be the nigga be like, nah, bro, they set us up, bro. I feel set the hell up. Nah, bro, I know what a setup feel like, and this is a setup.
And this is where Nancy Pelosi's culpability comes in, because National Guard was supposed to be there. If they knew about this event supposedly getting out of hand, it was Nancy Pelosi's responsibility to staff National Guard on scene so that way they could corral the situation.
Man.
And then they asked y'all to come 2 hours later.
This guy, he's a man set up.
They needed everybody right away. Nah, right away. They set up the up. So now we ain't got.
Damn.
We ain't got no mother. They set up.
Yeah, you bro pissed. He pissed.
At the same time, police officers discuss being unprepared for what they encountered.
I didn't know we were coming up for this. I would have made sure we all had our masks.
Oh.
I didn't realize how bad. They set us up to fail.
They did.
There was no way we were winning that.
Yo.
And now
They
you got
pretty
at
much
least
just
4
said go up
platoons
there
that are
and
just
try
gassed
and
out.
Yeah, literally.
try and stop them.
Because us, 54 doesn't have masks.
Yeah. Well, remember, we're supposed to be rapid response just to buy time for the hard platoons to come.
They didn't come. They didn't ask for them.
Shout out Darkside Link. He sent in $50, man. We appreciate that, bro. Baller alert, man.
Shout out. Let me go ahead and get my man together on the
Showing
baller
crazy
alert.
support, man, this stream. We appreciate you, dog. So look what Nerdy Bread Dog put in the chat. What did they put in the
Nerdy
chat?
Bread Dog. Weak.
Did they super chat? Okay. Let's talk about these hurricanes and FEMA being 7 days late. We have people, their pets, and families unhorned and lost. We need to make a change. Y'all, we need the money. Trump 2024.
On God. Bro,
I said that actually. There was this video, disheartening, really sick actually. Somebody had like strapped their dog to a fence right before they left for the hurricane.
Yeah.
I don't know why they would do that. I'm not sure what their idea was, but literally strapped their dog to a fence, ran or left, and then police response had to like free the dog.
Wild.
Crazy as hell, bro.
Well, man, I guess.
But yeah, it's just putting people. My point is, it's just putting people in an awkward spot. The whole FEMA response has really been underwhelming. $750 is ridiculous.
And when they gave like what 1 point some, like over $1 billion to immigrants came out of FEMA's wallet. Over $1 billion. And we done proved it. I done proved it here on the show before Key already pulled up and all that. But
and why
it's
is FEMA
sad.
sending money to immigrants?
Yep, bro. What was it? Selective Shelter Service Program, the SSP, bro. Just look up the SSP and FEMA, and you'll find out why FEMA is being criticized for not having no money for the situation. And then if you look deeper into SSP, you'll see that it was signed in by Biden of December 2022.
God damn, these bureaucrats, man. Always stealing our goddamn money, man.
Bro.
Always.
Man, and shout
All the
out
bank account.
And shout out guest dude, man. The National Guard should be securing the Capitol complex every election. Man, the founders meant elections to be soft revolutions, so make it make sense. Bro, the founders got mad over taxation on anything damn near. So it's kind of crazy how we're getting an income tax when I feel like the founding fathers would have been out here putting heads on sticks over that. But I ain't gonna lie, the American people, we done got docile and we didn't accept the authoritarian leadership that the government is placing on us.
They said, "Oh, it's for groceries, it's for gas." I'm like, the grocery stores are out of food, the gas stations are out of gas. What is that 750 doing,
bro? I always wonder, like, why do we have a sales tax? That's wild as hell. Like, y'all already tax us on the paycheck that we use to buy things, but now you want to tax on the paycheck and the stuff we need to buy it. I'm like, well, don't do the greed, no bounds. But hey.
Y'all telling me like, oh yeah, well people can still apply for individual like housing insurance or housing repair, and I'm just like, okay, well, don't you think it's gonna be a little bit harder for people to access that money when they're giving everybody this baseline 750? Something tells me they're giving y'all this baseline 750 is because they they already asked federal government to increase the spending or increase the access to money for them. Yeah. They already said they don't have any money. Y'all think that these housing repair funds are just gonna come right in?
No.
It's like a Boondocks episode. They made a joke about it. They take so long to get this FEMA money. That's why they give y'all this 750 up front, because that's all y'all gonna be getting for a while. And I'm not saying it to sound like an asshole. I'm just saying it because it's true. They're not gonna be giving y'all this housing repair money by next week, by next month. They gave y'all this 750 to hold y'all over.
Oh, well said. And all right, man, go ahead and get those for me real quick, big dog.
And shout out Marcellus B. $5. One of my concerns: who inherited the better economy, Trump or Biden, Bush Jr. or Obama? Why is this economy shit after the GOP leaves office?
Well, I ain't gonna lie. Obama got a terrible economy because of the 08 under Bush. And let's see here. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. The whole thing leading up to 08 was under Bush. So that mean I would say, honestly, Biden got handed a better economy.
Well, he got handed an economy that was resurging after COVID.
Like, well, I can almost prove it, actually. Here we go. See, look, wages are down when Obama was low-key doing his thing, and then Trump took it there, and all of a sudden, we just see a collapse under Biden.
Yeah, a local and domestic economy that was resurging after COVID, a global economy that was coming back, working class that was going back into the office, going back into the workspace. So all of that was kind of culminating as Biden came in office. So I would say that was an inherent pro for him. Yeah. But, next super chat we got Kayla Keaton, $1 or first super chat on the live. We appreciate that honor here. $5 actually. She said, "Did you ever take a political science class, high school, college?" I actually did. Interesting class.
It's kind of one of your prerequisites sometimes. Just get it out.
Civics class in high school and political science in my freshman year at college.
No, guys, what I'm saying, it's one of the prerequisites. Did y'all forget that? But hey, though, shout out.
Appreciate the question.
Certain racist insurrections.
I'm assuming you were
cops,
expecting the answer to be
exactly
no.
what happened. They got set up, and so did a lot of people that day. It wasn't.
Well, you
like
gotta have a basic
there
understanding.
was going to be a big demonstration. They knew very well. They've been talking about it for weeks.
Like I said,
it's
I'm
not
no
a guess.
pundit. It's just
it's proven. It's a
obvious
fact.
observations.
So they knew what
at a
was
certain
up.
Point.
They'd been set up.
Hey,
now, one of the protesters you may recognize from that.
Hey, but if you don't agree that tariffs are all bad, you don't know economics. It's crazy.
For weeks. That's not a guess.
Oh, unless they're buying
proven.
tariffs.
It's a fact. So they knew what was up.
Great point.
They'd been set up. Now, one of the protesters you may recognize from that day is a man called Jacob Chansley, often called in the media the QAnon shaman. He's the guy with the painted face and horns. Now, the media repeatedly told us that he and Ashley Babbitt, the military veteran who was murdered that day, the unarmed woman who was shot to death by Michael Byrd, that he was a threat to public safety and completely out of control. But of course, the tape shows just the opposite.
That was that QAnon shaman.
When Metro PD made their way to the Senate floor and asked Chansley to leave, Chansley complied immediately. He thanked officers and said, quote, "God bless you," as he left. Watch this.
Let's go. Let's go.
Thank you.
Y'all are so.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Thank you, officers. God bless you guys. Thank you for your patience. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for your patience. We love you. God bless you. That's what they said to the cops. Right? These are the racist insurrections. Jacob Chansley did hard time in prison. But there he is telling cops he loves them as he walks peacefully, unarmed, out of the Senate chamber. So you may have concluded correctly that virtually everything you have heard screamed at you for 3 years about January 6th is a lie.
They were
And this tape proves
armed.
it. It's an hour long.
People died.
It is well worth your time. We hope every American watches it and draws the obvious conclusion,
We might have
which is
to.
that our leadership class is poisonous, power mad, and dangerous. They're the dangerous ones, not the people who showed up at the Capitol to protest the theft of their democratic election. The people who set it up in the first place. Joining us now is David Sumrall. He's one of the producers of this documentary, and we're very glad to have him join us. David, thanks so much for coming on.
All right. So y'all obviously see the foot. We ain't gonna dive too deep into that, but y'all kind of get where we're coming from with that January 6th lie. Nah, they just keep lying. They don't do it, and they'll keep lying to you until they convince you that Trump is just this evil guy that just doesn't exist. I mean, bro, you know what's crazy? Most fears in your life usually stem from something that don't exist.
Latinos ask Kamala Harris.
We're gonna play Latino music. Oh, okay. They really put a real break in there, man. Damn. Okay. Hold on.
On the border, and as you know, you're Carlos Garcia.
Latin voters and Vice President Kamala Harris.
Comes from Arizona, from Yuma, Arizona. Carlos Garcia viene de Arizona y tiene una pregunta para el vicepresidente.
With a question.
Buenas noches, señor presidente.
Good evening.
Even if they did break in, right? Isn't it still comparable to Summer of Love, where all these federal buildings were broken into, damaged? You want to pull up that little
Yeah.
compare and contrast you had for him real quick?
Yeah, it is a bit grimy, but why not? It is fun. It is funny.
Because I don't know, we harp on J6, and I'm just like, hold on, did we forget about that whole summer where every mid to major city across America was torn the hell up by violent protesters? These people did not even pretend like they came in peace. Oh boy, just said, God bless you, thank you for your patience. Wasn't nobody saying that in the summer of love. They was fighting police officers.
And shout out to the start of this graph. Your outrage is manufactured, because it really is. So, 500 plus BLM riots, right? Left wing, but it's 500 plus riots. January 6th, just that one riot, right wing, lasted several months, these riots. Rioting lasted for 7 months. January 6th, lasted a couple hours. Man. So, 20 plus murders by participants. 0 murders by participants. Hundreds of small businesses destroyed. No small businesses destroyed. 150 plus federal buildings damaged. 1 federal building damaged.
You know, that was the craziest part of the summer of love is how they really indiscriminately attack these businesses. I'm like, hold on. These are some small business owners. Like, these are local business. You might know the family who owns this, and it's just like, oh, nah, fuck it. They got insurance. I'm like, bro.
What? Bro, they hate rich people. They hate successful people.
They would say anything to absolve the damage they did. They felt like the damage and the violence that was being purported was owed.
I got you.
They would, bro. One thing that killed me is the fact that they did all that damage to those mom and pop shops, and it was like, oh, they'll be all right. They got insurance. I'm just like, bro, some of these businesses are small. They're local. You know the family that owns this, and it was just like anything to absolve the damage that they purported. They felt like the damage that was purported, the violence that they carried out, was owed to society as reparation.
Wow. So yeah, 1 billion to 2 billion in damages, 1.5 million. Damn, only 1.5 million damages. Well, compared to 1 billion, about 2,37 officers assaulted, 140 officers assaulted. Man, protesters bailed out. Protesters kept in solitary confinement.
Federal prison.
So, man.
Encouraged by media and politicians. Encouraged by fringe political groups and agitators.
Wow. Downplayed by the media, exaggerated by the media. So, one got national outrage, one got national encouragement. And what is the difference, guys? Tell me what the difference is between these.
I think one side has more damage. One side was more destructive.
But
one side was never checked.
Yeah. And then they wonder, and
I'll let y'all make that decision what side I'm talking about.
And they wonder why liberals act so reckless today, because they've seen what they can get away with. they seen that they're a protected group. As long as you're a liberal, you can be as racist, as bigoted, and as outrageous as you want to.
And I'll say I'm not even making an excuse for January 6th, but let's just bring them up in the same conversation. If the summer of love was cool, or if the summer of love was just a riot, let's label January 6th as the same thing. Come on now.
I like the video of pretty much the report of, well, Kamala Harris's husband, Doug, backhanding a girl so hard or slapping a girl so hard, she spun around. I mean, it's messed up, but hey, though. Hey.
So hard she spun around.
Date to star-studded gala. The second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, 59, allegedly struck the woman in the face.
All right, I'm sorry.
Forcefully slapped ex-girlfriend for flirting with another. Forcefully spell. Look at this story right over here. Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, quote, forcefully slapped ex-girlfriend for flirting with another man in booze-fueled assault after date to star-studded gala. The second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, 59, allegedly struck the woman in the face so hard that she spun around while waiting in a valet line late night after a May 2012 Cannes Film Festival event in France. Nice. One of her friends told the DailyMail.com that the woman called him immediately after the incident, sobbing in her cab, and described the alleged assault. DailyMail.com is not naming the woman, who is a successful New York attorney, but will refer to her by the pseudonym Jane. A second friend said Jane, who had been dating Emhoff for 3 months, also told her about the alleged violence at the time. A third friend told DailyMail.com that Jane first told her in 2014 that she had dated Emhoff and recounted the full story of his alleged abuse in 2018, when then Senator Harris was in the news after grilling Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh in a Senate hearing over SA allegations. Wow. The friends, who all asked not to be named for fear of retaliation by Emhoff, shared with DailyMail.com pictures of him and Jane together from 2012 and other documents and communications corroborating elements of the story. Holy frickin' moly. This is bad. I mean, this is real bad. I mean, the hypocrisy is just insane. Once again, it's all projection. The left points the finger at us and says, you're a bunch of misogynists, a bunch of women-hating, MAGA cultic
Yeah, slapped the girl so hard she spun around. But you know, we hate women. We're the woman abusers. You know, if you're a Trump supporter, you're a misogynist. Oh, really? And shout out, man, Cody Siegel. Man, to this day, she still hasn't admitted where she did any good to the economy during her term. She still hasn't admitted. Yep. Until today, she still hasn't admitted where she did any good to the economy during her term, man. Shout out, Cody. We got, let's see here, Ryu Woodware.
$5. What's your thoughts on Elon? He still hasn't earned my trust after what happened with the Hyperloop. Oh, you talking about like his little tunnel? Elon has lofty ambitions and lofty goals, and I think sometimes he will overstate things, which can be a good thing as somebody with, ambitious aspirations myself. Sometimes you got to set the bar high, but I don't necessarily think that is indicative of him being a full-time scammer. Like I said, my stance on Elon is just he purports more good than bad.
Wasn't that like the underground?
Yeah.
Okay,
little
tunnel. I'm not sure if it was a scam. I think the city just denied him on it, or what? He just quit operations. They told him it wasn't possible.
I can't speak to that. I think honestly, I think that he did kind of get into a position where he was trying to bit off more than he could chew. Kind of said more. Had the it was kind of one of those things where
bro was trying to fix traffic in California because traffic in California is terrible.
It's just the concept of it. He had the vision in mind, but as far as the execution, I think he spoke to more so towards the vision before the execution was really set up,
or even really. I guess
before the plan was even formalized. Really, the vision was there, but the plan wasn't necessarily fully there. So I can see why some people will call it a scam because I guess it never really truly came to fruition. But again, Elon's one of those guys with lofty goals and ambitions, so you can expect somebody like that to say things.
It was a scam. Did anybody else put money in besides Elon? That's what I'd happen.
That is actually a good question.
Who else paid? Kamala. It's like no Trump supporter got Kamala derangement syndrome. It's like we just don't think she's just this evil, nasty person that, I don't know, y'all paint Donald Trump to be. We don't even think that about Biden. Like, to be quite honest with you. But for some reason, y'all just have this, I don't know, vitriol towards this man. Who knows? Who knows why? Then, let's be real, you wouldn't even hate J.D. Vance if Trump didn't pick him up. So I don't even know where that came from. But let's go over here to our man J.D. Vance taking on the town hall.
To start it off with.
Okay. You have such a good one, and you have such a strong one. The people here of North Carolina have been dealing with a lot, obviously, with the hurricane that just came through Florida. And we're going to touch on a lot of topics today about other things that challenge the American people day in and day out, especially over the last few years. So you are no stranger. I just saw your socks.
I'm a dog person.
Awesome. Is that a Malinois?
No, German Shepherd.
Oh, German Shepherd.
We're a big German Shepherd fan.
You know, it's funny. Like, I can call somebody a communist, and I don't think they're a bad person. Just I disagree with the way they want things to be governed. It's like, oh, damn, I think you're low-key a communist. I don't hate you. I just don't disagree with how you think things should be governed. That's all. You could be a Marxist. Even if she's even if somebody tells me, yeah, I'm a Marxist, I want all of that. All right, cool. I just disagree with how you want things to be ran. I don't hate you.
Family.
That is awesome. So, speaking of your personality, so, you know, you're no stranger to having challenges in your life and having to dig deep and having to come through and just to get where you are today. I would love for you to share with us what it is about your mindset and the tools that you use to be able to achieve the great things that you have.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for doing this. It's awesome to be here. Thank you to North Carolina. 26 days, we're going to turn the state red. We're going to do it together. God bless you guys. And I guess it's a tough question to ask, or tough question to answer, because it's always hard to evaluate yourself, honestly. And I think that maybe the two things, yes, I did have a tough life in some ways, and my mom struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I was raised by my...
Okay. All right, let me get into these poll results before we get into the longer videos here, because I do want to get into this real quick. Can Kamala survive the storm? Let's go.
Welcome back to The Decision 2024, brought to you by Valuetainment.
Y'all should like this, man. All right, white boys, y'all should like this because there's a pretty white girl in it, so you should be entertained.
And VT Analytics. This is where we bring
you
the news
I guess to
and
y'all,
numbers
to y'all,
going into the very
told
important
from the
US
fans.
presidential election. I'm Tom Ellsworth, the Biz Doc.
I'm Amy Dangerfield. Let's go ahead and dive into our top story this week, brought to you by VTnews.ai. This is an amazing news source backed by a powerful artificial intelligence engine created by Valuetainment. It's our top source when it comes to the news, and it should be yours too. So rolling into that top story, Trump returns to the scene 3 months from where he was nearly assassinated in Butler, Pennsylvania. Now, this marks an extremely historic rally. J.D. Vance was there, Elon Musk was there representing Dark MAGA. He gave a very, very powerful speech opening up the event. And of course, Trump, with his usual flair, opens up the speech by signaling to the graphic from 3 months ago when he was nearly assassinated and stating, as I was saying. It was an absolutely historic rally, galvanized even more support behind him. And of course, we're going to have to wait to see, how this impacts the polls. But speaking of the polls, let's go ahead and roll into the national polls brought to you by Rasmussen Reports. Now, we can see here that as of the 3rd of October, Trump is actually up ahead by 7 points. Now, this is the highest lead that Trump has taken since July 23rd. This was, of course, before Kamala became the presumptive candidate for the Democratic Party. Back then, it was Biden. And so this is really signaling and marking Trump taking a significant lead. When we take a look at Kamala's result, she's been fluctuating between 45 to 50. So her results have been mostly stagnant, whereas we can see Trump has remained on the incline, maybe having a couple of setbacks here and there, but for the most part, he is on a strong upwards trajectory nationally.
The states that matter are the battleground states. And let's look at 3 that will matter very much. Last week, we talked about Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, that if those go Trump, it'll be a very early night if they're called. So let's take a look at what the polls are saying in those key states. We have pulled a sample of polls that have come out. And if you take a look at Atlas Intel, September 20th to 25, 1,775 likely voters. That's a very large sample size, and it's showing +3. But if you look here, 2 of them are +1, Harris, and you have +3, +2. Our numbers that we're pulling together are showing 3.5 for Trump in Pennsylvania right now.
Right.
And we find a lot of enthusiasm that is somewhat repressed. We're asking questions and getting enthusiasm results, such as what you saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, the size of the crowd, and also looking at the areas, looking at yards.
100K, they said, pulled up there. 100K, G. I was like, yo.
Looking at things, there is a lot of enthusiasm, but there's also a lot of voters that are concentrated in Philadelphia, which runs dark blue. Nonetheless, that's what Pennsylvania is looking like, and the rally is coming at a time where that 3 points that we see is moving toward 3.5, and who knows where it's going to go. There's 30 days to go, and a lot could happen, but Pennsylvania is looking increasingly like it's headed for Trump. So now let's go south to storm-ravaged North Carolina. And first, before you're talking about election, if you have the opportunity to do so and to contribute and to help with relief to North Carolina and North Georgia, where the people have been absolutely inundated with floods and water, and now the recovery is in order, please move your heart away from political arguments and move it toward the people of North Carolina and do what you can through reputable national organizations. As we look at the polls here in North Carolina, Washington Post ran a poll, very interesting, the left-leaning Washington Post, with 1,000 registered voters, not likely voters.
We got to get that man out of here.
+3 Trump.
What
and
type
you look
of
at the
victim
date,
blaming ass shit was that, bro? I can't believe I just
Insider
read that
Advantage
shit. Get his ass
and
the fuck up out of here.
Quinnipiac that had a very low ranking.
Hell nah, he ain't just say that. Oh yeah, that is wild as hell, bro. You gotta get the fuck up out of here.
In terms of their accuracy in the 2020 polls is showing +1. If there's any left lean in this Quinnipiac poll, that's probably Trump 3. North Carolina looks similar. However, will those voters in the storm-ravaged areas be able to vote? There was a lot of requests for mail-in ballots. Did they receive them? Can they get them back? So in a world where 20,000 votes can make a difference in the rural areas that might not be able to vote, that could spell trouble. Right now, all things held constant, North Carolina, we have at 2 for Trump and gently rising week over week. Let's step back and take a quick look at some of the stories. We pulled these from X and VTnews.ai. Over the weekend, Kamala Harris's team, or herself, were tweeting about Lebanon at the very moment that the nation was looking to FEMA and asking questions about was FEMA being effective getting relief supplies into North Carolina and North Georgia. Nonetheless, the headlines came out and it wasn't what the campaign wanted to see. So not particularly good coverage and not particularly good leadership in the eyes of many, including the typical
Damn, hold on. The Fed said that? You telling me, hold on, the Federal Reserve even said, look, they spent all their money on immigrants. We ain't got nothing for them.
That's crazy as hell.
So now we go a little bit further south to Georgia. And +5 from Quinnipiac from the 25th to the 29th with 942 likely voters. We then go Insider Advantage over a slightly narrower margin with 800 likely voters, and it was showing at a tie. But if you take a look at this, it's a tie or one for Harris, with the other polls coming through showing Trump not just 1 point, but these are decisive leads, especially when you consider that BSG and YouGov definitely have shown to have a slight left lean in their polling. So if that's the case, that means Georgia is looking increasingly like a Trump state. Again, we're 4 weeks from the election and a lot can happen.
So now we take a look at the path to 270. And as we have just shown you, Trump is showing a very strong lead in many of these states that are needed for Kamala Harris. So with Trump, we can see that his clearest path to 270 is, of course, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. As we just showed you, he has galvanized a lot of support in those areas. He is up in the polls. And just with those 3 states alone, he is securing what he needs, 270 electoral votes in order to win the presidency. Now, when it comes to Harris, really her only path to 270 involves Wisconsin, which we see as a toss-up right now. It could be leaning a little bit Harris, but we see it nearly as a deadlock. Then we have Michigan, which of course is leaning Harris, so she has that in her favor. But Arizona, that seems to be Republican territory, at least right now. We're going to be watching this state carefully as we progress closer to
Arizona is near the border, so if anybody's seeing this, like, Well, I would say the disaster of the Biden and Harris administration, it would be Arizona.
Yeah.
So, and you know how they're
people in these border cities, these border states, even they're kind of seeing the pitfalls of the lack of policy, the lack of initiative at the border,
bro. And bro, you ask anybody, you think, bro, Arizona's like one of the most democratic states in the South. Like, bro, they were the one who legalized weed first down there in the South, like southern. So we're just like, yeah, they do have. I would say they really do lean more towards liberal. But what I hear from some friends out there is that it's more of like a moderate liberal. They're not like far left California, far left New York. And I guess, well, this administration just lost them completely.
Towards the election. So with 268 total, she needs to win all of these, plus one of these other states over here, or sacrifice maybe Arizona for one of the states here that have more electoral votes in total to get her over the line to 270. All in all, it's really not looking good for the Harris ticket right now.
However, a lot of things could happen in the next 4 weeks, and they usually do. But right now, the math seems to favor Trump. Win these three, along with the locks and near locks that are red, Texas, the Midwest, etc. While Harris has got to win the blues, California, New York, which she is going to do, and then have a mixture here along with a win back. So there's more work to do for Harris than Trump, statistically speaking. That's what it looks like.
And so now it's time for our valuetainment call. This is the culmination of all of the data we just showed you, plus our own aggregate to bring you our call just 4 weeks from the election. So with a month to go, Tom, what are we seeing?
We are not materially changed from last week, although we're concerned about voter.
Boom. All right, then. So, what you got to say about this map, Key? Because,
well,
look like Trump is kind of about to dub it. We're looking at 281.20. Now, this is them putting all their polls together and be like, all right, well, this is what everything's reading so far. And yeah, it kind of seems like she just gave up the South, like New Mexico. I don't know
still
how.
Pretty early. We're about 4 weeks out, as Tom said. But
yeah, so
this map right here infers is clearly Trump is up in a lot of
states.
A lot of the battleground states, they're either leaning towards him or completely red.
Yeah, and let's be real.
That's a good sign for Trump.
And they can't even give Michigan completely to Kamala, nor can they give Wisconsin.
What that indicates, though, is the observation that me and you have clearly made is this: that Kamala hasn't been able to swing anybody. She hasn't really been able to buy anybody's vote. Like,
yeah, the
her
skeptics
coming out with more interviews, her doing more talking engagements hasn't really swung anybody. In fact, it's actually kind of showed that exactly as we thought. Like, hold on, oh girl ain't got no original thoughts. Like, she's saying what she's saying now, what she was saying a month or two ago. Like. Nothing new, nothing original, word salad.
And just like the polls revealed during the debate, she has been unable to swing any independent voters.
Very true.
And this shows.
And that's what she would have needed in order to win the election. She still needs to make that the priority of her campaign, is to swing some of these people who are undecided, some of these moderates, and maybe even some people who are just, I'm kind of just voting Trump just because, I don't know, Kamala hasn't said too much.
Yeah.
She still needs to. I'm just pure strategy, devil's advocate. That should be her. That should be her campaign's, her campaign's pivotal point, or her campaign's focal point, I should say. Her advisors should be talking to her and coaching her on swinging some of these moderates and getting some of those people who are, and they're not really MAGA, they're not really Trump lovers, but they're just going in that direction because they feel like Trump has said more. Let's get some of those people over here.
But people forget the main key to swing over these independent voters is to sit in these hot seat interviews.
Yeah, facts. And she hasn't done so. I mean, she did the 60 Minutes. She did the what other hot button interview? Because she said she's done.
Nothing else. That's it. I was 60 Minutes. The only one that really, I don't know.
They gave her a little pushback. Maybe maybe that MSNBC a little bit.
Yeah,
maybe that. But beyond that, I mean, she's kind of been handheld and cakewalked through this mug. Shout out Dark Side Link coming in with 10. Would love to get on with y'all sometime and talk about this where I don't have to be censored by the tube and mention things that I haven't been able to. That isn't really that bad, man. We're reworking some stuff in the background. We're trying to get on a call-in show with you guys. We want to make it to where as many people can get in. And yes, we want to kind of get in to where it can low-key be uncensored, because I know a lot of folks got a lot of shit they want to say, and we want to hear it.
And it would have to be on Rumble. So make sure to follow us on Rumble, too, because if we can get more people on Rumble, because The call-in show would just be flawlessly. It'd just be easier to run on Rumble, especially if y'all really want to say what y'all really want to say.
Say what y'all want, you know, uncensored, candid. You know, you ain't got to worry about.
You ain't got to say words like grape, essay, and all that. You can get crazy with it.
You ain't got to worry about our channel getting flagged or nothing for another crazy shit y'all want to say. And we want to hear it. We want to hear it. We don't want to censor y'all, and we're working on that in the background. So stay tuned to the community posts, and as always, join the membership program for priority on those call-in shows.
Appreciate y'all.
Suppressed by weather and displacement in their own towns. And so North Carolina and Georgia, we still see as leaning Trump. As Pennsylvania, with those three, it would be 270, exactly what's needed to win. And our probability of that is actually higher, around 82%. We've added 11 here for Arizona, making it 281.
All right.
Now, many
that.
people are talking about, well, what about a national mandate? Well, I'll give you that.
Appreciate
if Wisconsin and
we
Nevada
still working on some
were to
stuff,
go,
man.
that's
Stay tuned
another
for
16,
sure. We're gonna put that together real soon for y'all.
297, nearly 300. And that's when you start talking about national mandates and probably carrying down ballot candidates with you. But for right now, what do we see? 270, 82%. 281 with Arizona, 80%. Virtually unchanged from last week, but we're watching carefully to see if there's going to be any bounce that have come out of the VP debate. That was a week ago. Those polls are being taken and analyzed right at this hour. Many of you have asked, where do we get our news? We get our news from vtnews.ai.
All right, before they flex their vtnews.ai, I might have to partake in my goddamn self. But let me see here. Was there anything else that, whoops. Because we still got a lot on the map here. But, oh, yes. This was sent in by a supporter, James Foley. So pretty much watch Trump roller expose the entire Democrat Congress.
Say this clearly. We have
Appreciate the
reason
support
to
in
believe
chat.
the House managers manipulated evidence and selectively edited footage. If they did, and this were a court of law, they would face sanctions from the judge. I don't raise this issue lightly. Rather, it is a product of what we have found in just the limited time we have had since we first saw the evidence here with you this week. We have reason to believe that the House managers created false representations of tweets, and the lack of due process means there was no opportunity to review or verify the accuracy. Consider these facts. The House managers, proud of their work on this snap impeachment, staged numerous photo shoots of their preparations. In one of those, Manager Raskin is seen here at his desk reviewing two tweets side by side. The image on his screen claims to show that President Trump had retweeted one of those tweets. Now, members of the Senate, let's look closely at this screen, because obviously Manager Raskin considered it important enough that he invited the New York Times to watch him watching it. Now, what's wrong with this image?
Damn.
Actually,
What's up, DMW?
there are three things very wrong with it. Look at the date on the very bottom of the screen on Manager Raskin's computer screen when we zoom into the picture. The date that appears is January 3rd, 2020, not 2021. Why is that date wrong? Because this is not a real screenshot that he's working with. This is a recreation of a tweet.
Yeah, for sure.
And you got the date wrong when you manufactured this graphic.
Damn.
You did not disclose that this is a manufactured graphic and not a real screenshot of a tweet. Now, to be fair, the House managers caught this error before showing the image on the Senate floor. So you never saw it when it was presented to you.
Damn.
But that's not all. They didn't fix this one. Look at the blue check mark next to the Twitter username of the account retweeted by the president. It indicates that this is a verified account, given the blue check by Twitter to indicate it is run by a public figure. The problem? The user's real account is not verified and has no blue check mark, as you can see. Were you trying to make her account seem more significant, or were you just sloppy? If we had due process of law in this case, we would know the truth. But that's not all that's wrong with this one tweet. House Manager Swalwell showed you this tweet this week, and he emphasized that this tweet reflected a call to arms. He told you repeatedly that this was a promise to call in the cavalry for January 6th. He expressly led you to believe that President Trump's supporter believed that the president wanted armed supporters at the January 6th speech, paramilitary groups, the cavalry, ready for physical combat. The problem is, the actual text is exactly the opposite. The tweeter promised to bring the Calvary, a public display of Christ's crucifixion, a central symbol of her Christian faith, with her to the president's speech, a symbol of faith, love, and peace.
Yeah.
They just never want to seem to read the text.
Yeah, I did
and
see
believe
that,
what the text
actually.
means. You'll see this reported in the media last evening.
Interesting
also.
stream.
Words matter, they told you. But they selectively edited the president's words over and over again. They manipulated video, time-shifting clips, and made it appear the president's words were playing to a crowd when they weren't. Let's take a look.
After this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down to the Capitol. But I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And we are going to walk down to the Capitol. They showed you that part. Why are we walking to the Capitol?
Too much now.
Well, they cut that off.
He says that the N-word
To
was
cheer
hard
on
on
some
too
members
much.
of Congress and not
He
others,
does. I don't
peacefully,
know what his angle is with that.
patriotically. The Supreme Court ruled in Brandenburg that there's a very clear standard for incitement. In short, to paraphrase, whether the speech was intended to provoke imminent lawless action, and was it likely to do so. Go to the Capitol and cheer on some members of Congress, but not others. They know it doesn't meet the standard for incitement, so they edited it down. We heard a lot this week about fight like hell, but they cut off the video before they showed you the president's optimistic, patriotic words that followed immediately after.
We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
There's that famous quote, like one of the House managers said, a lie will travel halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put its shoes on. Well, this lie traveled around the world a few times, made its way into the Biden campaign talking points, and ended up on the Senate floor. The Charlottesville lie. Very fine people on both sides, except that isn't all he said. And they knew it then, and they know it now. Watch this.
But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them,
on both
a very,
sides,
very important statue, and the
lefties and
Robert E.
righties.
Lee to another name.
No extremists, no radicals. He's not excusing any of the violence.
Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, excuse me, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now, are we going to take down his statue? So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history. You're changing culture. And you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad people.
He's not lying. He's not lying.
Oh God, and shout out to I Am. Over 15 billion with a B has been spent on this election. With what's their I'm sorry.
What's the
what's the return on investment on that to who?
I would say their return on investment is our attention. I mean, wherever the country decides to head in the next 4 years, we'll all be heavily invested in, and all of our money, all of our hard-earned investments will be geared towards that. So I think the return on investment, the money spent now, will be returned to them, companies,
actually, bro,
the economy over the next 4 to 8 years.
But you know how much Trump had done spent on his campaign? He done spent like $800 million. You know how much Kamala done spent?
How much?
$2.1 billion. Yeah, like Kamala, she's overspending on this campaign. So there's a lot of people throwing their money into this. So you know what? It does make me wonder. Like, you know what? I wonder how salty they are. If they really lose, how much money they put into this when they could have just matched Donald Trump's, budget and actually save a lot of money.
And some of that money is just gonna get spent regardless. I know that 15 billion with the B is a large amount. Trust me, I get it. But you gotta think it's the electoral process for the United States of America. Like, it's just a figure ultimately. Like, there's really a blank check when it comes to getting a candidate in office.
Yeah, but nah.
They're going to spend as much as they need to.
But he ain't lying, though. About $15 billion, spent in, like, support for these people. But the way they're spending it right now, it's a bit conservative, I'd like to say. I'm like, damn, they ain't go, like, balls to the wall with it?
Yeah, I mean, shit. We got a month left. We'll see what they do.
You were saying the press has treated white nationalists
buy a parade?
There were people in that rally, and I looked the night before. If you look, there were people protesting very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. I'm sure in that group there were some bad ones. The following day, it looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. But you had a lot of people in that group that were there to innocently protest and very legally protest because, I don't know if you know.
And I would just say that, I'm like, how could we be mad that it was a Project 2025 lie, but, they're going to take out slavery in schools, they're going to erase our history. I'm like, hold on. How are y'all going to get mad about that? But then y'all the same people who want to tear down, their statues. Like, aren't y'all doing the same thing you're accusing them of?
This is the context added when you play the video in full. It's really hard to be mad at the statement he made because it encompasses everybody.
I'm
not
talking about that. I was talking about the fact that, okay, black people going to complain that, they're trying to erase our history, but black people will literally go out there and deliberately try to erase white people's history and think it's okay. So, when you actually, a black person like, should these things be torn down? Yeah. Okay. So you pretty much saying it's okay to tear down white history. Well, if a white person say, well, then we should stop teaching slavery. And they going to throw their hands up going, racist. I'm like, well, don't you get what you said is racist as well?
Nah, I agree. I say leave them intact. Leave the statues intact. Appreciate that piece of history for what it is. I'm not a fan of revisionist history. Let's look at it for what it was. Like, it was a different era, and it just was the times. And some of our founding fathers were slave owners. It is what it is.
Yeah,
let's get past it rather than admonish them for it. We can't change the shit.
Yeah, we just leave each other's history alone. That's it.
They had a permit. The other group didn't have a permit. So I only tell you this: there are two sides.
Man,
to
right,
story.
man. I missed that black lady on the fucking pancake bottle, man.
For our country, a horrible moment. But there are two sides to the country. Does anybody have a final? Does anybody have? You have an infrastructure.
They told us that was racist.
This might be today the first time the news networks played those full remarks in their context. And how many times have you heard that President Trump has never denounced white supremacists? Now you in America know the truth. Here's another example. One of the House managers made much of the president's supposedly ominous words
it is
of,
what it is.
"You have to get your people to fight."
To go as far as trying to
But you knew
disrespect
what
their
the president
cultures
really
is
meant.
crazy. I'm just like,
He meant that the crowd should demand action from members of Congress and support primary challenges to those who don't.
You know what? Depending on where you from, we probably laughing at you.
Support primary challenges, not violent action. I know what he meant because I watched the full video, and so did the House managers. But they manipulated his words. You will see where they stop.
Oh, we might have to have you send that over, Christian.
From the meaning it has in full context.
And every time I want to talk about good time, I'm just gonna hold it up like, man, good time.
We used to be a proper society.
You have to get your people to fight. He told them.
You have to get your people
Yeah, you do.
to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them, we're gonna let you know who they are. I can already tell you, frankly.
The people who need to fight are members of Congress. Why did we have to skip the necessary due diligence and due process of law and that any legal proceeding should have? It couldn't have been the urgency to get President Trump out of office.
Shout out Darkside
House
Winston and
Democrats held the
then 10.
articles until he
History there to teach us of past mistake, past problems, so that way we don't make the same mistakes. But yeah, history always seems to repeat itself. Yes. Yes. I concur fully, my friend.
Definitely does.
We are meant to kind of keep this shit intact. Partly the reason I said, but duly the reason that you mentioned is to learn from it. Learn from our past mistakes. Leave it there as something not to admonish, but to something as a teaching point. You know, that's why we got history class, so we can hear about all the fucked up shit that was done in the history, and that hopefully we don't continue to purport the shit. So
yeah, and then we end up doing it anyway. I mean, you learn about slavery, and then you go to work, and then you figure out the fiat system, and you're like, oh, damn, I was in it all along. Huh.
God damn it.
They got me.
They got us.
Including their case.
Shout out the feds.
Hatred, animosity, division, political gain, and let's face it, for House Democrats, President Trump is the best enemy to attack.
Raskin objected to the certification of President Trump's victory
Beezy.
4 years ago, along with many of his colleagues. You'll remember it was Joe Biden who had to gavel them down.
I have an objection because 10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified.
I object to the votes from the state of Wisconsin, which should not be legally certified.
No debate.
Mr. President, I object to the certificate from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the electoral votes were not.
Debate. There's no debate.
Then I object to the certificate from
Hey,
the state
yo.
of North Carolina.
I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina. I object.
I object to the certificate from the state of Alabama. Electors were not lawfully certified.
Is it signed by a senator?
Not as of yes, Mr. President.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. The objection cannot be entertained. Debate is not in order.
Even with the
There is
malfunction,
no
87
debate in
voting
order. Is
machines
it
at the
signed by a
county
senator?
African-American
There is no debate. There is no debate.
Damn, he don't even listening.
There is no debate. There is no debate.
16
There
to
is no
1.
debate.
And the mass
Please come
weak.
to order. The
My
objection
signature on it,
cannot be
seeking your senator,
received.
but the Russian evidence
Section
of Russian
18.
interference-
I mean, at this point, I'm gonna have to steal that from Biden whenever people trolling.
There's
There's
no
no debate.
debate.
There's no debate. There's just no debate. No debate. I'm like, damn. He's like, you're not debating. He's just telling you, no, bro. There's no debate.
Title 3 of the
One more
United
time.
States Code prohibits debate in the joint session.
I do not wish to debate. I wish to ask, is there one United States senator who will join me in this letter
There
of
is no
rejection?
debate. There is no debate. The gentlewoman will suspend.
No debate. I mean,
Damn. All right, Biden.
Say that
yeah, that boy Biden was just out here dismissing people. I'm like, damn. I'm like, oh, no debate, no debate, no debate. Well, no debate. All right, but let's get into Barack, though. You
But you ain't black if you don't vote for me.
All right, let's get to Barack, though. We still got a lot, but let's get to Barack. The big guns.
All right, I done pulled out the big guns.
It is good. It is good to be back in Pennsylvania.
Get ready for the most eloquent word salad you've ever heard. It's like, nah, it's Obama, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Everybody, pull your tissues out, man.
It is good to be back in Pittsburgh. I love Pittsburgh. You know, I love the people of Pittsburgh. I love,
Shout out I am $5. Wonder who take Jacob Rothschild's seat after Fed 26, 2024.
Damn. You know, that's a good question.
Names?
Well, I know who it is gonna be. And I know at least I know their ethnicity. I know what their ethnicity is gonna be for sure. Can't tell you the name, but we know the ethnicity or we know the religion they'll be practicing.
Cue cha-ching theme sound.
Oh man. You know what? I can do that.
Oh God. One of them boys.
I first had those like 10, 15 years ago when I was running. And I was all like, I need some of those pancakes this time out. And even though I'm from Chicago, some of you may know, when I was a kid, I was a Steelers fan. So, and watching the Steelers this season, it seems I'm not the only guy from Chicago who likes being in Pittsburgh. Because so far, Justin Fields is doing pretty good. Now, before we get started, we have
He does look pretty skinny.
so I want everybody to be, just settle in. We got some work
But
to do.
age.
Before we get started,
Could be that as well.
I did want to say that we are, heartbroken about the loss of life in Florida, North Carolina, states across the Southwest. We are thinking about people, families whose lives have been upended by the storms over the last couple of weeks. I could not be more grateful for the first responders and FEMA professionals who have put themselves in harm's way to try and help.
Shout out Vice Versa coming in with $2. Then it's his first super chat on the live stream, and we appreciate that honor here at S.E.T Media. Commucrats tried taking their opponent out 2C.
You honor us with your first super chat.
Yeah, they did try and take that man out. Crazy as hell, man. And there's a lot of narratives, a lot of conspiracies about who put in that hit on Trump. But I say it wasn't really an assassination attempt on his life, but an assassination attempt on our democratic process. I'm weak. He said we got a little pump. They got Obama, SMH. Yeah.
Having honest, confident.
They do get all the cool celebrities and influencers on the left. I'm not going to lie.
It makes a difference.
Come on, it's the hedonist party.
And today I'm asking you to vote for some of those leaders, including some folks we need working with your outstanding governor, who you just heard from, Governor Josh Shapiro. We need them in Harrisburg.
Remember that voter die campaign?
So we need you to vote for your next Auditor General, Malcolm Kenyatta. Your next Attorney General, Eugene DePascale. Your next State Treasurer, Eric McClellan. And my buddy, your outstanding United States Senator Bob Casey.
I remember that. Didn't they say he drowned?
In Pennsylvania, there are 3 ways to vote. You can vote early, in person, at the county election office, or at a satellite office. You can also vote by mail. And if you need to figure out how to do that, just go to iwillvote.com PA to find a place to vote early or to request a ballot. And of course, you can vote at your polling place on Election Day, November 5th. But if you're at this rally, let's face it, you're probably voting unless you are 12. So you also have to help your friends and family make a plan to vote. And even if you're 12, you can do that. Talk to your mom and dad and aunts and uncles. Because together we have a chance to choose a new generation of leadership in this country and start building a better and stronger and fairer and more hopeful America. Now, you've already heard tonight, this election is going to be tight. Because there are a lot of Americans.
They had to pull the big guns. They looked at the polls. They seen Kamala down 2-3 points, even in some of the left-leaning states. And they said, you know what? Obama, hey, Obama, I ain't gonna lie, we need you to step out in Pennsylvania. He said, God damn, really? It's that bad? He said, yeah.
It's that bad. We down.
Out, Obama.
Actually, bro, but there was literally an Obama glass that they broke. As soon as you broke, Obama just got that call.
In case of emergency,
he's like,
glass.
He's like, you need me, don't you? Yeah, I know. No. I saw the polls. I saw them polls. Trust me. I know you need me.
They called that red phone in his basement. He said, you know not to call this number unless it's an emergency. He said, oh, it's time. God damn. He said, I have a particular set of skills.
Man, shout out vice versa, man. Hillary Clinton had Epstein, unalived in a cell, 2029. I could believe it. I could believe it.
They want to talk about who was on that flight log. I could believe it.
Yeah, because, bro, I would just say if that flight log ever came out, you would see every one of them Clintons locked the hell up. Well, at least, both of them. You see both of them locked the hell up. And maybe a couple of, whatchamacallits, members of the royal family.
These last few years, we had a historic pandemic wreaking havoc on communities and business.
Good looks.
Disruptions from the pandemic then caused prices to spike.
Boy.
And that put a strain on family budgets. And in many ways, it's felt like the aspirations of working people have taken a back seat to the priorities of the rich and the powerful. So I get it, why people are looking to shake things up. I mean, I am the hopey changey guy. So I understand people feeling frustrated.
What was his supposed gay lover's name?
St. Clair.
What I cannot understand.
Don't make us pull that video up.
Is why anybody
that in the vault.
would think that Donald Trump will.
I ain't hear about them late nights at Motel 8 with Obama and his supposed gay lover.
Crack-filled nights.
Man.
Real romantic.
Tuesday. Absolutely no evidence that this man thinks about anybody but himself. I've said it before. Donald Trump is a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago.
Yes, and you're a president who walked in with 6 figures and walked out 50 mil up. I mean,
I do find it
come
funny
on
how
now.
this repeated narrative of billionaire, almost trying to demonize this man for being successful. And I'm just like, Obama, bro, you came in the office with 6 figures and you left with 10, 11.
Oh God!
What do you talk about,
bro? Chill.
You left with a Netflix and a book deal that made you a multi-millionaire.
Impossible inside trading.
Yeah, dog, you can't talk about absorbently rich. You're one of them.
Come on now, bro.
Bruh.
Obama, what's your net worth?
Bruh.
The tweets and all
You can't fool me.
the ranting and the raving about crazy conspiracy theory. Yeah, the 2-hour speeches, word salad, just, it's like Fidel Castro, just on and on. Constant attempts to sell you stuff. Who does that? Selling you gold sneakers and $100,000 watch and.
He's never said that in any of his rallies. That's like
Bro.
that's like for his fans. That's like for his supporters. He never publicly advertises that. I've never heard him say that. Bro, we watch every Trump rally. You ever heard him mention the watches or the shoes?
Nah.
That's something he's done on the side.
Yeah, low key. But what was I about to say?
My bad.
Yeah, you good.
Just on and on.
Oh yeah, bro.
Word salad.
Man, not the word salad. It's the fact that this man you have $1 million house. Hey, what do you like, bro? Over multi-million dollar, bro. I think that bitch is like $100 million worth.
Oh yeah, Obama got that.
Like, bro,
he got
look
them
up,
M's.
bro. Look at Obama's house. That motherfucker is a castle.
Bro, he got them
What
M's.
is you talking about? I mean, for real, dog. You can't go out here bashing the rich being one of the rich. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Constant attempts to sell you stuff. Who does that?
You sold us a book.
Yeah, you and your wife sold multiple books.
And most recently, a Trump
Netflix
Bible.
series. I'm gonna give me that. I'm gonna give you that $100 Trump watch though.
Donald Trump edition.
Give me that one.
Got his name right there.
Oh
Next to
God.
Matthew and Luke.
And it's a collector's item.
I mean, you could not make this stuff up. If you saw it on Saturday Night Live, you'd say, well, no, that's going too far. No, he's doing that. It's weird. It's crazy. And the reason he does it is because all he cares about is his ego and his money and his status. He's not thinking about you.
Oh my God.
I mean,
That
you know,
tired ass narrative, bro.
I don't know, Obama. Was you thinking about those kids you were bombing for lower gas prices?
Ooh.
Like, were you thinking about them? I mean, shoot, man. I mean, come on now. Talk about not thinking about people. Like, let's be real, Obama. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, sit down. Just sit down for a little bit. They should have just left you alone. But but he's great at speeches. He got the jokes. He made us chuckle a couple times. Hey, man, that's the magic of Obama.
Go Beezy.
Donald Trump sees
Like him or hate him, great orator.
means to an end. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his country club buddies.
You're
Doesn't
one of
care
them.
If he costs more women their reproductive freedom because it won't make a difference in his life. Do not boo. Vote.
You not boo. Vote. I like it. See?
They can't hear your boos, but they can hear your votes. Most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the quote-unquote real Americans who support him and the outsiders who don't. Because having people divided and angry, he figures boosts his chances of being elected. And he doesn't care who gets hurt.
Let's see. Let's hear it.
I mean, think about it. Just the other day, we learned that on January 6th,
He did
a couple
what?
years ago, Donald Trump was told that Mike Pence was in the Capitol about 40 feet from an angry mob chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." And his response was, quote, "So what? Don't boo."
No, do a deep
Vote.
dive.
If Donald Trump does not care that a mob might attack his own vice president, do you think he cares about you?
If Kamala Harris doesn't care that her policies got a single black mother locked up for truancy, do you think she cares about you?
Ooh, damn. You know what? That's a good question. I mean, what
She
you mean?
cares that she purports that she's for black people. She purports that she has your best interest in mind, but her negligence in policy got an innocent black mother locked up, spent months in jail, was libeled in the news, her photo was used as the poster child of truant parents. But you think she cares about you? You think she cares about you? Oh, okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Pennsylvania, we do not need
Hey.
4 more years of that. We don't need 4 more years of arrogance and bumbling and bluster and division. America's ready to turn the page. We are ready for a better
We're not going
story.
back.
One that helps us work together instead of turning against each other. Pennsylvania, we're ready for President Kamala Harris.
Told you. So easy. He's sitting there like, I still got it.
And the good news is, Kamala Harris is ready to do the job.
Bro, it took so many of us so long to wake up.
Who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a change. Somebody who was raised in the middle class, who worked a summer job at McDonald's while she earned a degree.
Don't be mad it happened. Just be happy that you're here.
Who believes in the values that built this country. Somebody who has
never worked at
served
McDonald's.
with
Why are they
distinction
selling that lie?
in every office that she has ever held. I think we probably had a fainting spell back there. So let's make space for the emergency folks. This happens sometimes. Everybody bend their knees a little bit. You've been standing for a while. You can dance if you want. I just suggest bend your knees. But she'll be okay. Kamala is as prepared for the job as any nominee for president has ever been. That's who Kamala is.
Any more prepared than anyone. Okay.
And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner.
Really?
In Governor Tim Walz.
Really? So both of them.
Self-proclaimed knucklehead?
Yeah, the one that sold his state out to what? Somalians?
You mean the stolen valor man? The nigga that lied about his position in the military and how much he did to serve our country?
I mean,
when there's
yeah.
actual military vets out there in active combat right now that they deny that are in active combat?
Bro signed up. Bro got a promotion and didn't even fulfill the requirements to actually get his promotion. Wild work.
Stole another man's valor, stole another man's position, said, you know what? That sounds good. I like that you did that, but, you know, it sounds better on me.
I'm done.
Tim is a veteran. He is a teacher. He's a coach.
He's a
hunter. He's been a great governor working with Democrats and Republicans to get stuff done.
Really?
He can also take a vintage truck apart and put it back together.
You also stuck tampons in your son's bathroom.
Trump can do that.
He also cleared the 9-month abortion limit. So tampons in bathroom, abortion limit, sell out to Somalians. I mean, oh yeah. And he was the same person that sold his own damn state out during the BLM riots.
And he abolished conversion therapy in his state. I don't know why. That's just hilarious to me.
I mean, bro, he's the one who called Trump. I remember when Trump said, that guy called me scared, be like, they're surrounding my house.
Yeah.
And he's like, and Trump's like, okay, can you call them off? I mean, they're not mine to call off, but I'll see what I can do.
Like, these are my attack dogs. And like you said, the same man that sold his state out to LGBTQ and the Somalis.
Man.
For that matter, do you think Donald Trump has ever changed a tire in his life? I'm just trying to picture.
Oh, yeah, and his COVID relief fraud.
Yes.
Forgot about that.
COVID release fraud. The COVID relief fraud is crazy. But hey, man, hey, bro, if you're a Democrat, you can get away with anything. If you're a black Democrat, bro, you might as well go ahead and commit murder and just know you're safe.
Shit,
Hey.
shout out. Isn't that what Obama did?
Boy.
Shout out I am $5 coming in. Globalists don't care about America. There's always casualties. Under Trump, the world was safer. Abraham Accords. Nah, fact. No active proxies. No active wars. Diplomatic relations with Kim Jong-un, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, the name to boot, I should say. Bro, I mean, as much as people want to admonish Trump, they might not like how he said things. They might not like his orange hair. They might not like this or that about the man. But shit, I could say the climate was a lot better when he was in office as far as economics. Geopolitics,
things got better once we just got over Trump being in office. It was just like, oh, he's in office, we're about to go into we're about to get put back in chains,
after
as they was telling us.
After that first year of like knee jerk kind of subsided.
Yeah, I was like,
year 2, year 3, year 4.
I'm like
this ain't bad.
Man, I'm like, you know
COVID
what?
aside, like,
yeah, I'm like, prices are like, wages are going up all of a sudden. Our jobs are being added to the economy. Nobody's really complaining about anything. There's no wars going on. I mean,
For those of us,
Come on, it's good.
For those of us who are on unemployment or furlough during that time, that extra $600 a week wasn't bad. Those 2 stimmies that we got from they were from Congress. Man, it had Donald Trump's signature on that mug. Them wasn't bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, all jokes aside, like, I put your feelings to the side. Like, you can't really say that we were under some type of dictatorship or we were just so bad when it came to Trump's administration. Like, a lot of things, if you go back and really look at it and compare and contrast, you'll be able to notice, like, damn, okay, we actually were having it pretty nice. Shout out Dark Side Link coming in with 5. I feel like y'all should stop hating on these 2 guys for putting their rightful opinions out. They're speaking the facts.
Hey, man, appreciate you. Man, appreciate that.
It's all good, bro.
Oh, God, don't worry.
With the love comes hate, man.
Yeah.
So
They won't be focused on their problem.
it's all good.
We see it coming almost every day. It's every day.
They understand that too many folks here in Pennsylvania and across the country are struggling to pay the bills.
Oh, that was racist.
Even though wages
That was
are
racist.
growing
And I bet you're a liberal.
finally slowing.
Wait, what did he say?
The price of
Right here.
everything, from health care to housing to groceries, it's still too high. And that
I bet he's
takes
a
real
lefty.
bite, the paychecks. It hurts. So the question is,
It's that covert racism, bro. I told you, bro. Be coming from them, bro. I told you.
to do what he did last time, which was give another massive
Multiple
tax cut
ways.
to
Like, what makes you say that?
Oh, boy.
Don't vote. I'm gonna break
That
you
was
of
too
this habit.
funny. That was wild.
And the reason some people think,
But if he didn't give out those stimmies, y'all would have been complaining.
pretty good. Yeah,
Let's be honest.
Because it was my economy.
Like, COVID put a strain on a lot of people's finances. Like, if you weren't getting that $600 stipend, if your job was making it hard for you to get that unemployment access, what have you, like, yeah, that $1,200 did kind of help folks out. Like, let's not joke, let's not beat around the bush. A lot of people didn't need it. Shout out to y'all. That's a privileged position. But that $1,200 helped a lot of folks out that needed it during that COVID time. Like,
Yep.
it was to stimulate the economy back. Like, get that $1,200, just start spending and shit. Like, he had a plan with it, and it worked.
And shout out to Obama for saying, yeah, you're in my economy. And you're right. He took your economy and he made it better. I mean, it's not like you left us bad, Obama. Nobody's ever gonna doubt Obama when it comes to 2 things: the economy, because you bombed a whole bunch of Africans to make sure we got that oil right. Cool. It helped our economy, though. I ain't gonna lie to you. And then Trump just went off it without no wars, without bombing Africans or anybody. And he managed to raise the economy, without no blood. And then here comes Biden, 2 conflicts, inflation, and falling economy. And we're talking about wages. This is just the wages in general. And we really can't blame Obama. I mean, shout out to Obama, though, because, those years of immigration, bro, golden, dog. Kids in cages. I mean, I wouldn't have done it myself, but I guess, hey, things got to be done,
It's
right?
effective, I guess.
I guess.
Prove the point.
Me personally, but hey, though, look at this immigration during Obama. And this, shout out. Remember, this comes from Custom, Border, and Protections, okay? Not Trump, not nobody else, just Border and Protections. And shout out, bro, Obama, you had that immigration pretty low. And then Trump had it at a record low. Got out of hand, he hit a record low again. And now here we are in the Biden-Harris administration with record highs. I mean, you damn near, I have to move the screen to get to their record. Ain't that crazy?
It's crazy as hell.
I'm like, look, this boy Biden broke records 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. 6 times breaking records of letting illegal immigrants in. 6 times. I mean, hey, man, hey. This is y'all guy, though, right? That's y'all guy.
Y'all love that, man.
We had had 75 straight months of job growth that I handed over to him. It wasn't something he did. I had spent 8 years cleaning up the mess that the Republicans had left me the last time. So just in case everybody has a hazy memory.
Nah, we remember.
He didn't do nothing. accept those big tax cuts. His other big economic plan
just because you blew your money don't mean everybody did, bro.
Tariffs on everything, from food to TVs. Now, understand what tariffs are. Anything that's coming from that's made elsewhere and comes here, you slap extra money on top of it. And if other countries are cheating, in some cases, it makes sense because you want to have a fair playing field. But what he's proposing is basically a Trump sales tax that could cost the average family almost $4,000 a year. So if you're concerned about higher prices, that is not the way to get.
I understand that these proposed tariffs help us out because they make them play ball. They make these companies play ball and either lower their price or come back domestically, operate over here. They make these other countries that we're trading with play ball. You're not going to be able to get off on us with these products and y'all win and we lose. Like, y'all think that the price is going to get passed down to consumer. Like, okay, theoretically, but with the proposed tariffs and the actual plan is to make these people play ball.
Actually, no, it's so crazy. They well, here's the problem. They think it's gonna add to their American goods or it's gonna raise grocery prices. Tariffs only raise the prices of those things being imported from other countries. So what does it entice you? And all it does is it brings the prices of these goods that, well, some of these countries make for less, and it brings them up to our price or higher depending on the tariff. So we don't lose our competitive advantage, or we don't lose competition due to pricing.
Yeah,
that's really what it is. And some things are made with higher quality in America, even though it may be the same price. So instead of people just going off of it being cheaper, they're going off of, well, which one's better quality.
Lower prices, that's going to come out of your pocket.
And how? Because people said it was going to raise grocery prices, and I'm like, 90% of our groceries and beverages, well, our food and beverages, they come from like domestically grown places. So it's us. It's us who make most of our food and beverages, most of our groceries come from us, 90%. So to say it's going to raise our prices is ridiculous.
You think prices are high?
Our grocery prices especially is ridiculous.
Basically, you ain't seen nothing yet. All right, so that's as far as you can tell, that's his plan, right? Because it's not written down anywhere.
What about Agenda 47 that's been on his website?
You heard it in the debate. Donald Trump's got one answer. Ending the Affordable Care Act that 45 million people.
Wow, are you serious? No, I can't let that man just say that. No, Donald Trump literally said, I have no plans on ending the Affordable Care Act until I get in office. I have a plan to revise it. But until then, I'm leaving it intact, letting the Americans who need to access it for health care access it. And until I can put my other plan in place, which will be more efficient for healthcare providers and healthcare recipients, it'll stay in place. So why is this narrative that he still plans on dismantling the Affordable Care Act floating around? Oh, I get it. Because anytime Obama, Kamala, Tim Walz gets on here and says it, they know y'all just run with it to the bank.
Honestly, I can see Obama and his feelings about it because, well, he did it and it was bad. It was low-key bad what Obamacare was doing to some Americans. Well, a lot of Americans.
It left them without choice, actually.
And then, Trump came in with like a policy fix bill. When he came in, like, let me take care of this. Let me remove this little mandate. Let's take care of that. Let's open up the market a little bit and problem fixed.
Yeah.
And he's a little salty of that. Well, Trump made Obamacare better.
He bolstered Obamacare, honestly.
The other day, his running mate, J.D. Vance, had you got a vote.
That's the problem. I think you don't know what you're talking about.
To say Donald Trump salvaged the Affordable Care Act. I mean, Donald Trump spent his entire presidency trying to tear it down.
Not for real.
And by the way, he couldn't even do that right. And now, 8 years after he was elected, when he was asked about what he was going to do, he says he's got concepts. of a plan for how he replaces it.
Hey, Seth. Hey, Seth and Key. Sorry, late to the party. How are you guys? I'm great. I'm actually doing great, Seth. Appreciate you for asking.
Doing pretty good myself. Good to see you, Steph.
Now, I want y'all to think about this for a second. Let's say your boss gives you an assignment project.
Go ahead and super chat in and tell us
He
what
says,
we're
"I need
missing.
this on Friday." And Friday comes around and he says,
Bring up a topic to debate us on.
You finished that project I asked for. And he said, well, I actually haven't started, but I have a concept of a plan. Or you could try it at home. Honey, did you do the dishes? I have a concept of a plan to do the dishes. How's that going to go over?
Well,
The same woman who, when asked of how she plans on enacting her tax plan, enacting the tax proposal on the rich, she just said, "Oh, we're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to make it happen."
Yeah, we just have to. It just
Y'all wanna
has to
talk
be
about
done.
Concepts of a plan, but when asked how she was gonna enact her tax proposal, "Oh, we're just gonna get it done." It's one and the same. One and the same.
Wild. And I always just say, I'm like, well, she has all the numbers. Why aren't we asking Kamala and Biden what's their plan? We're asking Trump as if he's been debriefed on all the numbers, as if he has every figure there. I think that was the most honest answer you can honestly give was, bro, I can only give you a concept of a plan because I need to know what's going on. I didn't even know what they've been doing completely. I need to know what numbers are being pulled in from whatever tariffs or whatever trading acts they have. And we can take it from there, but I'm not just gonna give you a flat out plan without knowing the numbers. It's like me asking you to solve a math problem, but I don't show you the math problem. I mean, you don't even know if it's calculus, you don't know if it's trigonometry, bro. You don't even know if it's geometry. You just know that I'm telling you to solve a math problem. What you gonna tell me? Well, I have a concept of a plan to solve it if I just see it and know what it is and see what's going on, right? Right. That would be a better way to explain it.
For the President of the United States. But the good news is, Kamala Harris, she doesn't have concepts for a plan. She has an actual plan to make your life better.
Let me shut something.
To bring down the cost of things like groceries. She'll go after corporations that are jacking up prices. Just like she went after big banks and for-profit colleges when she was an attorney general in California. And believe me, when she does, nobody's going to want to stand in her way. I remember after the home mortgage crisis, Kamala pushed me and my administration harder than any other attorney general in the country to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement.
Shout out TG coming in with 5. He says, can we talk about how shit Trump is as a human? Epstein Island, rape charges, draft dodger. That's just tip of the iceberg, truly an American, right? Oh, my God.
Oh, okay.
Everything you just said about that man can be said about every other politician.
Hold on.
Y'all kill me with this
How is he anxious? Okay, first off, personal bias. Second off, Epstein Island was never on Epstein Island. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about an article that said he was on a plane with Epstein, when if you look in deeper to the article, it said that he was on a plane from Florida to New York. He never went to Epstein Island. Even in the article that you'll probably bring up, it says it there at the bottom. It'll even tell you, yes, he was on there with other socialites going from Florida to New York. That's that. Now, you can't say that, oh, he was on Epstein Island because he never went to Epstein Island. He wasn't that cool with Epstein, apparently.
Are you talking about the E. Jean Carroll rape charges? Man, we debunked that right here.
I
on the
mean,
channel. She's the same one that said grape is sexy.
Yeah, right on CNN, right? Bro, Denver had to be led to the story, and it's a civil charge.
Draft dodger.
So hold on. Here's the problem about a civil charge. When they bring it up in civil court, you don't actually have to prove that he raped you. That's the problem. Because, like, think about it. We're talking about now you come out and say this, where there's no grape kit, no nothing. We're just going off her word alone. You know, believe all women type of shit. Believe all women. Draft dodger. They said he has some medical condition. And I guess that scam could be traced. I guess that conspiracy can be traced back to his dad, but he has some type of bone thing going on. So
yeah, that's him inhibited from actually.
Yeah, so it's not like he dodged a drive. He wanted to go, but hey, the doctor said no.
What about Wall's stolen valor though? What about Hillary being on that same Epstein list?
I mean, what about Bill Clinton? Bro, Bill
and
Clinton
his rape
was
charges and his sexual allegations.
You know, it's crazy. Trump used to be cool with the Clinton family, and bro, the only reason he was around Epstein was because of the Clinton family. The Clinton family was the one who was the connection between Trump for them to be even in the same room. Yes, the Clintons are more aligned with Epstein than anybody, really. I mean, shoot, the Clintons and Wexler. And, you know, if you want to go back and look at the last video, we went in to who was on Epstein's, like, supposed list. At least his top 3 conspirators. But there we go.
I remember after the home mortgage crisis, Kamala pushed me and my administration harder than any other attorney general in the country to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. Y'all can't prove that. You can't prove it was a routine to move the draft if a doctor's note says, yes, and there is a doctor's history record of them pretty much saying he has some type of bone marrow. I don't know what it was, some type of bone spifidus or something like that. And they say you just couldn't go. That was it. Like, you can't prove to me and say, oh, that was a ploy. That was a ploy. Prove it. Prove it. You can't. You really can't. Just like E. Jean Carroll can't prove that Trump actually raped her. All she can do is just say it and tell her story worldwide.
It did not matter that she was pushing a Democratic administration. She was not going to let anybody stop her from winning as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. And because of the work she did, those families got billions more than they would have otherwise.
Appreciate you, TG. Appreciate you.
President Kamala Harris will be.
I know we have a difference of opinions on Trump, but yeah, there you go. We just have to go through all that for you. And yes, y'all can look it up yourselves. The Epstein with Trump. Bro, I mean, there's a lot more people that Epstein took pictures with that we don't want to bring up for some reason. But Trump is just the one that y'all focus on. And some of these people have actually been recorded and going to Epstein Island, even though Trump is never. But y'all don't focus on that. Man, y'all don't even see how y'all been side-opped to think it to go Trump. Trump wouldn't trust me. It's really some other people. I mean, I promise you, Trump is not the guy y'all think he is. And you're talking about somebody who's also trying to prove what y'all talking about right now. I've tried to prove that Donald Trump's a bad guy, and now I'm a Trump supporter all of a sudden. Maybe if you do the same research, you'd find something.
To lower housing costs, Kamala will cut red tape and work with governors like Josh Shapiro, as well as the private sector, to build 3 million new homes. And she'll give first-time home buyers up to $25,000 to help with the down payment. Plans, concrete plans.
Here's the funniest thing. Obama's bombed hella children in African countries, but Trump hasn't. So I don't know. It's crazy how y'all have this vitriol for Trump and not the same thing for Obama. And Obama's done way worse than Trump. Even though he left us in a good economy, if you hear about Obama's plans, what he's done overseas, you would be downright disgusted.
Don't y'all sound like the same conspiracy theorists that you trying to say people on the right are? Like, there's documented medical record of him having a bone density issue, I believe, that inhibited him from going into the draft. And y'all are saying like, oh, well, that was just a way to dodge the draft. Like, whoa. Aren't we just negating the actual medical records that this man has on file? Like, you sound like a conspiracy theorist now saying like, oh, well, that was just his attempt on dodging the draft. Like,
all right, and
you're putting that together yourself.
Shout out Cody Justin Fannin. And he said, are you guys confident in Trump achieving his no tax on tips, overtime, Social Security, or no, not car loan interest, but credit card interest? Gotcha. Yeah. And I don't even know how he can, if not through Congress. Well, he delivered on everything his last presidency. Let's be real.
Yeah.
He delivered on his last presidency. So like I said, we're only going off his track record. He got it pushed through. There's a lot of things Trump ran on. He actually got it done, bro. Even the wall that y'all say he never got done, he actually got built. And we can even show you proof that the Democrats, Joe Biden has done everything to tear it down.
Man, there were certain parts where the federal government sued Texas for trying to build borders, whether it be through on the actual physical land border or the water border. They sued the state of Texas for trying to
and they want to bring up the topic of Congress, and I get your point, but
yeah, he's gonna have.
Isn't Congress mostly like Republican or something now, or is it mostly Democrat? Right?
I think it's. I want to say it is a Republican majority in Congress right now.
Yeah. So do you think Trump is going to get that much?
But it is going
to.
I do see your point. That's a good point. It is kind of going to depend where Congress stands on that. So I will give you that. But I think
no tax on tips. You know, hey, I know he can get the corporate tax push. He's the first, bro. He's the one who got it lowered to 21. So Trump is the one who took it from like 30 something to 21. And that's still in place. Now, he's just seen an opportunity to take it down even further. I could see him doing it. He did it already. He did it already.
For a lot of folks, that could be the difference between watching their dreams pass them by and finally owning a place of their own. To lower health care costs, Kamala already worked with Joe Biden.
Yeah, it's a Republican majority. 221 congressional seats versus 213 congressional seats.
So yeah, I'm not sure. That's what I was saying. I didn't want to harp too much on the Congress point because I wasn't sure about who was really majority leading it. But yeah. Republican majority lead, your Congress point kind of falls on deaf ears because it's like, whoa, aren't y'all mad? The whole reason that there's mostly Republicans in there, so. Pretty much whatever Trump trying to do, they're kind of going to be in alignment with. Most of the time, they're in alignment with it.
Yeah, I think he was genuinely asking. But to answer that question, yeah, I think he'll have an easier time with the congressional balance being in the Republicans' favor. So hopefully those things go through. I mean, I can't say for sure, but I do like the policy, and hopefully those things are able to be enacted. Shout out Dark Side Link. Sylvester Stallone dodged the draft, but yet people still love watching his movies, yet y'all attract Trump so hard. And there's no proof that Trump dodged the draft.
Didn't Muhammad Ali just
he did.
Yeah, he said, I ain't doing it. Yeah, he said, I ain't going. So... I mean, let's be real.
They celebrated him.
Yeah.
Like he was like a martyr, and I respected the decision.
But I ain't gonna lie, it's like the BLM riot and the January 6th riot. It's like it's selective outrage. Like, even though one side was obviously more egregious than the other, you only want to be you only want to be mad at the side that you have a personal grievance towards, or I guess this vitriol for.
Different strokes for different folks.
Prescription drugs. And as president, she will
appreciate y'all. We caught it. Appreciate y'all.
And protect your care. That's who Kamala is. She's got a track record of doing it. And here's the big one. Instead of giving more tax breaks to billionaires and raising prices on working families, Kamala will give a tax cut to 100 million middle class and working people here in America. So, if you're a new parent, you could qualify for a $6,000 tax credit during the first year of your child's life. Because I don't have to tell a lot of you, raising kids is hard. And she wants to make it easier to afford stuff like a crib or a car seat or diapers. I remember buying diapers. I remember the first time I went in the store, right after Malia was born. I was like, what? That's how much diapers cost? I remember changing diapers. You think Donald Trump ever changed a diaper?
And shout out I Am, man. Don't see how anyone wouldn't want Donald Trump, James David Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, Tulsi Gabbard, and Robert Francis Kennedy Jr. to represent America. I mean, like, dog, I'm thinking the same thing. I'm like, bro, we're looking at the Justice League damn near right here. I mean, if you don't trust Trump, can we trust JD? And if you don't trust JD, can we trust Vivek? You don't trust Vivek? Come on, Tulsi Gabbard. If you don't trust Tulsi, I mean, come on, we got like Democratic royalty here with RFK Jr. Like, come on. Y'all got to rock with somebody. At least two. Come on now. But nah, see, I feel the same way though. I do feel the same way. I'm like, damn, you got RFK, Tulsi Gabbard. Like with just them three alone, he had it in the bag to me.
Called it the Dream Team,
bro. A Dream Team. They had Justice League, all that.
I almost said that, but I decided I shouldn't say it. If you're starting a small business, Kamala Harris will give you a $50,000 tax credit to help you get it off the ground. That's who Kamala Harris is. That's what she stands for. So with Kamala, you've got
tax credit,
actual plans. Trump, concepts of a plan. Now, if you challenge Trump to elaborate and enumerate his concepts, he will fall back on one end. J.D. Vance does the same thing. Doesn't matter what the issue is, housing, healthcare, education.
All right, come on now. Okay, now, I hear what he's saying because he's pretty much saying that, well, J.D. Vance, you ask him, will just be like, why had Kamala done it? Now, if you ask Trump, I'm pretty sure he can sit there and explain the plan to you, though. But isn't it kind of funny, though? But doesn't Kamala do the same thing? Like, whenever you ask her anything to elaborate on, she just goes back to her life as growing up in the middle class. Like,
and shout out Cody Justin Flannan, $2. We got to keep the House and flip the Senate. Yeah. In order for all those policies, tax on tip, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. Shout out my mom and my dad's out there. It does have to be a majority House and Senate for that to get passed. For no Democrats to halt it or stop it and be like, no, well, we need to readjust this and we need to reform that.
There will be compromises. I'll tell you that right now. Like, even if you think Trump can, like, I promise you, even now, I don't think Trump probably will get it all the way to 15. He might get it to 17 or something. There's gonna be some compromises made. But the problem I don't like with Kamala is that she doesn't even acknowledge the fact that she got to go through Congress. You know that? She don't even acknowledge it. She don't even say, we might have to have some compromises or whatever. Nope, just gonna happen. Nope, gonna happen. And then when it don't happen, she's just gonna say, oh, Donald Trump called it and got it knocked out. Are y'all gonna believe that excuse every damn time? Like, that man got that power? I'm telling you, because I honestly think that's what they're gonna do. Every time she fails to produce something, or every time the Biden administration fails, they're just gonna say, oh, and because the House is Republican, oh, well, Donald Trump called his lackeys and he knocked it off. That's gonna be your excuse every time.
Paying the bills. Their only answer is to blame immigrants. They want you to believe that if you let Donald Trump round up whoever he wants, by the way, and ship them out, all your problems will be solved.
That's what you did under your administration. You're taking a play out of your book, bro.
We're a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants. We have to make sure it's fair. There are communities at the border that can be overrun. We've got to actually solve a problem. But when I hear Donald Trump talking, I've got one question. As I recall, Donald Trump was president for 4 years. And if rounding up and deporting millions of desperate people and building the beautiful wall, and didn't matter whether some of those folks you rounded up were women and children. If that's the answer to everything, well, why didn't you solve the problem? Why?
Hold on. G.
Oh, refer back to that graph.
I'm like, dog. I mean, Obama,
he's
you made them.
He's contradicting exactly what happened in real time. Like, Obama,
you made them.
Deportation was at its highest under your administration.
Bro, I mean, like I said, but we congratulate Obama. You kept it at a record low. You had to keep kids in cages and all that good stuff.
Bro, y'all remember them aluminum foil blankets?
Like, bro, that was Obama. Did we all not forget that Obama was the one who put the kids on cages?
Major ice roundup. And Trump just said, I ain't gonna lie, he cooking.
Yeah, Trump just said, let's keep that in place.
Let me double down on that.
Like, yeah, I can't be mad on something that you started and he just kept going. It worked. It worked, did it not? Oh, you put women and children. I'm like, dog, so did you. So did you. And because y'all stopped doing that, going over here into 2020, now we got a skyrocket in immigration. So, nah, Obama. I'm sorry, though. We just can't let you say that.
Were the number of immigrants basically the same when you left office as when you took office? I'll tell you why. Because he didn't have a real plan. He had talking points. He had concepts of a plan. And the plan was mean and ugly. And it was designed to enhance his politics and make people angry, not to solve the problem. You know what would actually help bring order to the border and fix our immigration system? The bipartisan deal that Kamala Harris supported, even though it was written by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress, the same bill that Donald Trump tanked on purpose because he thinks fear-mongering is how he's going to win this election. He told Republicans, even the ones who had originally supported, don't vote for it, because he doesn't want the problem solved. We don't need a president who will make problems worse just to make...
Or when you looked at the details of the bill, not only wasn't it a true border bill, it was disguised as a border bill with funding going everywhere else but the actual border. They were going to send the crumbs to the border to address the actual problem. We had funding going over to Ukraine, increased funding going over to Israel.
$60 billion to support Ukraine, about $14 billion to security assistance to Israel. We got like what? Central Command. Actually,
And how many immigrants were allowed per day under that border bill? Because it allowed for immigration to...
Bro, you might be able to read this all better than me.
All right, bet. So the proposed border bill, right? So we had 118.2.8 billion. National security supplemental package includes $60.6 billion to support Ukraine as it fights back against Putin's bloody invasion. I can't even read that bullshit off. 14.1 billion in security assistance for Israel. So you got Ukraine, Israel. 2.44 billion to support operations in the U.S. Central Command and address combat expenditures related to conflict in the Red Sea. More military industrial complex spending. Boom. 10 billion in humanitarian assistance to provide food, water, shelter, medical care, and other essential services to civilians in Gaza and the West Bank, Ukraine, and other populations caught in conflict zones across the globe. Wars we started, and now we're trying to put a band-aid on it. 4.83 billion to support key regional partners in the Indo-Pacific and deter aggression by the Chinese government. More military industrial complex. 2.33 billion to continue to support Ukrainians displaced by Putin's war of aggression and other refugees fleeing persecution. Y'all starting to see a trend. This is the border bill, by the way.
This is the bipartisan border bill that they were talking about.
This is the border. Y'all ain't heard me say nothing about the border, but this is the border bill, though, right? The bipartisan border policy changes negotiated by Senators Chris Murphy, Democrat out of Connecticut, Kirsten Sinema, Independent out of Arizona, and James Lankford, Republican out of Oklahoma.
That's what they're talking about.
20.23 billion to address existing operational needs and expand capabilities at our nation's border.
2 point what?
20. So 20.
Okay, cool.
So
hold on. Hold on. So you tell me almost like 70 something billion dollars going outside of America.
If I were to had to have add all this up, I would say out of this proposed border bill, maybe 35% of the funding went to the border.
Bro,
with 65 going globally.
Bro, it sounded
for other causes.
Bro, it sounded more like 80-20. That's it. It's like, bro, because they said it was like 100 billion, right? Or close. So why is so much going overseas And all right, but 20 billion for the border. I'm like, dog, I'd have signed that away too. I'm like, dog, what you mean? So you tell me we got more money for the border. Why is that not being included? And that's an at-home problem.
So what that list leaves off is that in addition to all that spending, all that funding, with again only about 20 to 35% going towards the actual border, it also adds that I think up to 8,500 immigrants a day were allowed.
Yep. So yeah, the border bill.
This is the border bill, the strongest border bill that we've had in our nation's history. That's what Kamala said. Oh, one of the strongest border bills. It was sure to stop the issue. It was sure to make sure we had a secure border. This is the proposed border bill, y'all. So just when they say that, know that it was really a disguised border bill. I just read off all the funding. I just read off how it was allocated. You can't tell me that was a border-centered bill. You can't tell me that, and that's why it was voted down. And it was even some House Democrats who say, like, yeah, we don't like how the funding here. We don't like how this is spread out, and where you have the money allocated to.
And if you want to see the border bill for yourself, make sure to follow us on X. I just reposted it, man. I got y'all. Let's go. Make sure to follow us on X.
His own political circumstances better. We need a president who actually cares about solving problems and making your life better. And that's what Kamala Harris will do.
He said the nothing from now is, of course, wrong.
And to help her do it, she will need a Senate full of serious public servants like Bob Casey. I'm going to talk about this man just for a second. I've known Bob for almost 20 years. I've watched his daughters grow up. I know his brothers and cousins, and let me tell you, there are a lot of brothers and cousins. And I can tell you that no one is more humble and more honest and more rooted in his community and has more integrity than Bob Casey. You know, in Washington, folks make a distinction between work horses and show horses. And Bob Casey, he's not a show pony. All the guy cares about is doing the job and looking after you, the people he was elected to serve. That's the kind of person we need to send back to Washington. That's the kind of person who's going to help Kamala get stuff done. Folks who share our values and will do what they can to move this country forward rather than backward. That's who Bob Casey
I can't
is.
believe anything this fool says. Just 2 to 3 months ago, he was campaigning the same way for Joe Biden, who they knew was in deep cognitive decline.
Man.
They're liars.
I can't go, Obama. I can't go.
One of those values is freedom. And during election time, there are a lot of flags and there's a lot of talk about freedom. So let me talk about that just for a second. Because I don't think we've ever had an election.
I'm weak, man.
I believe it.
Cody, he hitting him with. Man, Obama was at the Diddy parties.
Hey, I believe it. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know, bro.
You know about Obama's past? He is one of them freaky ass niggas. He is 69 God. Ain't gonna lie.
The candidates who understand.
Allegedly, reportedly.
Yeah. Supposedly.
For Donald Trump and his cronies, freedom means that the powerful can do whatever they please. Fire workers for trying to organize a union. Dodge paying their fair share of taxes. Try to throw out your votes when they lose an election. Control what women can and can't do with their bodies.
Shout out Sarah Jean coming in for 5. That doesn't even touch on all the border patrol. They were giving themselves a dirt nap over what they were seeing and being told to stand down. Yeah, and we covered a border patrol agent coming out and
talking about there was an up in suicides because, like, bro, they gave a promise to their state, their country, and this is what they put their lives up to do, just to go home and be like, man, I done let in like another 100 in. They told me to drop them off in the city.
These folks are overworked, demoralized, pencil pushing folks in. The TPS program allow for people to literally fly over these people's head, over their jurisdiction. So, yeah, you telling me that these Border Patrol agents that signed up put their life on the line, because, yeah, it is a dangerous job at the end of the day, put their life on the line to defend our nation's southern border. They're low-key just the leadership is what's the problem. The leadership is what's the problem. It's not that we have a weak Border Patrol service. It's not that these men aren't trying to do their job. It's the leadership. They can't do anything past the orders that are being passed down. And we had a Border Patrol agent come on, and we reacted to him admitting, like, yeah, like, this is straight command from the top to the bottom. Like, it's not like we just letting these folks in for no reason. It's not like we turning a blind eye to it. Like, no. It's a system.
Freedom is getting away with stuff. It's like you said in the middle of the pandemic. I don't take any responsibility at all. People were dying. I don't take any responsibility at all.
Okay, come on.
I'm not sure any other president has ever uttered that statement. We have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for our families if we're willing to work. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send our kids to school without worrying if they come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life, how we worship, who we marry,
how we delete these babies. Anytime they say something about body autonomy, you know that's where they're headed.
And real freedom also means that we're going to disagree on how each of us should live our lives.
Now, we talked to Trump. He said we're two patriots, actually.
Other people's views on these issues. You know, I've always said there are good people of conscience on both sides of the abortion divide. I respect anyone whose faith tells them that it isn't something they support. But if we believe in freedom, then we should at least agree that such a deeply personal decision should be made by the woman whose body is involved and not the politicians.
What about the father's rights?
No father's rights out there in the Democratic Party. And like I said, they drop abortion soon, though. We had two-signature system, bro.
The second men get control over abortion rights or have a say in whether the fetus can be aborted or not is the second that women be like, oh, yeah, take it away. Take it away.
Yeah,
take it away.
As soon as the man has to sign his signature down for a woman to have an abortion as well, take it away. Nope.
You don't want it.
Nope. We're good.
Trump just tie himself into a pretzel on this issue. I mean, when he ran for president the first time, he said he would support punishing women who got an abortion. That's what he said.
Yeah, said stop doing tricks on it, man. Well, y'all be munching for Kamala, though. Stop doing tricks on it, but y'all literally be munching Kamala shit.
He said, don't worry, women.
Oh, man, don't worry.
Your protector. I'll tell you how he protected you. He handpicked 3 of the Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe versus Wade. Went out there and bragged about it. And now there are Trump abortion bans in 20 states, many of them with no exception for rape or incest. And when he's asked about it, he says, well, everybody wanted it this way. Really? He thinks
shout out Steph coming in with 5. She says, shaking my head how Obama's still thinking he running This shows he's still, since he keeps showing back up, acting like he's still a president, just saying, yeah, they say this is Obama's damn near fourth term if Kamala gets in. Obama 4.0. Y'all ready?
Oh, man, I ain't ready for it. I ain't gonna lie.
Obeezy.
He said something, though. That
Many of them with no exception for rape or incest. And when he's asked about it, he says, well, everybody wanted it this way. Really?
Well,
he thinks women want to have to drive hundreds of...
I mean, well, the majority of women in their state, yes, majority of women in that state voted on, oh, no, we don't want abortion. So, like I said, y'all want beef with Donald, but your real beef is, well, I don't know, talk to your judge, talk to the women around you. Maybe people are more, like, pro-life than you think.
Miles to find a doctor who can help them? Does he think doctors want to choose between letting a woman die or going to jail for giving her the life-saving care that she needs? That is not something people chose. Now, Donald Trump may be confused about that issue, but let's not be confused. Let's be clear about what's at stake here. If you send Bob Casey back to the Senate, he'll vote to restore reproductive freedom that women had for nearly 50 years. And if Congress passes that bill, Kamala Harris will sign it into law.
I bet she will.
All right, then. I guess leaving it up to the states and leaving it up to the people, I guess the government knows best for us, huh? I guess so, guys.
Because they understand that freedom is about being able to make the right choice for ourselves and our families. It's about recognizing that other people have the freedom to make their own choices, even if they're different from ours.
Okay, then why can't we leave it up to the states, Obama? You can't say one thing and then say that at the same, bro. You can't say, oh yeah, we need to go ahead and mandate these abortions, make it available for everybody, but there's states who are saying that they don't want that, and we should be able to respect their decisions.
That's what I'm saying. Are we
Like,
ostracizing those states and those people?
Here's the thing.
To a certain degree.
Even when it do come down to grape, incest, and all that wild stuff, there is some right. I call them the radical pro-lifers, but that will hit you with the, well, no, we separate the life from the crime. There's people who believe in that, and you gotta respect it, especially if they're the majority vote in that state. Then just move. That's all I can tell you. But leaving it to the state is the most American democratic thing we can do. Well, if you want to uphold democracy, right? You want to keep government out of our life, right?
And it's an example of how, at the end of the day, this election isn't just about politics. It's about values. It's about who we are and how we treat each other. And the example we want to set for our children and for their children. And it's about character. You know, some of you know that when I was growing up, I didn't have a father in the house. But I did have plenty of people around me. Stepfather, grandparents, teachers, coaches, most of all my mom, who taught me the difference between right and wrong, who showed me what it meant to have integrity and to be honest, and to be responsible, and to work hard, and to treat other people like we wanted them to treat us. And I had a bunch of role models out there who helped raise me to become a man, and I made mistakes, and sometimes I didn't live up to those values that had been taught the way I should have, and I was checked and I was corrected, and I internalized those values, and I tried to live up to them. And I suspect most of you grew up the same way. And you know, that process of trying to live out your best self, trying to live out your values, that doesn't stop after the age of 20 or 21. It keeps going. And as I got older, I continued to benefit from friends like Bob Casey and Josh Shapiro and others who would reinforce those values and who I didn't want to disappoint. And obviously,
Clinton up next.
my wife. And
I'm gonna have to pull out Bill Clinton next time.
Man, Bill and Hillary.
You know, who I want to make sure, Malia and Sasha are watching. I want to make sure that I don't disappoint them and that I'm passing on these values to them. You know, and here in Pittsburgh, I'm thinking about another example. Somebody who was a dear friend of mine and who's passed away now, Dan Room, who, you know, here was a guy who won 6 Super Bowls, 8 AFC championships, had enormous wealth and power. But I remember walking around, I guess it was Heinz Field by that time. I'm old enough to remember Three River Stadium. Now I know it's something else. But Dan knew the name of every single person in the Steelers organization. You know, we'd pass by a custodian and he'd say, "Hey, Jimmy, how you doing? How's the family?" All the front office staff, he cared about them. He used his influence to get more black and brown head coaches hired in the NFL. He gave back to his community. He was known for his integrity. He helped support the peace process in Northern Ireland, became my ambassador to Ireland, and continued to help encourage people who were so far apart to come together. He had character. That's what I think about so much.
I actually complain about it being hot.
Because it's so different from what we see out of the Republican nominee. And it's been one of the most disturbing aspects of this election season about Trump's rise in politics, is how we seem to have set aside the values that people like Dan stood for and Bob stood for and that I was taught, and those didn't used to be Republican Democratic values. I mean, it used to be we'd have arguments about tax policy or foreign policy, but we didn't have arguments about whether you should tell the truth or not. We didn't make excuses for people who just violated basic norms of treating people fairly and with respect. I mean, just last week, I talked about this. We had one of the deadliest hurricanes in American history. The beautiful town of Asheville, North Carolina, one of my favorite places in the country. Spent time there, amazing people.
Filibustering.
Devastating. Hundreds of people killed. And President Biden and Vice President Harris were down there meeting with local officials and comforting families, asking how they could help. And Donald Trump at a rally just started making up stories about the Biden administration withholding aid from Republican areas and siphoning off aid to give to undocumented immigrants. Just made the stuff up. Everybody knew it wasn't true. Even local Republicans said it was not true. And now the people of Florida are dealing with another devastating storm. And I want you to watch what happens over the next few days, just like the last time. You're going to have leaders who try to help, and then You have a guy who will just lie about it to score political points, and this has consequences. Because people are afraid and they've lost everything, and now they're trying to figure out, how do I apply for help? And some of them may be discouraged from getting the help they need. The idea of intentionally trying to deceive people in their most desperate and vulnerable moments. And my question is, when did that become okay? I'm not looking for applause right now. I want to ask Republicans out there, people who are conservative, who didn't vote for me, who didn't agree with me. I had friends who disagreed with me on every issue. When did that become okay?
They don't know.
Why would we go along with that? I mean, if your coworkers acted like that, they wouldn't be your coworkers very long. If you're in business and somebody you're doing business with just outright lies and manipulates, you stop doing business with them. Even if you had a family member who acted like that, you might still love them, but you tell them you got a problem. And you wouldn't put them in charge of anything. And yet, when Donald Trump lies or cheats or shows utter disregard for our Constitution, when he calls POWs losers or fellow citizens vermin.
And don't worry, guys, we're about to go ahead and head into the conspiracy hour. We got a good one for y'all.
People make excuses for it. They think it's okay. They think, well, at least he's owning the libs. He's really sticking it to them. It's okay as long as our side wins. And by the way,
very well here.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I've noticed this especially with some men who seem to think Trump's behavior, the bullying and the putting people down, is a sign of strength. And I am here to tell you
Then we
that
got
is
Walt.
not what real strength is.
We got Walt. Oh, yeah.
It never has been. Real strength is about working hard and carrying a heavy load without complaining.
I was saying, Mike. I mean, Michelle is got more weight on her than Barack does at this point.
Nah, facts, son. Yeah, I think we can. Bro, I mean, maybe them alleged crackhead allegations might be true, because I ain't gonna lie, Obama was like the vision of fitness back in the day. Now I'm like, all right, bro, how you get so frail?
All right. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that, man. This is probably my favorite part of the show, where we transition into some more
welcome
base topics
to the conspiracy hour, guys.
Ah, man.
Tonight's conspiracy: the Knights Templar, forbidden history and their secret quest.
Conspiracy hour. Let's go.
Yeah, go ahead and give us the. All right, let's go, guys. Let's go. Here we go.
The Knights Templar were formed
Transition
in
right
1118.
along, y'all.
At least that's when
like
they
the
were
video. Let's get
officially
some more
formed.
people in
The
here.
real story began
Going over
many
some
years
world
earlier
history.
in Constantinople, now Istanbul.
Istanbul was Constantinople. Now it's Istanbul. Constantinople been a long time gone. Constantinople.
Go ahead and put your tinfoil hats on.
What?
Grab your
Tell me that
popcorn.
song didn't pop into your head the second you said it.
Your little night
Yeah, it did,
wine.
but do you mind if I...
Istanbul.
Shout out Dark Side Link coming in with another 10. He says, Morella Dirks, one message. An unborn child cannot stand up for herself. Who stands up for the child who wants to be? I know that as a Dutchman, I have no other than speaking in your country. Oh, I didn't even know you were Dutch. Shout out Dark Side Link, man. We appreciate all the international viewers. And somebody's got to stand up for these unborn. And that's what the pro-life movement is all about. And I think more people just need to understand that instead of, and I like JD Vance, what he said about it on debate night when Walls and the moderators propositioned him to speak on it. We need to increase access to options for these mothers when faced with the option of, when faced with single parenthood or faced with the circumstance that seems that the solution is abortion. We need to increase the options. So have more access to resources for these single mothers. Maybe do some type of just center maybe training and courses more so around families and different community outreach programs that will help families, single mothers, give them more options versus them feeling like their only option is abortion. Because let's face it, a lot of times it's financially motivated. Oh, I don't have the money now. I don't want to bring my child into a world where I'm not financially stable. So increasing the options, maybe increasing access to funding for some of these single mothers or expecting families, as well as putting an emphasis back on families, I feel like does a lot for that solution, or does a lot towards a solution, I should say. Shout out Dark Side Link coming in with another 2. He says, I translated somebody else's comment. Oh, okay, I got you. I read that too fast then. All right. Well, yeah. Back to the conspiracy.
The Brothers of the East was a secret order formed in Greece that eventually set up their headquarters in Istanbul. They practiced alchemy. They studied sacred geometry. They performed rites and rituals incorporating astrology, astronomy, music, and mathematics. So when Hugh de Paynes, a French nobleman, met the Brothers of the East, he was excited.
Yeah, more
de
options
Paynes was
for life.
technically Catholic, as most of Europe was, but he had family members who were of the Sufi Islamic faith, which is the more mystical side of Islam. De Paynes had been told of this secret group that possessed and was protecting ancient knowledge. He wanted to meet this group and see for himself. At this time in history, Europe was in chaos. Various kingdoms were rising and falling and warring with each other. In the East, Muslims and Christians were clashing. The world was tearing itself apart, yet the Brothers of the East possessed a peaceful wisdom. They weren't concerned with modern politics. The brothers had a purpose that was much more important. Once mutual trust was established, the Brothers of the East told the European visitors their story. Well, not their story, the story.
Really.
It was the story of an ancient civilization that thrived thousands of years ago. The people were highly spiritual and highly advanced. It was a civilization that was free of poverty. Wealth was meaningless. They devised methods of growing crops so that every citizen was fed. They could control the weather. Droughts and famine were impossible. To Hugh de Paynes, this civilization had abilities that sounded like miracles or like sorcery. They could communicate over long distances instantly somehow. They had a way of levitating objects no matter how large or how heavy. They had medicine that could cure any illness, allowing people to live very long lives. War didn't exist. There was such an abundance of resources that anyone can have whatever they wanted.
When I always hear stories like this, I'd be like, man, where did it all go? Where did it all go? Why had to be in the time where we lost it all? Now we got to go gain it back. Why can't I have been born in the time?
Man.
Yeah, of Atlantis. Like, what?
Like, damn, we think we advanced now?
Boy,
how far we have fallen.
Man, if you believe in the story of Atlantis.
And what these people wanted most was to pursue their own spirituality. And then they were gone. How, de Paynes asked, could a civilization this powerful, who seemed to be able to control nature itself, be suddenly wiped out? The Brothers of the East said in a single day the ground shook, and volcanoes emerged and erupted. Then a giant flood swept over the earth and destroyed everything.
I know where this is going.
It was then that Hugh de Paynes and his 8 knights learned of Atlantis.
Yahtzee!
Hugh DePaynes and his fellow knights were riveted by the story. DePaynes was a nobleman, a count in fact. He was the Count of Champagne.
L'amour est champagne. Oh, pardon my French.
DePaynes was an educated man. He knew about Plato and his stories of the island of Atlantis. He thought they were just stories. The brothers said Plato was mostly correct. But Atlantis wasn't just a city or even just an island. It was a civilization that spanned the globe. And each city was connected using transportation technology that, again, sounded like magic. The story became almost overwhelming. Almost. The brothers said that ancient relics of Atlantis still exist, and they still possess their power. The power to travel great distances, the power of communication, the power to heal, perhaps even the secret to immortality. If ever discovered, these artifacts would be the most powerful and dangerous devices on Earth. DePayne said that any kingdom, any country, any religion would kill to have access to this power. The brothers of the East agreed. The technology of Atlantis could not fall into the wrong hands. So Hugh DePaynes was offered an assignment. Find the ancient artifacts and bring them back to Europe
Yeah,
for
the hecklefish
safekeeping.
is hilarious.
Hugh and the other 8 men immediately agreed and formed a secret fellowship. But where do they start looking? The brothers said they'll find artifacts under the location of what used to be King Solomon's temple, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. The knights would have to act quickly. The Holy Land was a dangerous place. Jerusalem was taken by Christian crusaders in 1099, but who knows how long they can hold it. And there was another problem. It wasn't just the knights that knew about the artifacts. Groups of Christians, Jews,
the
Muslims,
Vatican hold a
they
lot
were
of these
searching
religious
too.
artifacts?
So when the knights arrived in the Holy Land in 1120,
Yeah, actually, the Vatican holds a lot of religious texts, and it's like a lengthy process for you to even be able to go inside the Vatican and read
Gotta
these
be like
texts.
a certain age too.
Bro, you got to be like 70 plus, well-read, scholared, all that good stuff. And I'm just like, so pretty much when you're too old to even get in there or too old to even, I don't know, comprehend what you're reading, then you can go inside the Vatican. But, you let you be one of the high deacons, you're good, though. You're good. You can be in there at 40 years old.
Crazy as hell.
they set up their headquarters where Solomon's temple once stood. They officially became known as Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and the Temple of Solomon, the Knights Templar. And the Knights played the role of courageous warrior monks, protecting Christians making the long pilgrimage to the Holy Land. But while some Knights Templar guarded Jerusalem, other knights were digging beneath it. Day and night they dug, until one day they struck gold. Literally. The brothers of the East were right. They promised the Knights Templar that if they dug under the Temple Mount, they would find artifacts that once belonged to the great civilization of Atlantis. The Knights found a large box made of acacia wood and gold. There was no question they had found the legendary Ark of the Covenant. And then they found 5 more. Year after year, the Knights Templar pulled treasures from beneath Jerusalem. They found the Spear of Destiny, the Holy Grail, the Emerald Tablet, and pages of ancient esoteric wisdom. They learned there were 10 arks, though they only found 6. The arks were used in conjunction with pyramids around the world to create limitless energy. This was similar to what Nikola Tesla attempted at Wardenclyffe Tower. If you want to learn how this technology worked, we have an episode that explains scientifically how the Great Pyramid of Giza could have been a power generator.
Pyramid link below.
Shout out Dark Side Link, man. He done pretty much sponsored the whole show. Special shout out to you, bro. Thank you for supporting, bro. Happy to have you join the membership program and look forward to see you in future streams. Have a good night, guys. It's time for me to get off work. Appreciate you, man. Have a good night, man. Make sure to go get some rest. We'll be here tomorrow for you, bro. Make sure to tune in.
Appreciate you.
Within the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid is a stone box. Mainstream Egyptology says this box is a sarcophagus to store a mummy. But no mummy was ever found there. And the dimensions of the box are kind of small for a human body. But the box is the perfect size to store one of the arks. The Knights Templar discovered that the pyramids were built for one specific purpose, to store the arks. And the arks, they were built to store mana. In the Bible, manna was a food source that appeared to the Israelites in the desert. It's described as fine flakes that look like frost on the ground. But according to Templar tradition, the Israelites and the Atlanteans before them extracted manna from plant and animal matter and turned it into a monoatomic white powder. This white powder provides energy.
A white powder that provides energy. New York in the 80s was wild, eh?
You're thinking about something else.
Ah.
The manna acted as an electrical superconductor and powered the arcs inside the pyramids. The arcs generated unlimited energy for the thriving civilization. They learned these alchemical secrets from none other than the Emerald Tablet.
Emerald Tablet link below.
The Emerald Tablet gave detailed instructions on extracting mana from animal bone.
But the Emerald Tablet was it was pretty much written by, I guess, some Egyptian god who was supposed to be an alien, but he written these Emerald Tablets explaining like alchemy, I guess vibration, spirituality, and all that good stuff. All broken down in these tablets that are real, well, written a long time ago.
The mana could then be used for energy or even for healing illness.
The Bible, they say.
Didn't the Emerald Tablet also tell you how to become immortal by making the Philosopher's Stone?
Yep.
From eating pee?
Yep.
Yes.
Eating lots of pee?
Yes.
Immortality sounds gross.
It does, but if you want to be immortal...
Ain't no such thing as a free lunch.
Nope.
Even if lunch is pee.
That's enough.
How do you even...
Some of these ancient texts even talked about...
If you're wondering what he's saying, yeah, they said you had to distill urine like a hella times until it got to this black substance, and that would be the substance that would make you immortal.
Creating mana from gold.
Like,
when mana was extracted from gold, it could be used to make objects lighter, for levitation. Now, think about it. The Ark is a box almost 4 feet long and 3 feet wide. It's made of gold. Gold is heavy. The Ark of the Covenant also contained the 10 Commandments, which were carved into stone tablets. Stone is heavy. Just the gold would have weighed almost 1,000 pounds. That doesn't include the weight of the stone or the acacia wood. Yet it only took 4 men to carry it. By the way, the men who carried the Ark were Levites. Levite. Levitation.
Ark of the Covenant, link below.
I'm weak.
The Knights Templar also found very old texts that even predated the civilization of Atlantis. These documents spoke of a non-human race that enslaved humanity thousands of years ago to mine gold.
Anunnaki!
Yahtzee. The Anunnaki come up a lot on this channel, and I promise I'll do a full episode on them. But here's the short version. The Anunnaki were gods worshipped by the ancient Sumerians, but they were actually aliens from a planet.
Actually, we can do the Anunnaki for tomorrow's conspiracy hour. It's a long one, though. I ain't even gonna lie to you, but it's a banger story.
That'd be fun.
Beyond Neptune called Nibiru. The Anunnaki arrived on Earth about 450,000 years ago, searching for resources, specifically gold. They were trying to solve an atmospheric crisis on their planet. Now, finding gold in abundance, they settled on Earth and established mining operations.
That's where we
Eventually,
came
the
in.
Anunnaki created a labor force by genetically modifying early human ancestors, accelerating the evolution of Homo sapiens.
We need this episode, Chief.
I know, we'll do it, I promise.
Yeah. Your promises and $60 are worth about 1 night's worth of mana.
Okay. So, the Templars knew about the Anunnaki and how they converted gold into a powder used for healing, levitation, and generating electricity. And it wasn't just the Atlanteans and Israelites that knew.
And if you want a better view, a more horizontal layout, go ahead and follow us on Rumble. You can go ahead and watch it on there. Get a nice, good view of it.
About mana.
Nice, good view.
Sumerian texts spoke of an alchemical science called Graal, which you can't help but notice is similar to the word Grail. The Sumerians used a substance called Shimana that was used to help the Anunnaki gods power their flying craft. In Vedic, Hindu, and Jain texts, this substance was called Vimana, which again was used to power flying crafts. Polynesian cultures believe mana is a force of nature anyone can extract. Buddhists call it mani. Though the words vary slightly in all these cultures, the definition and use are the same. Mana is a potent substance that allows humanity to tap into something very powerful in nature. And by the way, the Templar cross, you can find that carved everywhere and every time civilization existed. The cross is all over ancient Egypt. You can even see the cross carved on the ancient Sumerian depictions of the Anunnaki.
Damn.
Templar legend says this was actually the symbol of Atlantis. After Atlantis was destroyed in the Great Flood,
Of the younger Dryas.
yep, the Templar legend of Atlantis and the Great Flood is exactly like every other flood myth we find in every culture around the world. After the flood, a few survivors restarted civilization with knowledge from Atlantis. The cross was carved in their honor. But not everything the Knights found was Atlantean. Some artifacts were from just 1,000 years before, during the time of Jesus. There were ancient texts that confirmed a lot of what was said in the Bible. But some texts contradicted the Bible. There was no way the Knights could let the church find out what they discovered. The Catholic Church was growing more powerful every year. If the truth came out, it could shake the very foundation of the faith, and the Knights Templar would be destroyed. Besides, much of the Knights' funding came from the church. But no historical document compared to the shock of what they discovered next, an ossuary, which is a collection of bones. This ossuary held the bones of a very famous religious family, all buried together. The Knights found the bones of Mary Magdalene, John the Baptist, and Jesus himself. But they also found the bones of the children Mary had with both of them.
Hold on now.
To call what
If you are of strong faith, yeah, you might want to sign off here. If you're of very strong faith, and it's okay. It's okay. We're not speaking out against no religions. This is just coming from them. But if you're a strong faith, I suggest you leave.
the Knights Templar discovered blasphemous would be a huge understatement. They discovered documents and artifacts that would literally destroy the church. They needed to keep these treasures safe from being destroyed. They needed to keep them from falling into the wrong hands, specifically the Pope's hands. The Templars knew that the existence of the bones of John, Jesus, and Mary Magdalene and their children would mean the end of the Catholic Church. But to rub salt in an already gaping wound, the Templars found something potentially even more threatening to the Church, an alternate belief system. The Templars were Christian, but not in the strictest sense, as most of Europe was, and more importantly, as their king and employers were. Spreading information contrary to the teachings of the Catholic Church was not only heresy, it was a death sentence. Remember, this was all happening at the time of the Crusades. Religions were at war. The Templars couldn't speak about their findings, but couldn't ignore them either. So instead, they hid them, they protected them, and studied them. Some ancient wisdom included blasphemous ideas like the divine feminine, reincarnation, heaven as a state of mind, and
Hold on, the divine feminine was a blasphemous ideal? Is wild. I mean, all right.
an
I got
innate
that.
connection to the Creator. The Knights maintained their appearance as devout Catholics. They had to. Their biggest patron was the Catholic Church. You don't bite the hand that feeds you, especially the most powerful hand on earth. But in secret, the Knights Templar were Christian Gnostics.
Hold on. It's like they believe in Christian values. They believe in God, but they don't subscribe to
God per se,
to the Christian religion, Muslim religion. They just got their own thing going on.
So they believe in the virtues, but not the actual religious teachings, essentially.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
Gnosticism comes from the Greek word gnosis, meaning divine knowledge. Other cultures call this enlightenment. The basic premise is that spirituality can be found within, without needing an outside institution. So no reason to have priests, monks, saviors, or churches at all. You didn't need them to find God. He's already within you. One of the earliest Templar documents mentions God-given rights.
But you know, they'll convince you. You need to go to church. You need to find God outside of yourself.
Yeah, most people do.
Yeah.
I always did say religion is a good moral compass for the masses, because some motherfuckers out here, bro, they lack critical thought, clearly, when it comes to politics. But beyond that, they can't even think for themselves when it comes to purporting good or bad.
Yeah, I don't think you could ever find true spiritual enlightenment just always trying to rely on outside forces. Like, God exists, but he also exists inside of you.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
You know, through prayer, faith, and desires.
Now, Americans use this phrase or something
And
close
side
to it
note,
in the
I just-
Declaration of Independence.
If I could, real quick, side note, I dislike when some zealots believe that God is 100% of working miracles or working enactment in your life. And I'm just like, don't you know, like, God don't like lazy. You got to meet that nigga halfway. He ain't gonna give you nothing sitting on the couch. And you could be praying all day sitting on the couch. That nigga ain't gonna give you nothing. You got to meet God halfway. If you're asking for financial abundance, God is not going to give it to you while you're in your bedroom playing video games.
Hey, sloth is a 7 deadly sin for a reason.
Independence. But that was in the 18th century. The idea of God-given rights during the time of the Templars meant excommunication or worse.
How to get that off my chest.
Only the Roman Church could give someone rights. Any alternative was bad for business. And instead of worshiping Jesus, many Knights Templar idolized John the Baptist, who they believe initiated Jesus into Gnosticism in the Great Pyramid. To the Templars, Jesus represented a Christos, a universal consciousness anyone could access, similar to the Buddha. They learned that being born again didn't refer to baptism.
That's really similar to what Billy Carson be saying when he talks about like spirituality. When he says, "Oh, Christ is not going to return," he said the Christ mind is going to return. People are going to be more Christ-like, and that's going to return back to the people. So people are waiting for, Jesus when really we're waiting for people with more of the mindset of Jesus
to awaken,
or the virtues, to awaken. So
it referred to
awaken
reincarnation, which someone would literally be born again. With the bones of Jesus, sacred documents, and artifacts from an ancient civilization, the Templars had plenty of evidence to back up their beliefs. They wanted to share this knowledge, but it wasn't the right time. The church was too powerful. They would have to wait.
Obviously.
They would wait until this knowledge could be shared with the entire world and not seized by one pope or one king. So after years of digging, these early knights returned to Europe with the treasures and knowledge and hid it. And then they built an empire. For 200 years, the Knights Templar grew and thrived. Their numbers increased from a handful of soldiers to tens of thousands of men and women. The Catholic Church and Christian lords throughout Europe gave the Knights Templar money, land, and power to help their cause. The Templars created cathedrals, power structures, and systems of democracy. They created the first banking system, a system we still use today. During the Dark Ages, the journey from Europe to Jerusalem was dangerous. Road agents were robbing.
And shout out Seth, man. I'm loving this. God is already within you. After all, our spirits is inside us and our bodies are just the vessels. It's our spirits. Make sure. It's our spirit. Make sure it's healthy. Yeah, I'm saying it is yours. You have complete responsibility over, your mind, your spirit, your body. Like, these are all things, like, sadly, you were given for free, because if you had to pay for it, you would actually treat it with some respect. But since it was given for free, like your mind and your body, you tend to treat it with disrespect.
The pilgrims of everything they had.
I always say,
so
anything given for free usually isn't valued the way it's supposed to be.
Knights Templars set up locations along the way called commanderies. And any one of these locations, you could deposit your gold in exchange for a note. You then take this note to another commandery and exchange it for gold. And for every transaction, the Knights Templar charged a small fee. It was an ingenious system used by thousands of people for hundreds of years. Over time, those little fees added up. Now, individually, the knights were poor. When joining, you gave all your wealth to the order. The order then took care of you and all its members. The treasures and knowledge passed from generation to generation, with each Grand Master responsible for their safekeeping. And for those few hundred years, the Knights Templar were extremely successful at distracting the church from their true purpose. A little too successful.
Oh, and appreciate you, Steph, man. Shout out. I appreciate that message. I feel it. We on the same wavelength with that one.
Eventually, the Knights Templar had their own armies,
their own
fleets of ships. They had their own merchants, masons, and farmers. They were independent and self-sustaining. The Knights Templar became the first multinational corporation. They had no need for a king or country. In fact, the opposite happened. The Knights Templar were so wealthy that King Philip of France was borrowing money from them. In the fall of 1307, King Philip IV needed financing for another war. He wasn't going to borrow any more money from the Knights. Instead, he would take it from them. The Templars had gone from humble defenders of Christianity to a serious threat to the entire power structure of Europe, the king and the church. And like many powerful rulers, King Philip didn't tolerate threats. So Philip and Pope Clement V devised a plan.
What's that?
Pope Clement, by the way, was born Raymond Bertrand and was a childhood friend of the king. When the previous pope died in 1304, King Philip made sure his friend was elected to what was one of the most powerful seats of power on earth. In short, the pope owed him one. On Friday the 13th of October 1307, 100 Templars, including the Grand Master Jacques de Molay, were arrested. For 7 years, they were threatened and tortured to try to gain access to their knowledge and wealth. After making false confessions, they were found guilty of heresy and sentenced to death. But now, there's a plot twist. For centuries, history claimed the church...
I mean, damn, how dedicated do you have to be? It's like, look, I know you're going to kill me, so I'm just going to send you somewhere you don't want to go to, send you somewhere that's a lie, and... oh, I'll be ready dead. It'll be too late for you.
Had condemned the
I mean, the dedication to the secret.
Knights Templar as heretics and eventually had them executed. But in 2001, a document was found in the Vatican secret archives. It's called the Chinon Parchment. The Chinon Parchment documented the inquiry led by 3 cardinals appointed by Pope Clement V. It details the investigation and the charges against the Templar leaders, including the Grand Master Jacques de Molay. The Chinon Parchment reveals that the Pope absolved the Templar leaders of heresy. They were allowed to reconcile with the Church. The Pope would allow the Order of the Knights Templar to continue their work. King Philip didn't like this result. He applied pressure to the Pope. Remember, the Pope owed him one. So in 1312, Pope Clement officially disbanded the Knights Templar. The leaders of the order, including Jacques de Molay, were later burned at the stake on charges of heresy, even though they were forgiven of these crimes. But Grand Master Jacques de Molay would enact a small token of revenge for this betrayal of justice. As he slowly burned to death, Molay issued a curse to the Pope and the King of France. He promised them that they would be dead within a year. This was March of 1314. A few weeks later, Pope Clement was dead.
Damn.
According to one account, while lying in state, he was struck by lightning. The fire was so intense that his body was unrecognizable. And if you read up on this pope, you'll agree that this was divine justice. In November, King Philip had a stroke and died. He was 46 years old. The Templar curse was fulfilled.
Okay.
France had now lost its king and its pope, and Europe had lost their beloved knights, or so it seemed. When the arrest order was given on October 13th, the Knights Templar knew it was coming. They had spies everywhere they had known for weeks, and they used those weeks to plan. On October 12th, the night before the arrest order was given, the Templars' entire fleet of ships disappeared into the darkness. And aboard those ships were all the ancient Atlantean artifacts, the holy treasures, and forbidden documents. Jacques de Molay and about 100 knights stayed behind. They hoped they could reason with the king and the pope. They failed in that mission, but succeeded in another. Disbanded but not destroyed, in hiding but not in prison, the Templars formed into smaller groups. They assimilated into other orders. Some assumed new identities and disappeared altogether. The Knights Templar in name ended in 1312, but their mission continued. In fact, it continues today. The evidence is everywhere. Evidence of the Knights Templar can be found all over the world. After they disbanded, they were determined to keep their knowledge and traditions alive, so they created alias groups to avoid detection. In Scotland, they became Freemasons. Portugal, they were known as the Knights of Christ. In Germany, they created Rosicrucianism. There's also evidence of them in the early Americas. Nova Scotia has the legendary Oak Island, with buried Templar treasure and deadly curses. An indigenous tribe in Panama, known as the White Indians of Darien, have pale skin and Caucasian features. Some believe they're descendants of the first Templars in the Americas. When asked about the Knights Templar, the natives called them our brothers. In early Europe, Templars were the first Vikings. The first pirates were Knights Templar. The famous skull and crossbones symbol, the Jolly Roger, That flag was first flown by the Templar Navy to frighten their enemies before battle. One of the most famous Templar symbols is the red cross with a white background. Another is the depiction of several knights on a horse, like this statue in London. Both of these are found in cathedrals and chapels all across Europe. If you read or saw the Da Vinci Code, you may remember Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland. Pagan and Templar symbols are on every inch of it. Some, like this carving of a knight on horseback, are obvious. This is the gravestone for William Sinclair. It's in the lower part of Rosslyn Chapel. It specifically says Knight Templar. William Sinclair had no love for the church and provided help to any Knights Templar who asked for it. But it's not just crosses and horses that the Knights engraved on their architecture.
What else?
There are more subtle clues relating to some of their Gnostic and sometimes pagan beliefs. Sculptures of angels in strange positions are common in Rosslyn Chapel and are an important rite in Freemasonry. But Freemasonry wasn't supposed to have started until 1717. Rosslyn Chapel was built in 1446. Over 100 of these little green men are scattered around Rosslyn Chapel. They're pagan symbols and thought to originate from ancient Celtics. Paganism simply refers to anything that isn't Christian, Muslim, or Jewish. Why would there be hundreds of non-Christian symbols in a Catholic church? Templar legend says they were placed there as a message. Some of the more interesting carvings are of plants that Europeans never should have known about. This is a picture of corn over one of the windows in Rosslyn Chapel, and here's one of trillium. But corn and trillium are native to North America. Rosslyn Chapel was built almost 50 years before Columbus sailed to the New World. How would Templars know what these plants look like? Well, isn't it obvious? They were there first. Templar legend says Sir Henry Sinclair, grandfather of the builder of Rosslyn Chapel, was not only a Templar, but was among the first Europeans to visit the New World. Not only that, but Christopher Columbus himself was associated with the Knights. He was a distant relative of the Sinclairs. Columbus's daughter was married to the Grand Master of the Order. He had access, as all Grand Masters do, to ancient knowledge of the Knights Templar, including their maps.
And he still went
Columbus
down there.
Knew there was
Oh, man, all that sacred knowledge, you still went down there and slaughtered Indians. Crazy.
something on the other side of the Atlantic. He didn't know what, but he knew there was land and treasure. He knew this because the Knights Templar had maps of the New World for centuries. One of these was the Piri-Reis map, and you know this.
So, AKA, what they might have told us about Columbus might have been wrong. He didn't discover it. That man knew it was there.
Famous map.
To be
It shows
discovered.
the New World and Antarctica hundreds of
You know, according to this story here.
years before they were rediscovered. Piri-Reis, by the way, was a cartographer from Istanbul, which in his time was Constantinople, birthplace of the Knights Templar. Was Piri-Reis a Templar? Maybe. Coincidence? Maybe. But when Columbus wanted to sail to the New World, he first approached King John of Portugal for financing. King John refused, so Columbus went to Portugal's enemies, Spain and England. Queen Isabella of Spain came up with the money first, and the rest is history. But Templar history tells a different story. They say Portugal refused to finance Columbus because they already knew about the New World. Knights Templar had been sailing there for years. Portugal was populated by so many knights that it was considered a Templar nation. In fact, the word Portugal means port of the Gauls, but Templars say it really means port of the Grail. Knights Templar history says they were trading with Native American tribes for years. That's where they got a lot of their gold. And the Templars had a very good relationship with the people of the New World. Columbus knew this. How do we know? Well, when Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa
John
Maria
Cleveland.
all flew flags with the Templar cross. He knew the natives would recognize this symbol and be peaceful. And they were at first. Sadly, the Europeans didn't return the favor.
Hey, shout out Cleveland, man. I used to live out there. 142nd in Harvard.
The Knights Templars say they were the first Europeans to visit the Americas. Fine. But can they prove it? They can. In 1898, Olaf Oman was clearing land on his farm in Minnesota when he stumbled upon a strange-looking rock. It was a tablet, about 30 inches tall and 16 inches wide. Carved in it were symbols that Ullman didn't recognize. This tablet became known as the Kensington Runestone. Ullman had it analyzed and translated. The inscription said it was left by Viking travelers in 1362. And this isn't a stone found on the coast. These Vikings were in the middle of the continent. Vikings in the New World, a century before Columbus. Now remember, according to Templar tradition, the first Vikings were Knights Templar. Then there's the Narragansett runestone, found in Rhode Island in 1939, also with Viking runes. Only 14 miles from where this runestone was discovered is Newport Tower. This is a mysterious 8-column structure. It's rumored to have been built by Vikings in the 1500s to track the solstices. The local museum says it's just the base of a lighthouse, but most locals disagree. As far back as the early 1800s, records and legends have given credit to Vikings. But why 8 columns? Why not just build it as one solid cylinder? Well, the answer leads us back to Gnosticism. The number 8 is highly significant to Gnostics. It represents completeness, a divine fullness. Remember earlier when I mentioned Jesus was initiated in the Great Pyramid? Well, there's a reason for that. If you watch the episode that we had about the pyramids,
link below,
you'll remember that the Great Pyramid has 8 sides, not 4. To this day, Templars are initiated in the Great Pyramid, and they believe that Egypt was one of the main sources of wisdom for the original knights. And if you look, the number 8 is everywhere in Templar symbolism and architecture. The Maltese cross has 8 points and was worn by a medieval order of knights that were attacked by fire. Today, it's the symbol
on weekend. 8 is the number of money and all that wild stuff. It was actually even crazier because, well, let me see here. Let me see if I remember.
Sources of wisdom for the original knights. And if you look,
yeah, they say that's where Jesus like disappeared to. You know, he disappeared and then he came back, I guess 32 years of age on a donkey. Yeah, they're saying that's where Jesus went, Egypt. Learned some sacred knowledge and then he came back out here healing people and all that good stuff.
The number 8 is everywhere in Templar symbolism and architecture. The Maltese cross has 8 points and was worn by a medieval order of knights that were attacked by fire. Today, it's the symbol of many firefighters.
Yeah, shout out to NYFD, New York's bravest, eh?
Hear, hear. Buildings like Temple Church and Ely Cathedral in England have octagonal features and the number 8 scattered all over the place. You only have to look at a few pictures of Rosslyn Chapel to start seeing the number showing up again and again. Evidence of the Knights Templar is everywhere. Now, we can't cover the Knights without mentioning the Freemasons. Countless rites, symbols, and beliefs connect the two groups almost seamlessly. Masons trace their origins back to the Temple of Solomon, just like the Templars. On Oak Island, Nova Scotia, a money pit was discovered in 1795, along with a Templar engraving. Since then, the Freemasons have been involved in almost every search for the...
Well, damn, well, who want to go treasure hunting for Templar gold, man? Hold on, I think I'm gamed.
Lost treasure. Both Masonic symbols and Templar crosses are scattered across the island. The connection between the groups is so deep that they still see each other as brothers to this day. Another Templar connection is with Rosicrucianism, which heavily emphasizes the rose and the cross, both Templar symbols. But why? Why did the Templars spend so much time and money hiding their legacy? Well, the Knights Templar had a higher purpose. Their ultimate goal was to change the world for the better. They knew the ancient artifacts and knowledge would be a shock to society. But this knowledge was never meant to stay hidden. Eventually, the Knights will share the truth. And the truth might come out sooner than you think. Timothy Hogan is the current Grand Master of one of the Templar orders. He's on a mission to prepare the world to embrace their secrets. He insists that this knowledge is powerful enough to drastically alter our society as we know it in a positive way. Obviously. Currently, all the Templar treasures are hidden in vaults around the world, 7 of which are here in the United States. And according to Hogan, the world is just about ready for their release. He says they'll do it in a way where no one government, no one religion will have complete access to the information. The release of information will be controlled to ensure everyone benefits. Because really, that's the Templars' entire purpose. It has been since the beginning.
And it is a bit strange how like some of these new ideas are just now coming out. Like, I never heard of these ideas in my childhood. All I ever heard about was Christian and Muslim, and that's that, because those are the two religions that are practiced within my family. Anything outside of that, I was mystery to. I started studying, religion more, and, then I pick up what Buddhism is, and I pick up Hinduism, and then Judaism. But going forward, I ain't hear about none of this Gnostic belief, none of this Knights Templar, Anunnaki, all this just starts being spoon-fed to us, I believe, over the past maybe like 4 years.
They wanted freedom for the people, physical freedom from the king, and spiritual freedom from the Pope. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible in the 14th century, but today it could very well succeed. We're at a pivotal point in history where many feel like something is about to happen. They just don't know what. And I feel it too. Now, that might be nothing more than humanity's obsession with death and the end of the world. But maybe it's more than that. I think we all know that we can't go on living this way. Constant wars around the world, the hatred within our countries, the dishonesty of our leaders, the corruption of our institutions. It has to stop. Imagine how different our lives would be if we had access to ancient wisdom and technology. It would be a revolution. We could finally do what Nikola Tesla almost did, create free energy for the entire planet. It would take a while, but eventually, everyone on Earth could access healthy food, clean water, and live long, healthy lives free of illness and pain.
Just gotta start.
It would be a revolution. Crime, poverty, and war wouldn't be necessary in a world of abundance, all due to the artifacts being held in secret vaults around the world. It would be a revolution. That is, if they're real.
Yep, if they're real.
Today's story of the Knights Templar comes from one man, Timothy Hogan. He's the Grand Master of the Order of the Temple of Secret Initiates, the OTSI. He tells the story of ancient wisdom, alchemy, holy relics, and Atlantean artifacts. It's a fascinating story. But is it true? Well, there's nothing to debunk about his story, but there's also no physical evidence to prove it. So it really comes down to Mr. Hogan. Do you believe him? Now, you know what? I'm going to call him Tim because I know he's watching. Hi, Tim. This is the part of the episode where I tell you all the positive and negative things I can about the author of the story. But today we have to do things a little differently. Recently on live streams, I've been cold reading rough drafts of scripts for this channel. You probably assume this, but I have a team of writers, researchers, and contributors because, well, I need to. My cute 12-minute videos about weird animals have now become 40-minute documentaries. I'm just a guy who talks to a fish. I need help. Anyway, when I read the scripts live, I'm literally reading them for the first time along with you. Obviously, they're never final scripts. I rewrite everything I'm given. I also research and fact-check as much as I can. Oh yeah, then this one has to put in his jokes.
Nah, you'd be nothing without me.
Well...
Nothing!
But here's where things took a turn. First, after reading the draft, I was contacted by a viewer. Hi, Stan. Stan knows Timothy Hogan. He felt that the script was unfair to him, that it attacked him too personally. And you know what? I think Stan was right. You can still see the live read on the channel under the live tab, but here's the short version. The script brought up Tim's divorce and a situation he had with a woman who was suffering from addiction and mental illness. She took over his Facebook page and posted wild stuff as him, like she was the reincarnation of Mary Magdalene, so that makes him Jesus, and things like that.
Wild.
And look, those things happened, and it's not a good look. But are they relevant to his story about the Knights Templar? Absolutely not.
I mean,
just like my exes are.
I don't know, man. If you choose crazy, sometimes you may be a bit crazy. Not completely crazy, but you vibe with them on something.
Aren't relevant to the work I do now.
Yeah, you got some real pieces of work in your past.
I know.
I mean,
some real pieces of work, I tell you.
I know. I went through some rough patches.
Your wife is a saint.
I can't deny that. But that's the point. Tim's personal life is just that. Personal, and I don't really like gossip. Okay, I like gossip, but I don't do it on the channel.
Well, you do it on the live streams.
Okay, that's fine. Let me get through this.
Interesting idea.
So Tim's personal life is irrelevant. But his professional life regarding his work with and as a Knights Templar is relevant. Tim has detractors, people that don't like him, people that don't believe him. I asked the researcher where she found these people.
They're on Reddit, aren't they?
They're on Reddit.
Oh, they hate you on Reddit, too.
Oh, they don't love you either.
Fair enough.
Tim's detractors are what seem to be members of different orders of the Knights Templar or other fraternal organizations. It's actually hard to follow if you're not in that world. Now, people often ask me if I'm a Mason or in groups like that, and I'm not. And I joke that I'm not a joiner. I don't play well with others, because that's true. So when people talk about Grand Masters and 7th degrees and secret handshake grips and all that stuff, I don't get it. I don't impugn it, but I really don't get it. But the people that are in those groups do get it, and they take it very seriously. There's been infighting with these various orders for 1,000 years, and it's still happening. This board voted Tim off, or that group wanted him out. He didn't like what another group was doing, so he left, that kind of thing. Are the internal politics of these fraternal groups relevant to his story of the Knights Templar? To me, no. There are people who call Tim a fraud, that he makes claims that aren't true. Well, I'm going to read you a few of his claims, and these are Tim's words in an email to me. Laugh it up. It's going to happen to you, too. It was also suggested that I say I'm a descendant of a Revolutionary War.
Hey, man, shout out Fox Chase. He says, I'm out, fam. It was fun tonight, bro. And I appreciate you for pulling up, bro. I appreciate you for pulling up, Fox Chase. Man, hey. Hey, man, we ain't nothing without our supporters, man. We love y'all guys.
Templar, which is
and
actually
girls,
true.
And girls.
My great-grandfather, 7 generations back, was General
we
Joseph
forget
Warren
about
of the
y'all,
Revolutionary
ladies.
War. True. He initiated Paul Revere, and he helped plan the Boston Tea Party. He was an alchemist and a doctor, a Templar Grand Commander for the region, and his relationship with Paul Revere was largely based on studying alchemy. Paul Revere was a silversmith. That's true. My grandfather, Hugh Warren, also taught metallurgy at Denver University. My great-grandfather, James Baden Warren, also knew metallurgy, and he was the Grand Lecturer for the Masonic Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, and he was a Grand Commander of the Knights Templar. True. My father was Stephen D. Hogan, mayor of Aurora, Colorado, and had been active in politics my entire life. He was also a Templar. There are highways and convention centers named after him in Colorado. True.
We continue covering Colorado first
Ain't he
at 5.
official?
We traveled to Aurora, where the city hosted a groundbreaking event for the Stephen Hogan Parkway. Project closed about a 2-mile gap between the existing 6th Parkway on the west and E470 on the east.
But even though he always had politics going on,
But don't worry, chat. Even though that story is pretty much over, because I ain't gonna lie, this guy, they damn near pretty much prove his stories is all true, his background and all that. Let's get it over to some CIA stuff. Project Gateway, this is what we're going to end out on. This is going to be a fun one, guys. I do like Project Gateway.
Technique. Monroe had an
Make sure we're doing anything right here.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by ShipStation. This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by ShipStation.
Well, that's not what I wanted. But all right.
Monroe had an experience that was unexpected but would change his life. While listening to a specific channel submitted a very unusual and detailed report to U.S. Army intelligence. It was called Analysis and Assessment of Gateway Process. This is a step-by-step guide on how to achieve an out-of-body experience for the purpose of intelligence gathering. But Colonel McDonald's report went much further than that. An advanced gateway participant cannot just project their consciousness to a different place.
Hey, shout out to the Y-Files, man. Shout out. So this is the Y-Files, the Gateway Project, the CIA's classified space and time travel mission. Let's go. Well, system.
They could pull their consciousness completely out of this reality. They could travel anywhere in the universe and at any point in time. The report revealed that our universe doesn't actually exist. It's a construct created by our mind. By using the gateway process, you can exit the construct and see reality for what it really is. The 30-page gateway report was immediately classified for one simple reason. Anyone can learn to do it. Even you. Colonel McDonald's analysis and assessment of gateway process gets right to the point. There are alternate states of reality and other dimensions that exist outside our physical world and outside of time itself.
Whoa, it sounds like I'm gonna need a brain bucket for this one.
Oh yeah, this is the strangest military report I've ever read. I'm surprised it's not still classified. According to the report, we can use the gateway process to access other dimensions. Now, if you think that sounds paranormal or like New Age mumbo-jumbo, you're not alone.
No,
Even
it's
Colonel
not.
McDonald was aware that this was the impression his report would give. So he starts off by grounding his research in science. McDonald consults its
Yeah, I've heard of astral projection for a while now. Not really explained, but I've heard about it.
Bentoff, a well-respected biomedical engineer, to help him understand the physical aspect of the process. He uses quantum mechanics to describe the nature of human consciousness, and he employs both classical and theoretical physics to explain the out-of-body phenomenon. But most importantly, the report gives step-by-step instructions on how to have a gateway experience. Follow these instructions, and you could learn to astrally project, visit other dimensions, and even slip in and out of time. This is why the military was drawn to it.
I mean, it sounds like a DMT trip.
And studied it for years. If the United States could train a unit of psychic spies that could project their consciousness anywhere unnoticed, that would be very effective at gathering intelligence. Still, McDonald knew his report would be difficult to believe, but he really thought it could be done.
There is a sound, rational basis in terms of physical science parameters for considering Gateway to be plausible in terms of its essential objectives. Intuitional insights of not only personal but of a practical and professional nature would seem to be within bounds of reasonable expectations.
My brain bucket, it's gonna fill up fast.
It is. You better have a spare bucket handy. The Gateway process is a training system developed in the 70s by the Monroe Institute in Virginia.
Okay.
Colonel McDonald, along with other military personnel, went through the week-long training process that anyone can do, even today. But the Gateway report ended with a final warning that nobody really expected. Because this method is accessible to anyone, Colonel McDonald warned that the military should be prepared for encounters with intelligent and non-friendly entities that could exist outside the boundaries of time and space. In other words, a psychic war. Even though anyone can learn the Gateway method, you can't just snap your fingers and escape reality. There is some foundation work you have to do first.
Well, no matter what reality you're in, ain't no such thing as a free lunch.
Right. You have to learn relaxation techniques, meditation, and extreme focus. You also have to set all doubt aside and let your mind be open to a completely new way of thinking. Only once you master these techniques can you begin to comprehend the true nature of reality. Your life, the earth, the universe, and everything in it is an illusion created by your mind.
Solid matter, in the strict construction of the term, simply does not exist. Rather, atomic structure is composed of oscillating energy grids surrounded by other oscillating energy grids, which orbit at extraordinarily high speeds.
To simplify it, everything is vibrating at an extraordinary high speed. Therefore, we're all vibrating on a different frequency, which is one of the reasons why you just don't phase through your wall, your hand doesn't go through your phone, because everything is vibrating at a frequency that's being rejected. Therefore, you are able to hold objects. It's the best way, simplified it, best way.
There is no solid matter. Everything that exists is a form of energy vibrating at extremely fast frequencies, from the largest objects in the universe down to atoms and subatomic particles and everything in between. It's all energy.
The point to be made is that the entire...
And so is your emotional state. Your emotional state is also contributes to your vibration as well. And I'm talking about your spiritual vibration. Like, one day we'll look into this vibration chart, and I got you.
Human being, brain, consciousness, and all is, like the universe which surrounds him, nothing more or less than an extraordinarily complex system of energy fields. So-called states of matter are actually variances in energy, and human consciousness is a function of the interaction of energy.
Our consciousness is tuned into the frequencies of energy that make up the world that we see. But we only perceive a small percentage of the energy that actually exists all around us. Think of tuning a radio. If you tune into a rock station, you only hear music broadcast on that channel. Now, of course, there are lots of other channels with all different kinds of music, but your radio doesn't play them all at once, only the single station it's tuned into. Our brains are like that radio, designed to filter out everything except for the energy that creates our reality. And just like a radio converts energy into sound, our brains convert this universal energy into things we can see and hear and taste and touch. But none of the solid matter around us is actually there. Our senses create the illusion of matter so that we can experience this reality in a way that we can understand.
Oh man, people do say like we are God experiencing itself. There is that theory. People go out there and say, hey, no, we're just really God experiencing itself. God created a universe I want to experience. I mean, like, come on now. Wouldn't you?
Now, according to the Gateway Report, we're all living in a shared universal hologram.
The universe is composed of interacting energy fields. It is in and of itself one gigantic hologram of unbelievable complexity. According to the theories of Carl Pribram, a neuroscientist at Stanford University, and David Bohm, a physicist at the University of London, the human mind is also a hologram, which attunes itself to the universal hologram and achieves the state, which we call consciousness.
The gateway process teaches you to turn off the filter in your brain and gives you access to alternate states of reality and lets you escape space-time altogether. And anyone can learn to do this. You don't need to decalcify your pineal gland or spend years at a Buddhist monastery. You don't need a shaman or a guru or mind-altering drugs. You just need headphones. The gateway process is done by listening to sound.
Yeah, but tell me more about those mind-altering drugs.
Yeah. It's funny though. I had her in DMT before they, I guess, elevate. I ain't never taken it before, but I guess they say before they elevate to this different existence, they do hear like a buzzing sound.
In the 1950s, New York broadcasting executive Robert Monroe found evidence that different types of sound could affect the human mind in different ways. Some sound patterns would make you sleepy. Another would make you alert. Some sound can give you anxiety. Other sounds are very relaxing.
Well, people have said my voice is relaxing.
Then you're not reading the comments. Using this discovery, Monroe began experimenting with hypnopedia, or sleep learning. Monroe was convinced that there was a connection between sound waves and not just a person's mood, but their ability to learn and retain information. Now, one night while trying a sleep learning technique, Monroe had an experience that was unexpected but would change his life. While listening to a specific sound frequency, his body slowly became paralyzed. He then started to feel a vibration that became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, he was awash in bright white light. Then a sound, or maybe just a sensation, of a rush of air that became a roar so loud it was unbearable. Then, in an instant, everything was quiet. The vibration stopped, the light dissipated, and Robert Monroe found himself in his bedroom floating above his sleeping body. There was no name for this at the time, but later became known as an OBE, an out-of-body experience, a term that Monroe himself popularized. Though this OBE happened completely by accident, he was able to use sound to replicate the experience 9 times over the next 6 weeks. Monroe wrote about the experience in his 1971 book, Journeys Out of the Body. He went on to found the Monroe Institute and became a prominent researcher in the field of human consciousness. Soon Monroe discovered that while out of his body, he could identify, access, and sustain different states of consciousness. This is done by synchronizing the left and right hemispheres of the brain. Now, even though the brain functions as a whole, its different parts serve different functions, as do its 2 hemispheres. The left hemisphere is traditionally associated with logic and reason, perception, and focus. The right hemisphere is responsible for emotion, creativity, and intuition.
So it's like a sideways mullet.
A sideways mullet? What are you talking about?
A mullet, you know, business in the front, but a party in the back. 2 pieces of your brain are like that. But a mullet is the front and the back, and the brain is left and right. So the mullet is sideways. I'm sorry.
The left hemisphere of the brain tends to be more active in the beta frequency range of 13 to 30 hertz, which is associated with alertness, attention, and cognitive control. The right hemisphere is active in the alpha frequency range, 8 to 13 hertz, which is associated with relaxation, creativity, and spatial processing. The right brain operates much more slowly than the left.
Sideways mullet.
By listening to certain sounds, the gateway process synchronizes both hemispheres using a technique called hemisync.
Fundamentally, the gateway experience is a training system designed to bring enhanced strength, focus, and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output between the left and right hemispheres, so as to alter consciousness, moving it outside the physical sphere, so as to ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. The participant then gains access to the various levels of intuitive knowledge which the universe offers.
The Gateway Report describes hemisync as a lamp versus a laser. The natural state of the human mind is like a lamp that emits light, but it's chaotic and messy and uneven over a large area. Hemisync lets the mind operate like a laser, producing a focused stream of energy. According to Gateway, when the frequency and amplitude of the human brain are brought into sync, it's possible to accelerate and raise the vibrational levels of the mind. As the mind resonates higher and higher, it can synchronize with the more complex energy levels in the universe. At these levels, the mind is capable of processing information in the same way it processes the energy of our current reality. In other words, you can see and feel and understand these other states of reality as easily as you understand this one. But you can do more than understand reality. You can learn to change it, control it, and bend it to your will, like Neo in The Matrix, or like God.
All right, just want to get a bit out there.
According to Colonel McDonald's Gateway report, understanding how human consciousness could...
And I usually think they're talking about, like, I guess, all right, so I guess in terms you could say God manifested the universe. Well, can humans manifest their destinies is what the real question is. You know, do we have that? Well, what the belief is that we have that small power of God, which is manifestation, where we can manifest our own reality. And that's usually what they mean when they say, well, there's a little bit of God inside of you. It's just you being able to manifest what your surroundings like, what your life is like. And, you know, you manifest usually what you think about and what you put through your subconscious.
Could exist.
So watch how you think.
Outside the physical body requires an understanding of holographic theory, or the holographic principle.
Uh-oh, let me get my bucket ready.
Energy creates, stores, and retrieves meaning in the universe by projecting or expanding at certain frequencies in a three-dimensional mode that creates a living pattern called a hologram.
The report says that holograms are capable of encoding so much detail that if you made a holographic projection of a glass of swamp water, you could put the hologram, not the water, the hologram under a microscope and see microscopic organisms, actually holograms of microscopic organisms. Now this sounds nuts, but the CIA was onto something big. If you watched our episode on simulation theory, you'll remember John Wheeler and his delayed choice double slit experiment. The video has more details, but in short, Wheeler showed that particles seem to be able to change their state by going back in time. Now, Wheeler felt that the universe wasn't necessarily made up of matter and energy, but instead, the universe is made up of information. Our hologram uses this information to create our three-dimensional universe. And holographic theory is a well-established idea in theoretical physics, and widely accepted by many physicists. I know it's a lot to wrap your head around, and I'd like to do a whole episode on this, so if you'd like to see that, email me or let me know in the comments. Anyway, in order to create our hologram from information, that information has to be exchanged. Particles can bounce off each other, can affect each other's speed, carry energy to each other, and that's how they exchange information. But here's where the Gateway report goes a step further. It says that this information can be exchanged not just in our universe, but between dimensions, implying that there are dimensions of reality yet to be discovered. His theory raises questions about the interaction between human consciousness and the holographic universe. Like, can our consciousness, which is energy, also exchange information with other dimensions? The Gateway process says that, yes, it can.
Yes, it
but
can.
There's more.
Well, DMT experiences, high-dose shroom experiences have told me, yes, you can. Or, you know, if you mess with those LSDs or acids, which you probably shouldn't, I don't know. You might want to take the more natural route. And I'm not condoning drug use, but if you are going to engage in that, try the natural route. What was it? The mushrooms. Try that one.
McDonald argues that human beings are not passive receivers of the information floating around the universe.
You know what I mean?
We participate in this information. And by training the way we perceive and process the information that creates our reality, we can actually change reality itself. And this technique is called patterning.
The technique of patterning recognizes the fact that since consciousness is the source of all reality, our thoughts have the power to influence reality if those thoughts can be projected with adequate intensity.
Think about the concept of The Secret and the law of attraction, which says that we can make things happen by focusing our imagination on a desirable outcome. But how? How do we allow our consciousness to access this other information? The Planck distance is about 1.6 times 10 to the negative 35 meters, so really small. It's the smallest possible unit of length that has any physical meaning in the universe. At this scale, the laws of physics break down. But what if it's not the smallest? In his report, Colonel McDonald speculates that by using the gateway process to accelerate brainwave frequencies, humans may be able to break the physical limitation of the Planck distance. McDonald suggests that consciousness could, for an instant, enter the space beyond human perception. He calls this clicking out of reality.
It is true that when, for an infinitesimally brief instant, that energy reaches one of its 2 points of rest, it clicks out of time-space and joins infinity. That critical step out of time-space occurs when the speed of the oscillation drops below Planck's distance. To use the words of Bentoff, quantum mechanics tell us that when distances go below Planck's distance, we enter, in effect, a new world.
So, I say we try it. Grab some headphones and let's see what's out there.
Because usually when people talk about the infinity, we're talking about the all, which is God, which cannot be perceived. Like when they talk about God, what is God? It's everything, okay? It's everything. It's all. It's the all. You know, in the spiritualistic belief.
Okay, don't worry. We're not really going to escape reality, at least not today. I just want to show you how the gateway process actually works. The program combines two techniques. The first is frequency following response, or FFR. FFR involves introducing a frequency through headphones, which the brain tries to mimic by adjusting its brainwaves. The second technique is beat frequency. You might have heard this called binaural beats. This involves playing different frequencies in each ear. The brain then chooses to hear the difference between them. For example, the sounds at 4 hertz are too low for you to hear. But if you listen to 100 hertz through the right ear and 104 hertz in the left ear, your brain can detect and hear the difference. In this case, 4 hertz. And here's how it sounds. This is the left ear. Listen how the tone is steady.
Okay, I'm with you.
Please don't talk during this part. We're trying to focus on the sound. Now a steady tone in the right ear. We play them together, and you can hear the oscillation between the two frequencies, like a vibrato.
I hear it.
You're gonna blow out their ears.
Sorry. I get excited when I think I'm gonna travel to other dimensions.
Remember, your left brain is your logical and analytical side. Before information is processed by your right brain, which is the emotional and creative side, your left brain takes a look at the information. It filters it and tries to make sense of it before it accepts the information. But your right brain will happily absorb any information thrown at it. Psychologists like Ronald Stone say that hypnosis is a technique that relaxes or distracts the left brain so that outside stimuli have direct access to the intuitive, creative right brain. That's why people under hypnosis are so impressionable. Their left logical brain is disengaged, letting everything through. So if one of those wacky hypnotists gets you to cluck like a chicken, it's because your left brain isn't keeping tabs on the information coming through, and your right brain says, cluck like a chicken, you got it.
Your right brain is always down to potty.
It is. The gateway process relaxes the left brain through sound waves. When the brain is relaxed enough, the amplitude and frequency of brain waves can be pushed higher and higher, and the space between your brain waves gets smaller and smaller. And when the distance between your brain waves drops below Planck's distance, it clicks out of space-time.
Up to this point, our discussion of the gateway process has been relatively simple and easy to follow.
Easy for you to say, sheesh.
Now the fun begins, as the almost continuous click-out pattern establishes itself in continuous phase at speeds below Planck's distance. But before reaching the state of total rest, human consciousness passes through the looking glass of time-space after the fashion of Alice, beginning her journey into Wonderland.
But where is Wonderland? Well, everything is energy, right? Look at McDonald's drawing. This represents our brainwave or energy wave or consciousness, whatever you want to call it, it's all the same thing. The middle of the wave, where it spends most of its time, is our reality. But at the bottom and the top of the wave, in that brief moment, just before the wave changes directions, it isn't moving at all. It finishes going up, it stops, then goes down, stops very briefly, and then back up again. It's at that point where the wave changes direction that it clicks out of our reality and, according to the Gateway Report, joins infinity and the absolute.
Energy in this state of inactive infinity is termed by physicists as energy in its absolute state, or simply the absolute. Between the absolute and the material universe in which we experience our physical existence are various intervening dimensions to which human consciousness in altered states of being may gain access. Since the absolute is conscious energy and infinity, that is without boundaries, it occupies every dimension to include the time-space dimension in which we have our physical existence, but we cannot perceive it.
Look, I know it's not easy to follow, but think of it like this. The top layer is our reality, everything that we can see and touch. That lays on top of these other dimensions, whatever they are. And all those dimensions and everything lays on top of this thing McDonald calls the absolute. The absolute is everywhere, but we can't see it. But everything happens inside it. So the absolute created our world. But who created the absolute? Well, isn't it obvious? You did. So, how's your brain?
It's goo. I'm on my third bucket.
I know, I told you this was a brain buster. So the absolute. Let me try to keep it as simple as I can.
I'm gonna need a glass of Absolute after this episode.
Pour me one too, would you? The absolute is a conscious energy field at rest.
Real simple.
No, it really is as simple as that. The absolute is an energy field that sits there doing nothing. But layered on top of that energy field is the energy field that makes up our reality. And in between those, other dimensions. But the absolute is us. We are the ones who created it and everything else. Not one of us, all of us.
Like
we're born into this reality with our own individual consciousness. We live out our time here on Earth, and then our consciousness returns to the absolute, where it came from. According to the Gateway Report, we return to this collective consciousness, but we also retain our individual identity. So, immortality in a way. Colonel McDonald sees the absolute as what many people might consider God.
The concept of visible reality, that is the created world, as being an emanation of an omnipotent and omniscient divinity who is completely unknowable in his primary state of being. The absolute at rest in infinity is a concept straight out of Hebrew mystical philosophy. Even the Christian concept of the Trinity shines through the description of the absolute as presented in this paper.
McDonald also includes evidence of the absolute and the universal hologram in Eastern religions. He quotes Tibetan teachings and ancient Hindu texts. The colonel then goes on to describe the nature of absolute itself and how it's come to self-awareness, how it relates to all belief systems and all religions, and how no matter what you believe, we're all the same.
In order to attain self-consciousness, the consciousness of the absolute must project a hologram of itself and then perceive it. The absolute is the actual agent of all creation, all reality. And the eternal thought or concept of self, which results from this self-consciousness, serves the...
What happened? Serves the what?
Well, that sentence is at the bottom of page 24. The document resumes on page 26 with a whole different topic, and then Colonel McDonald wraps things up.
So where's page 25?
CIA says they don't have it.
They don't have the page that will unite the world, huh?
Nope, and they say they never did.
That's a bunch of bull.
Wow. Like it was getting
For 18 years, people have been pressuring the CIA for the missing page. FOIA requests have been made. Petitions have been created, all trying to get the CIA to release page 25. The CIA insisted they don't have it.
Sure they don't.
But in 2021, Vice published an article about the Gateway document and mentioned the controversy around the missing page. A few days later, the Monroe Institute released the complete report, including the mysterious page 25.
What's on it?
Well, I've linked to the complete document below, but the gist is this. McDonald says that no matter what religion or culture you're born into, the Gateway process could be a valuable tool, if not the most valuable tool ever designed, to help a person truly understand themselves and the nature of the universe itself. He says ancient mystics seem to understand the truth about the universe intuitively, and the Gateway process confirms this. Everyone on Earth is part of a collective consciousness, all placed here for the same purpose, to accumulate experiences, to learn from one another, and ultimately take that knowledge back to the energy from which we all came. He says that if we could become aware of this universal hologram, we could free ourselves from the prison of our individual lives and finally realize that at our most basic level, we're all the same.
In a military report?
Right. Colonel McDonald does eventually get back to the practical use of an out-of-body experience with respect to military strategy and intelligence gathering. But when I read his report, I feel like he gets back to business because he has to. Otherwise, this document reads like He believes in this process and believes it could really help people.
Interesting how this page was dropped by the CIA, huh?
Yeah, the message of peace and unity was conveniently absent from the CIA's file. Now, I don't know if that was an accident, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say it was. But accident or not, I agree, it looks bad. McDonnell ends his report by recommending the Army take specific steps in pursuing the gateway process, but they should move in phases. He recommends that they use the gateway tapes to learn how to synchronize their brains using hemisync, then learn to induce this state at will. And once trainees can do this, they should learn to achieve an out-of-body experience for remote viewing. He even gives some practical steps on how to verify the information being viewed is accurate. He encourages anyone learning the process to pursue self-knowledge.
He's like, he was getting a bit too philosophical. Then he had to switch it up. Like, yeah, but now it's a military and how we use the F people up. Because, all right. You know, one thing I do like about, all religions is that they do all preach, loving one another, accepting each other, except for the radicals, of course. But spirituality, it kind of dives deeper into that. Like, we're all one consciousness and all that. That's why we have this like empathy for each other. I mean, sometimes we don't even got to know each other.
And remove any personal prejudices that could be blocking their progress. The ultimate goal is patterning, that the military should learn to adjust reality for what he calls practical applications.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
It doesn't. When you read the Gateway Report, you get the sense that Colonel McDonnell could be trusted with this knowledge, but the United States military, I don't know about that. Now, you could say the U.S. only uses its military power for national defense.
You'd be wrong, but you could still say it.
Either way, I don't think any military or any government could be trusted with the gateway process. My hope is that as soldiers learn to access these different states of consciousness, they learn, as McDonnell did, that the true nature of the universe is unity, not conflict.
You're quite the optimist.
Well, I try to be.
Well, here in the real world, optimists are always disappointed.
That's true, we are. So thank goodness, this isn't the real world.
Huh. That was pretty good.
So what do you...
That was pretty good. All right, guys. Oh, man, it's been fun with you. Let me see. I'm about to go ahead and time out on this one. Let me go ahead and read out the supporters. Any closing question or comments you want to send in, man, go ahead and send those in now. We can go ahead and talk about it. Other than that, let's go ahead and read out the support. Man, appreciate you, Seth, man. Appreciate you all the time, sister. Fox Chase, man, appreciate you. Dark Side Link, man, appreciate it, big dog. Bro pulled through and basically sponsored the channel. Well, sponsored the show for this one. And shout out Sarah Jean. Shout out Cody Justin Fannin. Shout out I Am. See, shout out TG. Even though we disagreed, man, I appreciate you for pulling up. Shout out Vice Versa. And we got who else? We got shout out more Doc Hill, Mr. Doc Hill. Appreciate you. And let's see, shout out Kings Oaks. Let's see, shout out Jasmine Lewis. Shout out Ryu Woodhard. Shout out The Future. Shout out White. Shout out Cozy Siegel or Siglig or well, don't even know how to pronounce that one too much. Shout out Nerdy Bread Doll. And let's see here, man. Shout out Hearts Bleed for You. Shout out Kayla Keaton. Shout out Marcellus, man. Shout out Guest Dude, bro. We appreciate you, dog. We always do appreciate you. Shout out Souls of Lokes. Let's see here, man. Shout out Chance. Yeah, shout out Chance. Shout out David Carr. Shout out Nathan. Man, who else we got? Shout out Christopher. And if that's it, yes. Oh, hold on. Shout out Aaron. Shout out Adam Rogers. And shout out Hellbait. Man, shout out Gerald Bolt. And shout out Troublemaker. He said, shout out Troublemaker. Man, appreciate y'all for tuning in, man. It has been a fun one. I'll catch y'all tomorrow, bro. We'll see y'all for another one here at S.E.T Media. Y'all have a good night. Y'all stay safe, man. Peace.